Hi, good evening. Hello, hello.
Good
Sorry, ladies and gents.
evening.
I sound like crap. I do because I feel like crap because I am sick with I don't know what. But we were not going to let y'all down. We said we were coming back. We were making our debut, our returning debut this week and come hell or high water. I'm dying of I don't know whatever mystery illness. Y'all don't even want to know what happened to Melody. I am having sympathetic PTSD for Melody, and yet we are here for y'all. Okay, do you want to tell them, Melody?
I guess
Oh my
I'll
gosh.
tell them. Okay, so yeah, I feel bad for Ruby as well because we're both dying over here. But like she
Hmm.
said, we was not gonna let you guys down. But yeah, okay. So I was at.
Oh,
Are you ready for this? I already told
I
you,
don't
but
know. I don't know, but okay, yeah, let's try. Okay, go ahead.
so me, my airheaded self, tried to break up a pit bull fight. And guess what happened? My hand got bit all up, so now it's in a cast. But
Y'all,
why would I do that? Like, why?
girl, that's you know what? Honestly, that's the first thing Mr. Room said is why would she get in between of pit bulls? Like that was the first thing he said. Like he didn't even say, "Oh, is she okay?" Or like no, he didn't care. He's just like, "Why did she get between two pit bulls though? I don't understand." Like he just could not process what's wrong with you.
I don't know. And I'm a dog lover, so my instinct was to break the fight up, not knowing that I should have used a stick or something, maybe a stick. Or my mom was like, why didn't you use water or something like that? Why did you have to stick your hand in the dog's
Hand,
mouth? Like my hand,
girl.
my right hand at that.
What?
Yeah,
Oh no, not your right hand.
my
Oh
right
no.
hand is like in a cast. Like all my fingers are bit up. They were
Oh.
bloody. It was blood everywhere. It was a murder scene. It was crazy.
See, and people wonder why I don't like dogs. I have a
Oh,
act. No, listen, this is why because it's not even like the dog has to be evil or whatever, right? It just comes down to they have these sharp, skin penetrating teeth, right?
mhm,
And their only way of really manipulating things normally is with those sharp penetrating teeth. So
mhm,
even if they're just playing with you or whatever, they can accidentally hurt you. God forbid
mhm.
they get annoyed at you or mad at you. You know what I mean? Like this is why I don't play with dogs.
Exactly. But they're good dogs. Like I can't blame them for it because that was my stupidity. Even your husband said it. Even
Yeah, that's
everyone
true.
said it. Right?
That's
It
true. That no,
was
that
my
is true.
stupidity.
That
Mhm.
that is your fault. But okay, like there's this
Right.
I'm gonna tell you. So at the cottage, okay, yes, that's right. My sister's mother's family cottages. Okay, my family's too broke to do stuff like that. But my sister's mother's family cottages.
Uh-oh.
Okay. So
Mhm.
anyway, at the cottage there was this dog that like everyone around absolutely loved, most friendliest dog in the world, blah blah blah. And so my sister's little cousin, or I guess technically older cousin at that point, was like say about 3 years old. And so everyone was playing with the dog and whatever. And the dog was just honestly trying to get like the rope. They were all playing with the dog, right? The dog was just trying to
Mhm.
get the rope, and this kid's face was just got between his mouth and the rope.
Oh
And so he bit.
no.
Yeah, he bit to go get the, and he was just in an accident. He didn't mean to hurt her. It was very clear, apparently, that this dog felt super guilty afterwards and was panicking, trying to get her help, and was just like hiding in a corner for like weeks afterwards, feeling guilty. But the point is, this kid
Mhm.
still had a bite mark from literally her hairline, right at the top of her head, of her forehead, all the way down
Oh
to her neck. Okay, like her
my
whole face
God.
was a dog bite. So like that's the most friendly dog. I will even say that dog was very friendly when I had met it. It was wouldn't bark at you, not aggressive, but it's just like even if it's accidental, like my
Yeah.
face don't need no dog bites. Neither do my hands, girl. You
Oh
see
my
what I'm saying?
God. Yeah. Well, my leg also got bit. So my hand got bit up in my thigh. It was
Oh
just
my
a little bite in my thigh. It wasn't too bad. It was just like a little bite, but my hand took the cake. So
god, man.
I still love dogs. This is not going to make me love dogs any, less, but
I'll love them less for you. It's
unfortunately,
fine.
yeah, thank you. You can do
Yep.
that.
Yep.
So,
See, this is Melody's commitment. I figured it out. See,
Mm.
for her costume, right? For the Halloween show, she really wanted it to be, death and blood and gore. And I feel like you just overcommitted here. You didn't need to literally get your hand cut off, bit off and things bit off.
Right.
They have really great fake skin these days. Okay, you don't have to do this
Yes.
next year. It's all
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, good one though. I wish it was just a costume, but no, I cannot take it off. It's my skin. But yeah, speaking of that, I
Mhm.
cannot wait till Halloween. Can you?
Oh, it's gonna be good, y'all. It's gonna be good. I hope y'all are planning y'all's costumes. You gotta
Mhm.
impress us, terrify us. Maybe we can have like a
Mhm.
costume, like a competition for the best costume wins.
Oh, good
What do you think?
idea. We
Right?
can't but me and you are not in the contest. It's
No,
our yeah, it's our audience, right?
exactly. So
Yeah.
audience members, y'all, okay? Y'all need no one is allowed on the panel that day unless they are in costume. Okay, you
Mhm.
can wear masks. It's Halloween, so you can cover up that face and stuff. You
Yep.
don't want people to see y'all, right? And you got to be in costume. Best costume's gonna win a really good prize. Trust me, we're gonna put
Oh,
something good
yeah.
together for you.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
Right?
Halloween costume. It's gonna be our
Mhm.
bash. As a matter of fact, when we finish with this, me and you can come up with a theme. Like, what do you want to
Mhm.
call it? Well, we'll figure that out, right?
Yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll have, I don't know, something. Well, maybe like karaoke. I don't know, something. We'll do stuff. Okay, it's gonna be an amazing Halloween party. Okay,
Yeah.
I
Oh,
love
let's do
Halloween. It's like my favorite
karaoke.
holiday. Yeah.
Yeah, mine too. So look, if we do karaoke, right, we won't get copyright strikes for just playing music, right?
No, if you're just playing
The
just the
audio.
yeah, just the audio with no words or whatever. But like a lot of times, what you can do is you can just go find literally the karaoke version. So you're not playing the instrumental, you're finding the karaoke version that has the words, and that for sure, no copyright to it because someone's already altered it enough that it's not
Mm-hmm.
going to get picked up. So yeah, we
Oh,
could put
okay,
a good
good.
list together.
Okay, so that's what we'll do. We'll do karaoke definitely. And
Perfect.
I guess we can play other games as well. It's gonna be so much fun. I'm so
It's gonna
excited.
be
I
good.
love Halloween. Yes.
I know. Me too. Me too.
Did you get
Well,
your
okay.
costume?
Girl, listen, y'all don't need to worry about me getting my costume, okay? Y'all just need to worry about trying to beat me. Because no one can beat
Oh
me at
yeah.
Halloween. I am the greatest.
Uh-oh.
Just so y'all will see,
Uh-oh.
I am the greatest. Yep, that's
Yeah,
it.
I got a little costume. A little something,
Mm-hmm.
something. Not too crazy, but
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna say what it
No,
is, but it's gonna be cute and scary at the same damn time.
of course it's
So
gonna
get
be cute. We all
ready
know
for
you're gonna be
that.
cute.
Oh
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and I can't wait to see yours.
Mine's just gonna be scary. I don't even try to be cute. I
Ooh.
hope I make small children cry. That's my goal. I want to open the door when they say trick or oh my god, and they start crying and run away. Like that's what I'm
You one of
hoping.
those. You take
Yeah,
it serious, huh?
very. Yeah, I'm so excited. I have
Me
black lights
too.
and everything. Like, yeah, no, it's
Oh,
gonna be great.
oh my goodness. Yay. So you're not
Yes.
one of those people that give out corny candies, right?
Can I be honest with you? I've
Yes.
never actually in my life given out candy. Ever. Nope.
Really?
I know. I always plan to, but something always goes wrong. Always. I'm not even kidding.
Right.
Every year, something goes wrong, and then I don't get to. And then we were in the condo for a long time, and in the condo they don't go trick or treating door to door inside the building, so then
Mhm.
couldn't do it there. And then it's just like it's always been one thing after the other. So I'm super excited. This year we're now back in our house and stuff, right? So now it's time to go out. I'm so excited. I don't care. I don't care what happens. Nothing is going to detract. This year we are handing out candy. I'm so determined.
Yes,
So
there we
determined.
go. I'm giving
Hmm.
out the good ones, the Kit Kats, the Twizzlers, all the good ones.
Oh yeah, no, you got to get like
So,
real stuff though. I hate when people do like whack things. Like, what is wrong with y'all?
oh,
Oh, here's a package of apple slices,
like I don't want
girl.
that. You got
Right?
6-year-olds coming to your door. Who want apple slices? Like, are you serious?
You know what I
Like,
mean?
right?
Y'all out your minds. Rip
Oh,
me
good.
off with
Oh my
apple
God.
slices or nastiness. I will hand that back to you. I'm not even kidding. I would.
Me
No.
too. The
I was
same
ignorant as
thing
a kid.
here.
I wasn't playing with you. No, I don't want this. Thank you.
I don't want that. I don't want that candy corn. I don't want none of that nasty stuff. You
You see
know,
what
give me
Mr. Know It All's
the
how Mr. Know It All's doing to me?
good. You
Yo,
gonna
can I
be
tell you
passing out
something though?
raisins? What?
No, when I was a kid, I liked raisins, so I'm not gonna lie. So that doesn't sound
Raisinets.
like as much of an insult as it should. However, no, I do not. Thank you very much. No, I don't. Okay.
Yes, we need to hand out those raisinets. That's what we need to give them. They love raisinets.
Yeah.
You
Right?
know?
That's what I'm saying. Hater. Okay.
Hey. So let's say you want to say hi to the chat room.
All right, yeah, let's do that.
Go ahead. You can start. You can say hi.
Well, besides Mr. Know It All, the cynical one. Okay, I got something to say to you. So, because we've been having this conversation on my community tab, and I swear to God I was gonna answer back, but then it was Thanksgiving here, and then I got sick, and blah blah blah. But y'all, I want y'all to check that out on my community tab, because I think the thing is, right, we have a lot of discussions about weave and hair and perm and this and that and whatever, and it's always kind of like in this kind of like the really surface way, or coming for adults, but like we kind of
Hmm.
forget the origins. And what I thought was so interesting, because I came across it, right, and I had to share it when I came across it, is that the lie, Melody, I don't even know if you know this. So those little kids on the perm boxes, and you're like, oh my
Yeah.
God, she's so pretty, her hair's so pretty, I want my hair to look just like hers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah. Not one of those kids, not one on any perm box ever has ever had their hair perm. Not lying.
Really? Oh,
Not lying.
interesting. Okay.
It came out on Twitter. And then some people started saying, "Yo, show y'all selves. Where are y'all all grown up and stuff like that and
Hmm.
whatever." So it came out, and a bunch of them started saying, "No, I never. My hair wasn't permed in that picture. I've never had a perm, ever, ever, ever." So
Wow.
they were selling creamy crack to us, pretending we could look like these girls, right? Selling it to us. Meanwhile, those kids would never, their parents would never put that garbage on their hair. And that's not how their hair looked like that anyway. They were getting blowouts. Their hair was just naturally like that, so on and so forth.
Hmm.
So if
Yeah.
y'all, right? Like they were manipulating the hell out of us. And we don't even realize it. And now we all grown, 38, 40, saying, no, actually, da 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 da. No, do you realize what they did? They had to lie to y'all. They had to lie and manipulate all of us to make us put poison on our children's heads. Like
That
I
is wild. Oh my God, I didn't know that. Yeah, because back in the day, my grandmother used to use the hot comb on me. She would wash me, hot comb me, blow dry me, hot comb me, and my hair would look just like that. I never had a perm.
Yeah.
Never.
Mm-hmm. The one little girl who had the ringlet hair, and we think, oh, she got no. That's just her hair was just ringlety. That was
Are
her
you talking,
natural hair. They put in a ponytail and took a picture of her. I'm not even
are you
kidding.
talking about the little girl in a Just For Me box? Remember Just For Me?
Yes, 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 girl. They were so scared. They were wrong for that. Okay, like they
Right.
ruined a whole bunch of people had a come to Jesus moment. Like, wait, what? Wait,
Like, what are you
what?
doing? Right.
Yeah, yeah. No,
Wow.
right.
That's a
That's what I'm saying. They manipulate my generation, our generation in particular, the millennials, right? And
mhm.
the young generation Xers. Like, y'all need to realize something, that they played us so hard. They played us so hard. Because
They
you know what?
played
Black
us
women were
out.
happy in their afros. They were happy in their natural hair, right? They were happy getting rid of all that lie relaxer and whatever. And they came out with no lie relaxer and no one wanted it, right? So they
Mhm.
had to manipulate us. And
They
then,
had to manipulate us. And the
girl,
crazy part is, you had to get a relaxer in order to get a good job back in the day. You know what
see,
I
that's what I'm
mean?
saying, right? That's what I'm
Mhm.
saying. But then things changed, right? And this is why, again, they needed to manipulate us, because it was no longer necessary. You had to make sure your hair looked, kept. But guess what? We had the hot combs, we had the flat irons, we had the different the Marcel irons, we had all these things to manipulate our hair, so that way we could still blow it out, right? Get it, in a
Mhm.
presentable bun or whatever, right? We didn't actually need the creamy crack. We never
We
needed
didn't
it.
need that. Mm-mm.
We didn't need it anymore. And that's why they had to manipulate small children. It's just
Yeah.
disgusting.
And I'm so glad black women came to their senses because black women don't really get relaxers anymore like that.
Mm-mm,
We get,
mm-mm.
we get blowouts and nobody even use the hot comb anymore, do they?
You know
Or
what?
they
I mean, I feel like some people do. Some people do. Kenya dolls. I don't think we had Kenya dolls here. I don't know what those are.
I don't know
Um,
what that is either.
mm-mm,
Kenya dolls?
no.
Mm-mm. I don't remember that.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. There is an issue. Rashad Lewis said it. There's an issue here. This is my issue, right? Is so it's there's the natural hair movement, right? There's folks like me or whatever who got off the creamy crack and started taking care of our natural hair, but there's a bunch of women who said I don't even have to go through all of that effort. I could just ball off my head or not even take care of my natural hair and just
Mm-hmm.
cover it with a wig, right? Cover
Right.
it with that lace front. So I mean, and that's not helping because I mean, if your edges were a little bit gone from the perm, right, and then you just gluing down some wig on your hairline every week, then your edge is gonna be completely gone. So I mean, we still got problems, but I think honestly, I think the origin. We gotta start with the Just for Me origin, okay? They were selling us
Yeah.
a lie, okay? They're selling us a
I
lie. We gotta get this out
mean,
to every woman. Mm-hmm.
my goodness. Well, thank God my mom never put that in my hair.
Mm-hmm.
She took her
Mm-hmm.
time. She did what she had to do. She braided me up, whatever you had to do. I was not. Hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on, Ruby.
Okay, I'm gonna tell y'all the most scandalous part is my mom did not want to perm my hair. She actually always applauded my hair. My grandmother permed my hair behind my mom's back when I was like 3 or 4. I was very young. And she came home and she was both devastated and furious. And that
Mm.
my grandmother had put perm in my hair against her will. My grandmother's argument was I swim all the time. And so it's just easier to do it. And plus, it looks pretty because my grandmother's very old school cast
Right.
colorist, whatever system in
Right.
Jamaica, right? So
Right.
for her, I was like the blackest thing in her family, really, that she had, come from her bloodline. And I think she just wanted to white me up. So I'm not going to lie.
Mhm.
And I think that's why she always just thought it just looked prettier and da 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 da. But how do you put it in a 3 or 4 year old's head? So my mom grew the perm out of my hair, and I wanted a perm, and my mom was like, no, 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 no. I got to middle school, really wanted a perm. My mom was like, hell no. So then I ruined my hair with black gel and Afro
Mhm.
puff, like Lady of Rage.
I used to
Um,
wear.
yeah,
Yeah.
I rock it tough with my Afro
For the
puffs,
Afro puff.
yo.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. And then finally for the 8th grade, my mom let me perm my hair. And honestly, she cried. She actually drove me. She's like, "Are you sure you want this?" I was like, "Yes, of course." I was so excited. She
Mhm.
cried. She cried for days. Like she was so disappointed. I went down this road. You can never turn back from. It ruins your hair forever. Blah 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 blah. And I'm like,
Yeah.
I get it now, right? But like at the time, I wanted to be cool. I wanted to be pretty. I
Yeah,
wanted
it
boys
made
to
you
like
feel
me.
pretty, and it's a
Yeah.
shame. And I remember it used to smell too, because my sister used to put perms in her hair. My sister's older; she's like 43, 44, and she used to put relaxers in her hair, but you can smell it. Like even after
Hmm.
they wash it out, you knew somebody had a perm in their hair, and it was just crazy to me. I don't know.
I don't know
Mm.
why, but that smell was very comforting to me when I was a kid, which tells you how
Really?
messed up society is. Yeah. Hmm.
Yeah,
Yep.
I hated that smell. But the
Hmm.
shampoo that came in that box smelled good because when she used to do her hair, when she used to wash it out, the shampoo smelled good. But the relaxer itself, oh my God.
I like that
Mm-mm.
smell. I don't know. I used to call it Daytona. I don't know why. I think it's because my mom
Daytona.
drove. Yeah, I think because my mom drove a Daytona, the car, a Chrysler Daytona, when I was a kid. I don't know why. Probably because they were saying toner or something like that, right? But I
Mm-hmm.
just so when I was young, I just called it Daytona. I don't know why, but
Wow,
that's what the
Daytona.
smell was. Yeah. Hmm.
Daytona. It sounds like that goes with the smell though. Daytona. I can see
Right.
that.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Young
Young
East.
he said, I got a perm before, no cap. What you doing
Okay.
getting a perm?
Right? Okay, did you get a straight perm or did you get a curly perm? Or did you get a jerry curl? I can see you getting a jerry curl. I
Jerry
don't know
curl?
why. Yeah. With the drip, drip, drip,
The
drip,
drip
drip. Yeah.
juice.
I can see that, young East. I can.
Oh man, that came back out, right? That's out now, but they're
Oh
calling it
God.
not a Jerry curl. They're calling it a something curl, a Lisa curl or something. I don't know what it's
Oh,
called.
I know what you're talking about. And actually I wanted one. Before I
Really?
decided to get, yeah, I wanted one because that's all I never wanted straight hair. I wanted, it's a slur apparently. It's a slur. The slur. I don't know what the politically correct term is, so I'm just going to use the incorrect term. But I wanted coolie people hair. That's what I wanted. And what they
Mm.
have is curly, right? Curly, but like kind of silky hair, right? That's what I wanted. Maybe
Mhm.
like type 3A or 2C. That's what I wanted. So for me, the idea, I actually wanted to get a curly perm, but apparently I was told like that wasn't going to work the way I wanted it to. The fact that that exists now and I could get that. Ooh, it was hard. I really, really wanted one.
You
Yeah.
don't need one though. We don't need curly perms because we already have curly perm. I mean curly, whatever that's called. We just need to learn how to do our own hair. Like my hair is curly. I do my hair all the time
Your
curly.
hair is curly. My hair is coily. There is a difference, first of all. Second of all,
Why
my
is still curly?
shrinkage is about 85%. So, no,
Oh,
it is
okay.
not the same, girl. I have 4C hair. So, my hair, like the amount of work and products and whatever I have to put it in to begin with to be able to just leave it out. But if I did, even though I could stretch my hair, it goes all the way down my back, right? If I
Hmm.
leave it and just let it shrink up, it's going to shrink to look like it's almost a teeny weeny afro, right?
Yeah,
And I'll be real, I don't look good in short hair. I don't. It's
but
not for
they
me.
have products that stretch the curls out. Did you know that? There's products and then they have certain types of like curling cream and curling gel that actually stretch it out and
Mm-hmm,
defines it. Because my sister has 4C hair and she defines it with some kind of a gel. I forgot what you call it. Eco Styler, I think. And she
mm-hmm,
used some
mm-hmm.
other and it really defines that 4C beautiful hair. And those curls are popping like she has
Oh no,
beautiful hair.
my coils coil from root to tip. But
Right.
again, that's it's still 85% shrinkage. So my hair when stretched is mid back. But if I just let it go, well now not with the I now have locks, right? But if I
Hmm.
just let it go, right, then again it was, not even at shoulder height. And if you let it, so that's the problem. And then I have high porosity hair, which means my hair doesn't hold anything very well. Like it didn't even hold perm well, to be honest with you, but it doesn't hold heat. It doesn't Man, they used to spend 15, 16, 24 hours once they spent hot combing my hair and they got to the top of my head and all the rest of it was already frizzed out and it was dry inside that. My hair will pick up the 1% humidity in the room and just frizz out. Like it just sucks water from everywhere. So for me,
Mine too, though.
that's what I'm saying.
Mine's
But
frizzy.
most 4C people are low porosity. They have a hard time getting moisture into the hair. My hair, I have a hard time keeping it out of my hair. Like it needs
I get
to,
what you're saying.
But again, I'm not hating on it, right? I didn't do it. I did not do the chemical thing, right? But I couldn't
Hmm.
let go of that dream I always had as a child. You know what I mean? I mean, that was the
Yeah,
weave. That's what I would buy. I would buy the coolie people hair. That's what I wanted, right? So that's what I would
right.
buy.
And there's
Basically,
nothing
your
wrong with
hair.
that.
Yeah, that's what I would. That's
Right.
what I would get. Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. But Mr. Know It All says, why don't women just rock the 4C? All right, I'm gonna give you my opinion on why a lot of women don't like rocking their 4C.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, I'm gonna be honest. A lot of men say they like natural hair. Oh, I like the natural 4C afro. Yeah, black power, blah blah blah. But in reality, you don't. The type of women that some men look at are women with long weaves flowing to the floor. If
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean? All their friends on IG are all IG models with the long weaves or the type 3A, 3B, 3C hair, the curly, the loose curls. That's what a lot of men like. And even you had
Yep.
Chris Brown, right? Am I wrong? And then even Chris Brown said that if your hair is nappy, he don't want you. He liked the looser curls. A lot of people say that.
Mm-hmm.
So, I hate to say this, but yeah, a lot of black men do say they want natural, but they really don't.
But
And
they
the
don't.
type of
And mhm.
mhm,
No, I was gonna say like the people think about this. I'm like the first weave. The when I got into wearing regular weave all the time, it wasn't because I got into wearing weave all the time. I had gotten one ponytail ever in my life. And while I found it very excited to have the long hair and da 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 da, that was the only time. My boyfriend, when I was 16, is the one who went and bought me my first weave and got it put in my head and wanted it on the regular. And he wanted the fake nails on my fingers too, and he wanted me to dress
exactly.
in a certain way and whatever because I had the features and whatever for it to look like a particular type of woman, and that's what he wanted. So that's how he dressed me. That's what the look he wanted, and I got that more often than I got the opposite, where men would look at me and say, "Wow, in your 4C hair, this is the most beautiful I've ever seen you." I'm not gonna lie. I've almost never heard that, even from people that do prefer natural hair and do prefer even 4C hair. I don't hear that. I always hear that, they thought the weave, right? The wavy curly weave, they thought that was my natural hair and it does suit me best. And da 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 da. So because you when you hear that as a woman, it's your goal, right? Because you're programmed to want to be the most beautiful you can be because
Desirable,
you're
right?
competing. Yeah, right? So
Exactly.
if I can be my most desirable and all I got to do is buy this weave and put it in my head and that literally notches me up, then why would I not want to do that? Why would I want to be lower? Right. And so, like, I get it. I get what men are saying about the witchcraft and the makeup and the this and the that and the blah, blah,
Oh
blah, blah,
yeah.
blah. Right.
Oh
I
yeah.
get that. I do, right? And I mean, I've never been a makeup person, but I'm like, when you hear even people who love you and whatever, they just can't help but admit that this fake hair looks better than your natural hair. And
Mhm.
it's like, then you want to try to, like, it was hard. When I went full natural, it was not a big thing of accepting. It wasn't. It wasn't a big thing of getting praise for it or no, it was a lot of people basically being very critical, like acting like, oh, so you didn't get to perm your hair yet. Oh, why don't you perm your hair? Your hair's so long, it would be so long. Oh, you should straighten your hair. My girl does the best Brazilian blowouts. Like, it was never, and I'm saying from both men and women, it was never a case where it was just like, wow, your hair is so gorgeous. And even when I got that, it would often be like, your hair is so gorgeous. You're so brave. Couldn't be me. That's what I
Right.
would get.
Exactly. Like exactly. People
Mm-hmm.
don't desire the 4C
No.
hair that much. But I understand what you guys are saying. You want women to be more natural. Now, what I do hate are the lace fronts. I hate wigs. I hate lace fronts. I hate them with a passion. Um, I'm more of a clip-in girl. Like, you going out, you want to look pretty, you put the clip-ins on. Or if you get a sewing that look natural.
Mm-hmm.
It has to look like it's your hair. Stop buying these white woman sewings. Like, no, it doesn't look
Right.
like your hair, sis. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. I know, I wish people would evaluate that more, right? There are some people, right? Like, to me, I didn't look as good with bone straight hair, no matter what other people thought about it. I look better when my hair is very big, like a lion, right? So
mhm,
I like the curl. I would even do like a curlier weave over doing a bone straight one. The bone straight ones just never looked great on me, right? And I'm
mhm.
like, I don't understand how some of these women, it's like, yo, you have the apple shaped face, you have bigger features and whatever. So bigger hair is going to look better on you, right?
Yep,
Go for the bigger hair, go for the slightly, like, it could have come out of a black person's head hair. Just it
exactly.
will look so much better, and it will be so much more complementing to your bone structure, your facial features, and to your natural beauty as a whole, versus just this long straight silky down to your, you just keep getting it longer and longer. First down to your
I
bum, then it's
hate
down to your
that.
knee, now it's down to your ankle. Like,
Right.
really?
You
Oh,
can tell that's not yours. A weave is supposed to be. It's supposed to look like it grew out of your hair. That's what
it
a
is.
weave is supposed to look like. Like
Mm-hmm.
I've had when I wear my clip-ins and stuff, I've had people say, "Oh, is that your hair?" Like they're questioning it. Like, "Wow, your hair is long. That's your hair?" I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
"No, it's clip-ins." Like I'll keep it real. I'm not gonna lie about it or whatever. But or you could lie because it's none of their business. I mean, if it looks natural, why not? Yeah, it's mine.
Mm-hmm.
But don't stop getting those weaves that just look so unnatural. It's not becoming. Like I don't
No,
know.
it's not. But again, you know what? I think this is the problem, right? And I think it kind of ties into, I mean, honestly, it ties into a lot of things we could bring up that have been going on in the last few months. Let's say a lot of the last few months. What I've noticed is whenever there's a woman who says something that I think is crazy, especially
Mhm,
when it has to do with, like, blind entitlement, without any real sense of like balance or reality or whatever, it's always a
mhm,
woman that does this, right? That gets that super, super, super straight weave, right? That is wearing blue eyeshadow like the white girls.
mhm.
It's like she doesn't even know how to dress her body type appropriately. Like, instead of trying to be her best and the most beautiful she can be, she's trying so hard to like squish herself into a box she doesn't fit in, right?
Mhm.
And then that's where all of the insistence on needing to demand certain kinds of entitlements comes from, right? It's because you don't have that inherent confidence in self. And I think that,
Mhm.
we really need to start pushing. That's why I posted this thing on my community tab to begin with. We need to start pushing for the reality, because I think a lot of the craziness we hear on from the women's side does come from just they're just still holding on to this lack of understanding that they are good enough, right? And stuff made for black beauty is good enough. Like when dark skinned women are wearing all kinds of crazy like white girl makeup styles, I'm always like, what? But when I see them doing like the super dark, like the kohl eyeshadows and liners and stuff, I'm like, damn, gosh, she looks gorgeous, right? Because it's like, do the thing that only black women can do, right? And love
Right.
that. Don't just be envious that, well, the little blonde girl can do this. Who cares? Who cares what a
Yeah.
blonde girl could do? She can't do what you can do,
But
right?
you know
Like,
what I hate? You know what I hate too? When black women scream out culture appropriation when a white girl get like weave or braids. Like you got a long platinum blonde weave all the way to the floor. Stop trying to sit here and say that these women are cultural appropriating. Like in that case, everybody is because we're all trying to look like each other. You have blue contacts in your eyes and a long blonde weave. And I understand that black women can grow blonde hair out of their head, but there's a difference between pin straight blonde hair and a black woman's blonde hair.
okay, now we have reached our first disagreement of the night, ladies and gentlemen, because I do disagree with you somewhat. I'm going to explain why. Let me explain why.
Okay, okay.
It is cultural appropriation. Not all things are cultural appropriate, but I will say, for example, it bothers me. It bothers me when I see white people with dreads. Um, it bothers me when I see white girls with box braids. It bothers me when I see white girls with not just like, oh, like clearly they did the little cornrows because they went on vacation, right? But like they're trying to rock like Alicia Keys style or whatever. These things bother me. They actually bother me.
Hmm.
And I do feel like it's cultural appropriation. And the reason why I feel that way is because you will hear them say, I did this for fun. And then when I wanted to look professional for an interview, I took it out of my head. Um, and, so that way I could look professional. And I'm like, that is exactly what people who are saying it's cultural appropriation are complaining about, is that if I have 4C hair, these are just styles that I naturally use to upkeep my hair, right? Cornrows and box braids and, locks are a natural thing that our hair does. And when you just try it on for fun because you think it's cute, and then when you see it's pulling out your hair or damaging or stressing out your scalp, or you know what, you're just done masquerading for a couple of days of fun, and then you go take it out to be professional for work, then you're just further perpetuating the stereotype that things that we naturally need for our hair are not professional. They're just things that you try on for fun and then perpetuate further the thing that my natural hair is not professional enough.
I
So
get what you're
I have an
saying
issue
there.
with it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I get what you're saying there. But is it not cultural appropriation for black women to wear platinum blonde hair to their feet, pin straight, not pin straight, I'm sorry, blonde hair to their feet, or blue contact lenses and all that to try to look more European? Is
No.
that cultural Oh, it's not. Why not?
Okay, I'll explain why it's not. Because America's a melting pot. I'm going to use America specifically because, we're talking about Americans, right? But
Mhm.
America's a melting pot. And America's philosophy is come here and conform to us. Come here and be us. And what do they mean by us? What is the American ideal? Well, it's the white person, right? And so
Mhm.
they literally made their culture, right? The majority, the dominant society made the culture such that is how you become an American, is to conform to the majority or the dominant society's looks, behaviors, beliefs, foods, whatever it is, right? Come be
Mhm.
us. And so if that is how a country has run itself, right, since the inception of immigration, say the last 100 some odd years, whatever, right, then you can't then say when people not only do fall into that, right, and try to conform, because that is a natural expectation, and that without you conforming, you are going to be rejected and viewed as all kinds of negative things, or un-American, or not good enough or whatever. Then you can't say, well, it's cultural appropriation, because literally the culture itself demands that you conform.
Right. Okay. I get what you're saying there.
Hmm.
I
Hmm.
just still, I mean, it doesn't really bother me when they wear their braids. I think a hairstyle is a hairstyle, but I understand what you're saying
Hmm.
about it. Yeah, I
Yeah,
can,
I
can
mean,
understand.
it depends. Like, I mean, that's the thing. Like on the other side of that, right? Like, there's all this blame. Like, white girls wear weave
Mm-hmm.
constantly. Like, all almost honestly, here, I almost don't know a white girl who's not wearing weave. Like right now at this moment, they just constantly are always wearing some form of weave. Um,
Mm-hmm.
right. But then it's like black women, not only are they, looked at as, oh, they're the ones who waste their money on weave and stuff like that, even though honestly our weaves cost less than theirs on average. Um, but we are shamed for, we're put down for it, all kinds of stuff, whereas in they're not, right? And so I do think that as long as these disparities exist, I don't think we can look at it as though it's on par. Like, I just don't think that we can at this point.
Okay. Yeah, I get it.
Hmm.
Um, there was something else I wanted to say about this subject because I saw something on Instagram. Um, oh my goodness. I'm sorry, it'll
Oh,
come
okay.
back to me later.
Well, let's read the super chat while you think,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then you could think, because when it comes back to you, right, then we'll jump in on it. It'll be good.
Okay, cool, cool.
I
Go
don't
ahead
know
and read it.
how do you say this username. I don't know how to say
I
this
think
username.
it's Michael.
Michael.
Michael or
Michael.
Micah? Yeah, Michael. Yeah, there we go.
Michael. I like it. Michael for $5. Thank you very
Michael.
much.
Thank you.
You see that evil dog? You see it, Melody? I feel
I
like it's
see.
taunting you. I, I,
I
I
see
see it.
it. It looks crazy. Look at the mouth.
Right?
Wait, is
Like that.
that a dog? I don't think that's a dog.
That is totally a dog. That is
That
a
is my phone.
okay, Michael. You got to tell us if that's a dog. I think it is. Melody thinks it might be some type of
That is
what, werewolf?
crazy.
Right?
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know what the heck that is.
Right? That is crazy. Okay, but anyway, Michael says that's why we want our sisters to wear natural hair. Be proud of who you are. You are beautiful to us. F them. And that's fair, because you know what? Like, with Mr. Roops, he thinks I am beautiful in my
Mhm.
naturalized state. He was fascinated. He would just sit there and watch me do my hair and stuff like that, be fascinated by it.
Right.
But it's the to be honest with you, it's the first time I've had that experience. So it's therefore the first time that I can really feel like, you know, I don't need to try to look like the dominant society, to be
Mhm.
beautiful. I don't have to look like a video girl to be beautiful. Like, I am beautiful in my natural state, and what I'm doing with my natural hair journey, and now with, the micro locks and stuff, is like, it's good enough. It's good enough to just be the person that, God made me to be. And I love that feeling. I want everyone else to experience that feeling. Like, I really
Yeah.
do. It's just
Yeah.
I also understand why they don't. You know what I mean? Like, I
But
get it.
he said something earlier. He said, let me see if I see it. He likes natural hair, not unkept hair. And that's
Hmm.
the thing. Some women, when they say, oh, I'm wearing my natural hair, it's a journey, they don't even comb it in the morning. They just leave it. It's nasty looking, it's puffy. And that's not how natural hair is supposed to look. You're supposed to take a comb and comb it in the morning, or brush it, or pick it, or whatever. Maybe put some sheen on it. You have to make it look nice. Don't have it undone, unkept. That's not natural. What do you think?
Um, I mean, I have I've used the word uncapped, or actually unkempt, in my
Unkempt, yeah.
letter. Yeah, unkempt, and I said it, in my letter to white moms with biracial children. And it's still catching me slack to this day. It's been like 8 years. Actually, maybe longer than that, maybe like 10, 12, 14 years. I wrote a long time ago.
Mhm.
Um, the thing is that I can look at a natural head of hair and see when it is healthy, not just in its natural state, but healthy. And to me, that's what, when I can see that it's healthy and taken care of and thriving, then I think it's kept. Um, if you, I think America has different standards though a little bit, like, because for example, y'all with all your edge laying and stuff like that, like we don't have that obsession
Yeah.
with every hair
Edges
gotta
and
be
stuff.
laid and
Yeah,
yeah,
you gotta lay them
right.
edges, girl. You gotta lay them.
You gotta lay them. And I'm like, that was something I was always very fascinated by because we just didn't have that obsession here. We didn't really have that talent or that technique here as much. And even when we were trying to do it, we're not as good because it's not a thing here. It's not a thing that you are like shamed for filth because your little kitchen is out or whatever, right? Like that's just how your hair grows. Like it is what it is. Come, girl,
Yeah.
let me get you a brush and I'll brush that up for you a little. But I mean, like, so I think that standards are slightly different. And at the same time, though, it's all rolling back to the same foolishness, right? Like it's all has the same roots in the same place, telling us that our hair is not good enough, it's not professional enough, it's not this enough, it's not that enough, because the closer to white you are, the closer to right you are, and our hair
No,
is the furthest away from that, right? So,
right. They do say that, but what I'm talking about is just keeping it washed, cleansed, brushed. Like it doesn't have to look perfect, but don't just wake up out of bed and go about your business. I don't think any nationality does that. White people even take the brush it back in a ponytail. Asian, it doesn't matter. People
mm-hmm,
brush their hair in the morning. But with some of our sisters, they'll wake up in the morning and then they'll go to work. Like, oh, my hair is natural. They don't even pick it. If they have an afro, they don't even run the pick through it or nothing. That's unkempt. That's different. You know,
well,
everybody brushes their hair in the morning.
I have a subject. This is something that actually came up. I mean, it's come up a few times in society lately, but I know it came up again recently. This discussion about, let's be real, white folks, right, and their self-maintenance habits, specifically with their belief systems about washing themselves, washing their hair,
Mhm.
and brushing or combing their hair. And so I guess it started with these two girls on TikTok, and I don't know if they have a podcast or something. That's where this came from. It kind of looks like a podcast setup. And anyway, like they're the ones who really started it by saying like, why do I have to even wash my hands after I use the washroom? Like I'm not touching anything, right? And then
Ew.
yeah, and then the other chick said, yeah, and like if a dude feels like he has to wash his hands after he goes to the bathroom, then he's got a dirty D. Um, and then yeah, so it kind of, the ball got rolling from there, and then they were talking about all these things, like a lot of people, like Ice-T's wife, for example, like she don't use soap on her body, right? She just
Mhm.
takes showers very infrequently, like like once a week or something, and
I
just lets
remember
water
that.
run down her and stuff. And you know,
Right.
um, a lot of white women feel like in nature the natural thing to do was to run your fingers through your hair, not to use a comb or a brush. Therefore, they just don't do it, amongst other things. So I disagree with your statement that it's our sisters that don't comb their hair, because if anything, honestly, like if you don't comb, especially type 4 and type 3 B and C hair, if you don't comb
It
it, it
match
will just lock. It'll lock. Like there's no way they're not
up.
combing the hair, because they can't not comb it. It will lock
Well,
100%.
that's what I'm saying, though, Ruby. I'm saying the people who don't comb it and mats up, it looks bad. I'm not talking about the ones who do, and it just looks like a big puff. That's still beautiful to me. Put some sheen on it or whatever and go. You know what I'm saying? That's still beautiful. I'm talking about our sisters who don't do that at all, and then they walk out the house with lint all in their hair, and it's matted up, and it's a difference. There's a big difference.
There is a big difference. I will say though, I don't think that it's that those girls in particular are not combing their hair. Actually, one of my best friends, she actually balled off her kid's head really early, and I was really mad at her for that. He's like 2. But the thing is, it's because of his hair type. It's just super, super resistant to allowing moisture, or really anything of any productivity in, to manipulate it anyway. So you're gonna brush it, and literally 5 minutes later, like you just comb through it, it's an inch long, and 5 minutes later, it will look like trash, like you haven't touched it in 3 months. And her hair was like that as well. And so, that was her struggle. Her struggle, she has a super, super, super resistant hair that just doesn't want to cooperate. I'm going to be real. It just doesn't want to cooperate. And the problem is that, in America, y'all have a little bit more access to products than we did, especially, not that little long ago. But
Mm-hmm.
it's still very difficult when most products are made for the average Black woman, and the average Black woman has type 4 hair and or type 3 hair, and they are low porosity or normal porosity. That is the average. So most products in general, especially affordable ones, are made for low porosity hair. If you have high porosity hair, for example, those products are going to do the exact opposite of good for your hair. But a lot of people don't have the knowledge or the information. Like when I found out my hair was high porosity, when I found when I found out these things, and suddenly I could make my hair just be agreeable, like I remember actually crying tears. I was in my 30s and I cried tears. So I'm just like,
Oh,
how many products I have used. And as soon as I would leave my hair out, period, for let's say a day, it would start breaking off massively. And I would panic and I'd go put the weave back in it, right? Or go do something to protect it because I didn't want it to break off. But I'm like, it's breaking off right away, right? Well, now I know my hair is high porosity. I have to do something to not just put the moisture in, but then to lock it in and to close my cuticles again. No, I did not have this information ever in my whole
right.
life, right?
I
So I
don't think
think
a lot
that's the
of us
problem.
young Black women did. We
Mm-hmm.
were young growing up. No one told us how to take care of our natural hair. And that's why people think, oh, Black women's hair don't grow and this and that. It does grow. We just didn't have the proper care for our
Yes.
hair. Because I know
Yep.
Black women whose hair is down to their butts, past their butts, you know?
Facts. That's why I like what's her name? Nappy headed jojoba. She was the first person I ever saw on YouTube that had my hair type, right? Type 4C hair. She thought it was 4Z at one point, whatever. And her hair was clear down to her butt. And I was like, what? I
Right.
loved her. She had a hair channel. Now she actually does commentary, but remember at the time she had a hair channel, and I had just found the natural hair movement, and I was just like addicted to her channel because I had only heard about terminal length, right? And Black girls' hair, terminal length is basically shoulder length, right? And I didn't
Hmm.
want shoulder length hair. My hair was always longer than that, but like I said, it would break off so easily, right? So,
Hmm.
to find, and it was Black American women really that started this for the rest of the world. I'm not even gonna lie. So
Hmm.
there's a lot of dysfunction in Black America. I'm not gonna say there's not, but I think the reason why I'm giving the pushback is because without Black Americans, that the women who do know, women like from Black Canada and Black Jamaica and whatever would be so much further behind, because
Exactly.
that's where we got it from. So I'm like, it's like I get it. I get where the failures come in and stuff because I'm like, yo, that's where we were until very recently. And most of us only changed that because of Black American women, right? So
Mm,
I guess I have to give that pushback. So I'm like, Black American women changed the game for me.
right.
Can't even lie. Can't
Exactly.
even lie. Hmm.
Right. But real quick, I'm going to read this super chat. Thank you, RBR Network for Women,
Hey,
for the
Uncle
$5 super
RBR. What's
chat.
up? Okay.
So he says a sister's hair can be another accessory, like a scarf or a hat or shoes, etc. Just respect your culture. Thanks for that, RBR. I really appreciate it. And I
Yes.
also wanted to Jay, I just wanted to say this to Jay. He said, I still don't understand how it's not considered cultural appropriation for a black woman to wear blonde wigs and blue colored contacts, but it is when a white woman wear braids. Okay, so I already said that I agree with you 100%, Jay.
Hmm.
I don't know how it's considered cultural, appropriation either, but Ruby had a different stance on it. So
Yep.
can you talk to Jay for me?
Yes, I will. And I'm gonna address something. I think it was Mr. Know It All who also brought this up. And you're absolutely correct because there is an element and component of cultural appropriation. This is a more, to me, a more important part is when they take things that already exist, like shiny bumps, right? Or I don't even know what y'all call it. We call them shiny bumps, but they're like, those. What do you, what are they called?
Wait,
I
what
know
is it,
there's a
Ruby?
shiny bumps. Chinese bumps. I know I don't hear Americans call them Chinese bumps. Y'all call them something else.
What is it
But
though? Describe it. Maybe I
it's
can.
okay. You would part your hair into like little parts. It's like the black girl from Matrix, and then you would like wrap it into like little, like you would wrap it
Little
around itself.
buns.
Yeah, like right, but like not buns because they hold themselves, and then you have them like all over your head. And that's why
Okay.
I said it's like the black girl like from Matrix. I know y'all call it something else. We call them Chinese bumps. Um, but or cornrows or extensions or whatever, and then they turn around and they take something they know we invented, right, that we use in our culture that have existed for centuries, and they rename it into mini buns or into boxer braids, right? And then all of a
I hate
sudden
that
now,
too.
right, and now they're being lauded for inventing this beautiful thing. Or like when that white chick started selling silk bonnets for $100 something because it's so great for your hair, and you're like, wait, hold on, but black women were just, not only did black women been wearing silk bonnets since forever, right, but black women have been being shamed for wearing those silk bonnets, and now you are
Right.
selling them. Oh, it's stylish and whatever, you can even wear it out and whatever, it's only $125, right, for the
And they
same thing
call
you
it
buy.
something else. They don't call it
Yep.
bonnets.
Right. Do you see what I'm saying? So I'm like, that is a major component to cultural appropriation. I would say that is the most important part. But when we're just talking about from a purely putting this hairstyle in your head thing, okay? So the first thing being, right, is that if you have your hair in a natural way and you're black, right, then there's a bunch of things that like actual things that you do to style your hair and to protect it and whatever, right, including braids, cornrows, stuff like that, right.
Hmm.
And so when you hear of white women or of women of other cultures and races, first of all, who want to partake in these things, a lot of time it does hurt their scalp, damage their hair and whatever, because their hair isn't really made to be strong, given that they've done the cornrows or whatever. It's not. So it's not even really great for them either. But a lot of times they're just doing it for fun for a minute, and then they have a job interview, they got to go to work, and so they take it out because it's not professional for their job interview. And so that is perpetuating a stereotype that already exists against Black women, who these are styles that we do with the hair that just naturally grows out of our head because it's what's best for our natural hair. Because our natural hair, when it grows out of our head, unlike type 1 hair, doesn't just like, oh well, you just walk around, and no, you got to protect it, you got to braid that, you got to keep it organized, you got to really work to keep the moisture in, and so on and so forth, right?
Hmm.
So when they are visiting our hairstyles, and then when it's fun, and then taking it out and calling it unprofessional, right? Now they're going to go to work with their professional style, but when they're just being fun or they want to be gangsta for a moment, then they visit the boxer braids, right? That
Oh
is
yeah.
a major issue, right? And
Hmm.
the difference, why is that so different? It's different because if you are in the minority demographic in America, and America is a melting pot, which it is. America says, come to this country and be like the majority. We don't want, like, I live in Canada where it's a multicultural society. Everyone's supposed to come here and actively participate and celebrate their own culture. Do not meld and become one. Be yourselves and celebrate that. And we're all going to celebrate all of the rich ethnic diversity. But that's not what America is. America is a melting pot. America says, come here and be us. The only thing that is acceptable is being us. The only thing that's right is being us, right? And so if you want to be professional, if you want to be respected, if you want to be this, if you want to be that, then you have to conform to the majority demographic, right? So if that is the society that you're living in, where they're saying you have to conform to be acceptable, then conforming to try to be acceptable is not cultural appropriation, because the culture in question is saying you have to conform to us. That is the only thing that
But
we're going to accept. We won't accept less than that.
I understand that, but he was saying why is it okay for black women to wear blonde wigs and blue colored contacts? We don't have to do that to fit in. So why isn't that cultural appropriation? I think that's
But
what
that
he's
that
asking.
that's the whole point though, Melody, right? Is conforming to the majority is doing what? Before, the major way that we could try to conform, right, to make our hair not offensive, right, is to straighten it with that lye relaxer that will burn through your scalp and so on and so forth, right? Um, but
But why
now,
blonde? Why blonde though? And why the blue contacts?
again, blonde hair, blue eyes. This is the problem. When you say conform to us, and the closer you get to complete confirmation, the closer to right you are. If that is the message, which is the message in a society that is a melting pot, right? Then you are going to have people who are going to conform to such an extreme that they are literally trying to erase all remnants of any ways that they don't conform, because they have bought into the message that the majority demographic, these white people with blonde hair and blue eyes, they are the rightest, they are the best, they do have more fun, blah blah blah, and that's the only way I can be beautiful, it's the only way I can be accepted, it's the only way I can be, right? And so
Mhm.
that is the difference. There's a difference between that, right, and being the minority demographic somewhere, and just having your own hairstyles that have existed for tens of thousands of years and whatever, and you're engaging in them because that's what your natural hair really needs and thrives with, right? And you are banned from schools and lose jobs and so on and so forth for these natural hairstyles, right? That you actually just need, just like, this is you keeping your hair up. This is you making sure your hair stays organized, stays looking clean and professional and styled and whatever, right? But then, and we still unfortunately see the struggle to this day of people who are losing jobs or getting suspended or kicked out of schools or whatever for just doing these really basic, simple, natural things to their hair, right? They would rather a little kid, I'm not even kidding, they would rather a kid show up to school in a weave. They'd rather a little black girl show up to school in a weave than show up to school with locks in her hair, or show up to school with her hair in braids. And this is literally happening, right? And so when that is the case, when that is the dynamic that you really have, where your hairstyles, the things that go naturally with your head, your hair just growing naturally out of your head is not acceptable, right? But you taking this fake plastic hair or whatever, hair from some little Indian kid or whatever, and sewing it into your head to conform to, the majority straight haired people, and that's acceptable, right? That, again, that is not you appropriating a culture, because the culture, you're not appropriating it, you're not trying to take it and rename it and benefit it for yourself, even though it doesn't benefit the majority demographic. No, the majority demographic is saying, come be us, be like us. We're not going to accept anything less than you being like us.
Right.
So they made up that rule. They said you have to be like them. That's very
Mhm.
different.
Yeah, it's a little different. Mr. Bobby Wright said black men have 4C hair and tend not to have these issues like women, like the women do. Why do you think that
Disagree.
is, Ruby?
I
Why
actually
men
disagree.
don't have the problem? Oh, do you think men also have the problem?
Absolutely. Especially black men who have long hair and either have locks or are, in the type fours. And so they keep their hair braided and whatever.
Hmm.
Absolutely have. I mean, it just went viral on TikTok the other week. It was like a week or two ago or whatever. Same thing happened where they were basically trying to force this guy to cut off his locks and trying to pretend that it was part of the workers' code of conduct, trying to pretend that it was in the dress code. They were trying to pretend, and they're trying to force him to cut off his locks. So, I mean, at the end of the day, and this is the problem, and it happens. And then once that went viral, it was black man after black man after black man responding and saying, "Let me tell y'all when it happened to me. Let me tell you when it happened to me. Actually, guys, this is exactly when I got out of corporate America. Actually, guys, this is exactly when I decided I was going to own my own business because I was not going to conform to that, because I didn't find it acceptable that I had to cut off my so-called offensive black afro, but the man who had his hair 3 times longer than mine, but because it grew down instead of out, his hair was acceptable." And whatever. And I'm like, you do actually hear it all the time. Unfortunately, it is a major problem. You hear it with teenage boys, as far as them
Hmm.
being in certain sports and whatever, where white teenage boys, they can grow their hair a little long, but the black teenage boys, they say, no, no, you got to bald it off. Sorry,
Hmm.
the helmet's not going to fit you right. It doesn't look
Right.
professional when we're on team outings. Da 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 da. So you hear it, you do absolutely hear it, and they definitely do. It's just a lot of black boys, um, go for these, the low fade kind of cuts and whatever. Or
Hmm.
honestly, unfortunately, a lot of them, as soon as they get that kind of pushback, they say, I wasn't really married to the long hair anyway, I'll just cut it off.
Right.
So you know what I mean? And for men having short hair, for some men, I'll say for most men, having longer hair isn't necessarily like the be all end all like it is for women. This is our crown, the length of the hair, whatever is really important to our beauty. And for men, it's not
Right.
quite as much so, but I'm like, you definitely hear it still all the time. Definitely.
Yeah, but you just hear more with women. Exactly, Ruby. I do
Hmm.
agree with that. Mr. Know-it-all said you can argue that black women wearing French braids is also cultural appropriation. Same with pigtails. What's your view on that?
I don't agree with pigtails, but I do actually agree with French braids. In fact, I said it. I said, listen, there's French braids, there's Dutch braids. You know how many different kinds of braids there are in the world? Listen, if you wait, it's not like you have no choice. Either you do cornrows or you ain't got none, right? Y'all have braids from all different. And the thing is, the great thing about those braids is they were made with your hair type in mind, with what works best for your hair. So like with Dutch braids, for example, they do this thing where they're doing the braid, but then they're loosening it in a way so that way there's not as much tension both on the scalp and on the hair. So it's actually better for their hair to do a Dutch braid than it would be for them to do a cornrow, right? So
Right. Wait, the
actually,
Dutch braids,
I
real quick.
agree.
The Dutch braids are the under braids, right?
A Dutch braid is kind of like a French braid, honestly, except uh, from what I see, I don't know because I don't do any of these braids. I looked at them, like I watch people do them, and I've watched people talk about this. But it's like a French braid, only you could have multiple of them, and they do this thing where they pull it loose. Like it's like a French braid, but they pull it slightly looser. That's the best way. I don't really know. I've never had one in my own hair or done one to know. I'm just
Right.
saying from what people who actually do these things explain, hairdressers who do these things explain. That's what they said. This is much better for that particular hair type. That's why they invented and perfected it for this hair type. So I think they should use that hair, those things instead. And yeah, I do think that it would be cultural appropriation if we then wanted to go and take those away from the Dutch folk and from the French. Let them do their braids. We have ours. That's what I think.
Right now, let me say this. I saw on Instagram white people saying, "Hey, I'm tired of black people saying we stole braids." It's not true because the Vikings had braids. So why is it a problem when we wear it? What is your take on that?
I think that people are severely misinformed. Actually, I know people are severely misinformed from just a historical perspective. Um, People are severely misinformed, first of all. Second of all, to have a single or individualized pieces of hair that have matted up or that you put together and put some type of ornamentation on or whatever is not the same thing as having your entire head in braids, which is the best way to keep your hair moisturized and this and that. It's not for their hair. And so it's literally just factually incorrect. It's just, and actually, I can't remember exactly, but someone actually pointed out where this information and where this argument first surfaced from, and it's ridiculous because it's from like some movie or TV show that has no basis in reality. So,
Right.
yeah, I just
Wow.
had to point that out. Sorry. Sorry,
Listen,
guys. I'm sorry. Sorry.
I'm gonna drop the link, and if you guys have anything to say about this topic, come on up and talk about it. If
Mm-hmm.
not, you can give your own topic because this is an open panel. So let me drop
Yeah,
it.
that's true. That's true. I mean, while we're dropping it, drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. I have a question because I know you mentioned it briefly to me while we're waiting for y'all to come up, and I'm not trying to change the subject, but I can't stop thinking about it. So with the Tia and her husband, isn't it terrible? What's his name? The husband,
I
Tia
think
Tia's.
Corey or something like that.
Okay,
I
with
forgot.
him,
Mm-hmm.
did the actual reason, like the real dirty reason that they actually divorced, did that actually come out yet, or is it still like nobody knows? It's just irreconcilable differences. The end.
Nobody knows yet, but they were
Oh.
together for 14 years,
Hmm.
right?
Mhm.
And she's 44. I don't know how old he is. Do you think they should have stuck it out and made it work?
Um, you know what? I don't know why they broke up exactly. Um, so it's hard to say. That's a problem, right? It's so
Mhm.
easy to sit out from the outside and say, well, maybe you should have worked harder. Maybe you should have went to counseling. What about the kids? Whatever, right? But the truth is, we don't
Mhm.
actually know what was happening inside of that relationship, right? We
Mhm.
don't know all of, I mean, we have no idea. We know that he was slightly surprised that she released the information that they were breaking up or that they did break up, which suggests they might have broken up multiple times before, um, in some way, shape, or form. But, he was able to kind of earn his way back into her good graces or whatever.
Mhm.
And this time she was like, no, I told you one more time and I'm done, and that one more time came and she was done. But what was the one more time of? What was? I don't know. Uh,
Right. We don't know how severe
we
it
don't know.
was exactly.
Right. We have
But
no
how?
idea. So it's hard to judge.
Right.
I mean, I don't want to be terrible about it. It's hard to judge on both sides because it seems like, just from what I read, right? I don't know, but it seems
Mhm.
like he was quite happy with his wife and his family, and he didn't want to lose it, and she was the initiator and walking away and whatever. So we don't know. So I don't want to judge yet. Let's put it that
That's
way.
true. We just can't say. But
Yeah.
when it does come out, we got to be the first to cover it. So.
Oh, of course. Yes, definitely. Are you serious? Tia and Tamara were the first ones. I was like, look, guys, look, there's a me on TV. So yeah, no,
Right.
absolutely. Yep.
I love T and Tamara.
Right?
But
Besides that little girl from Michelle's best friend, the little black girl who was Michelle's best friend in Full House. Besides her, Tia and
oh
Tamara was it
yeah,
for me. Hmm.
yep, definitely. But we have RBR up here. Hi, RBR.
Hey, Uncle
Oh, good,
RBR.
good, good. Oh, you were talking
Hey.
about Tia and Tamara? Is that who you were
Yeah,
talking about?
Mhm.
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
I used to go to church. My sister, little sister's really into the church, and we used to go to church in Van Nuys, California, and they were faithful every Sunday. They'd be there. All right. So
Oh,
Mm.
really?
sorry to hear that they broke up, or that the Tia broke up with the
The
gentleman.
husband, yeah. Hmm.
She's
Mhm.
getting a swirl on, I guess. She was getting her swirl on. But actually, it's questionable because obviously their father's black. Though that's sad to hear. Sad to hear.
Hmm.
Yeah, no, I like this topic. I think you guys covered it pretty good. I think the point is, though, in when you talk about first or who owns what culture and stuff like that, two things.
Mhm.
One, whoever came first, and that would be the Africans, um,
Mhm.
then they would be the purveyors of culture and civilization, education, science, and all that. And anybody that comes 4 million, 3 million years later, they wouldn't be. So they haven't invented anything before civilization. So civilization allowed for all of these inventions, trial and error, allowed for us to determine what was best way to care for our hair and our body types and all that and all that. So if Africans created civilization, then anything that civilization spawned is a result of the Africans. So we shouldn't feel bad about French braids or pigtails or anything because without Africans creating the civilization, none of that would be here. Phenotypes, all that comes from Africa. Second
Good
issue,
point.
second
Mhm.
issue, very important. Did you see that the guy that was shot at the McDonald's was a Dante West type brother? And I remember the cringing when G. Lowry, right, was saying, well, they don't kill light skinned brothers like me. See, they don't kill brothers like me and Dante West and the brother at the McDonald's that they just shot. Very, very dangerous. Why? White people don't see us as light skinned or dark skinned or mulatto or mixed. They see us as black.
Mhm.
And so
Yep.
what we're seeing now in our society is what's playing out. Um, very, very, very um, dangerous. I had a discussion with Al. I don't know if you guys know Al, the Al Show, and he likes to talk about the golden people and their uh, golden race, a race of part-time high yellow heifers. No, I'm just but they're pushing their own race, right? And I was telling him that that's going to be impossible. All right, we have pockets in the world where there are no dark-skinned black people, but it's not that dark-skinned black people went extinct. It's that dark-skinned black people, 1.3 billion of which are in Africa. They're in the continent of Africa. The other 400 million or so are spread out all over the world. So this notion that you can effectively get rid of all the dark-skinned black people and then create a new race of Negroes for white people to kill, that's not only dangerous, that's just stupid. So I think that that's something that we might have to consider talking about, is that we need to embrace the totality of our race. And Ruby brought up a very good point earlier. She said American culture helped her with her hair, not Jessica X over there in Britain. All right. You know what I'm saying? So yes, I have been talking about recently this assault on African American culture. That's what this passport brother nonsense is about. That's what this go find another chocolate slimmy in Africa or stuff like that. No, they want to negate African American culture, and we can't do that. Why? We have to consider the fact that the people who created the African civilization that were brought to Europe and North America to create African civilizations over here might have been the best and the brightest. I've always, since a kid, wondered what would happen if the Michael Jordans and the Martin Luther Kings and the Barack Obamas and the Hank Aarons and all the Muhammad Alis, what if they were never brought to North America? What if the best and brightest black people in the world, the Michael Jacksons and so forth, what if they never left Africa? Africa would be incredible. So they went all over the world and they created nice cultures all over the world, had success all over the world. But yeah, don't fool yourself that the slaves built the European civilization and the North American civilization, because they weren't slaves. Who were they? They were inventors, they were architects, they were artisans, they created political philosophies, they created the first universities, they were scientists. The aliens didn't invent them, create them pyramids. Black people did. So I think we should consider that when we start calling ourselves slaves and thinking we're second-class citizens and stuff.
Well, and I agree with you. I'm going to give you a tiny bit of pushback, though, and say this. The problem, if like, let's say all of the, the most talented, best and brightest Black folk, including a lot that never ever hit the spotlight, that are amazing business entrepreneurs, inventors, whatever, creators in other ways that we just never hear of, that are multimillionaires or even billionaires, whatever, right? And let's say they had never left Africa. The problem is that we're all in the trick bag anyway. The trick bag itself has nothing to do with the fact that some of that African talent has been growing in America, right? It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the lie we are told that these things are not as good, right? Like the white man's ice is colder, the white man's grass is greener. Somehow or another, the white man's talents are better, the white man's strengths are stronger, right? And so that trick bag could exist regardless. And I think that that is a problem we need to be able to, as a community, stop and evaluate that, these other people over there, they're criticizing us and putting us down for every little thing that is inherent to us as Black people. But an interesting point, right? And a very interesting point, when they do intelligence testing, for example, and they ask any question that has to do with movement at all, white people almost inherently fail all those questions, and Black people almost inherently pass every single one of them, right? Even if you've never heard of the words before, even if you don't really know, you didn't study, it is inherent. We have this intelligence to us. Same thing actually that has to do with rhythm in general, right? But they know that they're not great at that, so they don't put the emphasis on those things. In fact, if anything, they kind of downplay it. Oh, that's just for the idiots. That's lowbrow stuff over here, and we buy the bullshit instead of
Mhm.
recognizing, oh no no no, these are fundamental strengths as humans, as beings, right? These are fundamental to every aspect of life, right? And so I think that they would just, even if they had never came try to steal our people and try to steal our talent, try to steal all of these things, right? They would have still tried to put us in the same trick bag and just lied to us and try to uplift stuff that is kind of like mediocre as being the top of the top, and would downplay all of these things that are greatness in us that they're not good at. They would still just downplay them anyway. So I don't think that that would change much.
Well, that's a very good observation. What I also say is, when we built the African civilizations in Africa, we didn't necessarily have a choice, because one of the things that Africans found, and that's why we had the first exodus outside of Africa. All right. We found that without civilization, without education, and without morality, which they used religion to teach morality, civilizations don't survive. So it wasn't a matter of, well, if you don't pay us to build these African civilizations, we ain't building shit. Well, yeah, if the bridge is blown up, right, between Crimea and Russia, and you don't build the bridge, okay, pretty soon your food's gonna run out. Shit, you're gonna run out of water. You're gonna run out of resources. You're gonna need that goddamn bridge. So if you don't build the bridge, if you don't build civilization, if you don't build educational institutions, if you don't build religious institutions to teach morality, you ain't gonna be here long anyway. So I think that when we talk about that, we talk about somebody got to build the civilization. And it probably should be somebody that knows how to build this African civilization, because they built one before, or two or three. So I think that that's one of the reasons why we have a society. It wasn't like you're going to get credit. We don't get credit for what we do. You guys don't get credit for what you do. But why do you do it? Because we can't survive if we don't. You know what I'm saying? We have to. Somebody got to.
Okay.
Yeah, somebody got to fix it. Somebody got to make it work. We can't just do what the Republicans want, which is they get in power, take their guns, get rid of the government, and just kill everybody they don't like, kill everybody who doesn't agree with. That ain't gonna work. So I think that we're doing the best that we're doing what we should do, even though you're right. A lot of us are not gonna ever get credit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I agree with that. I agree with that. Young East, what is up, good
Hi,
sir?
Young
Thank you for
E.
coming up.
What's up?
What's going on?
I'm good. um, I agree with Ruby though. I agree with you on the cultural appropriation thing.
Really?
I agree. Yeah, I agree with it. I agree with it because I know we always disagree on everything,
Yeah.
but I agree with this one.
Okay.
So what
Thank
is
you.
it that
uh,
what is it that you agree with exactly?
I agree with her general point. Like in order to get hired, sometimes you gotta conform, especially black
Hmm.
women, because black women choose to work more corporate, so they have to have a certain look. Um,
Hmm.
a lot of black men do blue collar stuff, so we don't necessarily have to change our hair. Like you're probably gonna wear a helmet or some type of hat anyway. But if you work in corporate, even as a black man, you can't really wear afro. You're not gonna get away with it. You could you I'd be surprised if you could wear braids without hearing it from HR or fucking your boss or something like that. So I agree with that
Well,
point.
I think we all
I
agree
agree
with
that
that.
okay, let me keep going. I agree that uh that since black people are the minority, they're more pressure to conform to the majority. Um, white people when they wear braids, they're just doing it as just like some look or some trend, or it's play
Mhm.
with them. But for black people, it's more survival. So I agree with that point, and I
Yeah,
Mhm.
think that was her point.
but no,
Mhm.
but yeah, that was Yeah, we both agree with that. But the thing that I didn't agree, I was asking her, so you don't think it's cultural appropriation for a black woman to wear platinum blonde weave all the way down to her feet and blue contacts? And then she
No,
said no.
because no, because she can't wear that to work. Like like you can't wear it to work. Period. Like a black woman can't show up with platinum blonde weave all the way to work. Like so, it's not cultural appropriation. You feel me? Like that's why I said like a black woman can't. A white person could wear their natural hair a lot faster at the workplace than a black person. You understand what I'm
Oh,
saying?
agreed.
So
Yeah.
so you're saying platinum weave because it's not the black. It doesn't grow out the black person's head. But white people wear fucking braids just to go out somewhere. You
And
feel me? They
that's
just wear it.
appropriation too. That's what my point was.
So you're
It's
saying both are appropriating.
correct. I'm saying that white women appropriate black women when they wear the braids and the dreads and stuff, and black people appropriate when they're wearing the blue contacts and the braid, the white pin straight hair, the blonde pin straight hair and all that. That's appropriation too. You trying to look like them just like they trying to look like us. But I do agree that more people appropriate us, like with our music, with our style, everything. I do agree with that. But what I'm saying is black people also cultural appropriate.
Right.
That was
Okay,
my
And when
let me
you
point.
ask
say
you a
black
question. I have a
people,
question.
oh, hold on, one more thing. When you say black people, you only mean black women. Black men don't copy shit from the white man unless you're coon,
So yeah,
Kanye.
Well, I
I'm
mean,
talking
Rodman
about
was very blonde. I'm just gonna say that.
right,
But
right,
But
but
he's queer though.
right.
He don't count as a black man. He don't count as a
Oh,
black
he
man.
don't. He
I'm,
he was
don't.
queer, but
he
he was
don't.
straight. He was queer, but he was
I don't want
straight.
to
Just
hear
like
that.
Prince was queer,
You
but he
can't
was
be both.
straight.
As a man, you can't be both. As a man, you
No,
can't be
but
both.
by
Only
queer
girls
I
can be
mean
bi.
he's
On,
strange. I mean, I didn't say bi. He's
only.
strange. He's
Oh,
like he
oh,
was straight.
oh,
Yeah, he was just a weird
oh.
guy, but he
Okay.
was straight. He liked women. He only dated women. He was married to women. He was just a very odd dude, right? Just like some of these
That we
dudes,
know
like
of.
Prince is just an odd dude. As far as we know, he's straight, right? Like it's not like he was perpetuating dating men and anything like that. He liked women. He was just he like also
That
liked
we
his
know of.
Gorgeous women, right,
that we
Ruby? He
know of.
was dating gorgeous women at that.
Right?
Nigga,
For
that
real.
So
probably
That's
was
what
just a
I'm saying.
beard. It
Andre
probably just a beard. It was a
3000.
cover up.
Nah, but
All
you know,
right,
some
and all
men
right,
just like style, man. Like, okay, for
I'm
real.
hood. I'm
I
hood.
know, and
All
I
right, we got you. All right, you gotta go into detail about that.
no,
What
I
was your
want to
other
hear.
point?
okay,
I
so
want to.
sorry, let me bring up my other point. So
Yeah.
because I want to ask a question, because here's the thing, right? A big element of cultural appropriation has to do with the fact that the people from where whatever this thing is, whether it's the hair or the dress or the food or whatever, that it's natural and within their culture, when they engage in that thing, they are criticized for it, or there's some type of consequence, a negativity to them engaging in this thing that is natural for them to do. But when others engage in the exact same thing, they don't receive that same flack or negative stereotypes, right? They don't lose. They
That's
don't lose.
true.
In fact, if anything, they
Bingo.
might win.
That's
And
true.
so,
Bingo.
if you're looking at it from the standpoint, then, right, going back to the black woman wearing blue contacts and blonde hair, in order for that to qualify as cultural appropriation, right, then it would have to mean that when the black woman does it, she gets all kinds of benefits and kudos, and it's cute when she does it. But when the woman who naturally has blonde hair and blue eyes, right, tries to show up and work with her hair, blonde hair, blue eyes, whatever, she is told that her hair is too bright. She needs to tone it down. She is
Oh,
told
I
she
get
better put in
you.
brown contacts, right? Like there's no
Hmm.
negativity for blonde hair, blue eyed white women or women with pin straight hair or whatever, just walking around in day-to-day life with what naturally grows out of their head or how their eyes naturally are, right? So
Hmm.
that's also why there's a difference, right?
Hmm.
And likewise, again, are we renaming? It's kind of like, I feel like it's hard to kind of do again with the majority society, though, especially in America,
Hmm.
because they demand it. Right? So let's try to use like another culture, for example, Asian cultures, right? So there's been a lot of cultural appropriation of Asian cultures and I mean, there was some stuff I didn't even see as like a problem. It was perfectly fine for us to steal everything in their culture. And I didn't see it as a theft or as a, an issue. You know, even though I saw it as an issue when people stole Black culture.
Did we
And
stole their whose culture did we steal?
well, like, okay, let's say kimonos, the Harajuku girls, which I had never heard of until Gwen Stefani decided to put it in her song.
Mm-hmm.
Red light district. I mean, no, but you know what I mean. No, seriously, because we just pick up aspects of Asian culture, the chopsticks we were putting in our hair
Oh,
for
I
style and
remember that
fashion,
in your hair.
Uh, uh, uh,
Yeah, I remember that.
right?
can I make a
Yeah.
Yeah.
can I make another point about that survival piece?
Okay.
A lot of black people still name their kids like white names. Now I know that those names was forced on black people in the past, but it's not forced on black people right now, and they still do it. You know why?
Wait,
Because
what's
they
a
know
white
it's hard.
name?
A
I'm
white
sorry.
name like Charles, like fucking John, like white people names.
No, those are
Black people still
American
name.
names. We're
No, no, no.
American.
Hold on, hold on. No, that's not true. Black
Okay.
people consciously name their kids these names so that it's easier to get a job. They do that shit to this day. It don't even have shit to do with like slavery. It's free will at this point because you know damn well you're gonna get judged based on your name. If you name your daughter Lakeisha, it's gonna be you gotta have a hard ass time going getting along than if you name your fucking daughter, I don't know, Cindy. You feel me? So that's another thing that's forced cultural appropriation if you want to put it like that. But
All right.
that's just another fact.
Can we
Hmm.
add something else to the mix?
Okay.
I've never used cultural appropriation. I'll accept it. What I use is cultural exploitation. And the reason that I use that is to the point that you guys are making, that if you can exploit hip hop culture and sell 1 billion albums and be Vanilla Ice and be Eminem, you can get paid if you exploit breakdancing, or in Bruce Lee's case, kung fu. If you exploit a culture, you can get paid, because Black American culture is like the world culture. So here's the point.
Nah.
Yeah, it is. You go to Japan, they're wearing Kobe jerseys. They're
And
buying
they break
lowriders.
dance and all
Some of
that.
them.
Some of them, shit. Look at the Caravan. When they moving north, all right. They got on Puma. They got on Jordans.
But they're not eating fried chicken though.
Well, see, there you go. So
They do eat fried
no, no,
chicken.
no.
They
What he
do
just
eat fried
said.
chicken.
No,
Yes,
Nah,
they do.
they not
Yes,
they
they
not
do.
no,
gorging
no,
on
no. What he said.
Popeyes and motherfucking
Okay, okay.
and,
Yes, they
and
do.
some type
We get
of
it.
gumbo
We
and
get it.
shit.
They got
We get it.
soul food. They
We
got
get it.
Jamaican food. They got
We
West
get it.
Indian food. I know people who live in
That's
Asia and they
that's a
absolutely do.
knockoff.
Yes, yes, they do.
That's a
No, no,
knockoff Jamaican
this
food.
shit
That's a
looks
knockoff oxtail.
no, no. It looks legit. I'm
Get
not
the
even
fuck out of
kidding
here.
because no, I'm not even
It
kidding
might
because
look
I was
legit.
talking. No, listen, I was talking to my friend behind the scenes, right? And he posted a picture. Him and his wife had gone. I'm like, yo, that really looks like ackee and saltfish, though. No, that really looks like I was actually surprised. He's like, no, it's because it's for real Jamaicans or for real Black people. Go down there and open a soul food restaurant, open these West Indian restaurants, whatever, and they're very popular. Because these cultures, Black culture is very popular down there. So yeah,
Absolutely.
no, absolutely, they do have the legit food down there.
So
You
if
don't
you
hear
don't,
about it.
No, they
so my
just eat it
point
like,
is,
like how we eat Chinese
okay,
food.
hold on,
We
brother,
don't.
hold on, brother.
It's just
Let's not
Chinese
miss.
fucking food. We
All
don't
right, no,
take
but
their
let's not miss the
culture.
point, brother, with
Oh,
these
we put
stereotypes of bad
chopsticks in
people
our
about
hair
Black
and wear
people.
kimonos. So
Right.
yes, we do.
So here's the problem. Here's the problem. If you don't exploit your culture, then Taylor Swift will. Okay. So if we as Black, Kim Kardashian will. If we don't exploit our culture, we can't be mad at Bo Derek or somebody else wearing braids and cornrows. Because if we
I
don't
wouldn't
exploit
call it
our culture,
exploitation.
why not? If you make money, that's called exploitation.
I
If
wouldn't
you
call it
make
that. That's a
money,
negative. That's a negative
no,
connotation. I
no,
wouldn't
no,
say
no.
that.
Mm.
Making money is not negative at all. If you don't
Yes,
exploit,
it is.
No, the word
Not all money is
exploitation
good
is
negative.
negative.
I didn't
I
say that.
agree with you,
I
Youngies.
said
I
Not
think
all money is good
the word
money.
okay,
exploitation.
all right. Well, when I first heard the concept from a mentor of mine gave me I didn't like the word either. But here's the word. Michael Jordan exploited the black culture around basketball and shoes. Now,
No, he did
my
not.
okay, so you don't like the word. You want cultural appropriation. Well, what the fuck? You can't make any money off
I
of
don't know what
blue
you're
eyes
talking about. I don't know what you're
here.
talking about.
Well, why don't you listen? Why don't you learn something?
No,
So what I'm
I'm
saying is
listening to
this.
you, but I'm not getting.
I
I'm not
know that I'm
gathering
not
shit
white, so
you're
you
saying.
don't want to hear what I'm saying. I get it. Now, here's what I'm
What?
saying. Yes, I'm not white. Surprise. Now, here's what I'm
What the
saying.
fuck that got to?
Well, what does that have to do with making money and being successful?
Shout out to
Everything.
RBR.
So what I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is this. We are black. If we don't make money, exploitation, capitalize on the fact that we're black and Brad Pitt and Kim Kardashian aren't, then we can capitalize on our culture and nobody's going to be mad at us. Now, yes, Michael Jordan wants people to think that Nike owns the Jordan brand. How come? Because if niggas knew that he owned it, they wouldn't buy it. Okay. Because he
But
black.
RBR, I think, and
That's
I'm going to
cap.
agree with. Hold on,
That's
I'm going
true.
to hold on. Hear me out. I'm going to agree with Youngies here that the word exploitation, I mean, it literally has a negative definition, right? Like the action or fact of treating someone unfairly in order to benefit from their work, right? The fact of making use of
Versus
a. Hold on. Hear me out, RBR,
yourself.
please.
Thank you.
Hold on. Hear me out. Or the fact of making use of a situation to gain unfair advantage for oneself. Now, I think that the correct word, and you used it earlier, right, is capitalize. I agree with your point you're making. I just don't agree with the use of exploitation because you do see Black people exploit other Black people, and it's not a good thing, right? But we should capitalize on our strengths. We should capitalize on our culture, right? We should capitalize on those things, but should we exploit our own for unfair and selfish gain at the
Well,
expense of our own? No.
right. Well, I think that
He
what
knew that. He was just being extra.
no,
He
no,
knew
no, no,
that.
no, 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 no. What she's saying is there's a difference between the point of exploiting white people that have blonde hair and blue eyes. There's a difference between one race exploiting another race. We all know about that. But is Michael Jordan exploiting Black culture by creating Black culture and selling Black culture to the tune of becoming a bit? Is Oprah really
No.
exploiting Black people in a negative way by giving Black people Black programming that has made her a billionaire? So what I'm saying is, if Ruby is giving us her knowledge, her education, her expertise based on the 4 million years of African DNA that she has flowing through her brains, is that really negative?
Fuck.
Is that negative?
Well, no. Here's what.
talking about?
Wait. I want to answer that because here's the thing. If I'm going to use that knowledge, right, to benefit at the expense of my own people, where
No,
I
see,
am in. Hold on. Wait, but that's what I'm saying. Then you don't mean the word exploit. That's what I'm saying. I think the word capitalize is correct. I think that we should definitely do what you're saying. I just don't think that the word exploit is correct because there's an unfair or undue advantage at the expense of others by using the word exploitation. That's what exploitation means.
Now,
and I don't think we should exploit our
own. What about the others? What others?
At the others. So if I, for example, if I am going to exploit my own people, right? So that's others, right? That are also Black.
No, I didn't say people. I said culture.
Oh,
so if you exploit, it's like Japanese anime.
Mm-hmm.
It's like kung fu movies. It's like the Godfather movies. It's like pizza. So what are they really? Stanley Tucci in Italy. What are they really exploiting? Their culture.
Well,
their culture. Yeah.
They're exploiting Godfather movies, pizza, kung fu.
Jewish. Yeah, Jews. The Jews love that.
Thank you. Now,
but there's a difference between exploiting, right, and capitalizing on a particular interest that you know that you can sell right now. There's a difference. There is a difference.
The definition up there of
it's pretty much fiction. So you're exploit. It's their fault. Jewish people will fall in love with fiction because of the exploitation. It's a fiction movie.
Well,
I can't
I'm
do
gonna
it for
agree
my
with you
phone.
because the problem that Jewish people did when they came to Hollywood is they didn't depict Jewish lifestyle. They depicted like Anglo, Leave It to Beaver, I Love Lucy. They depicted a white Anglo lifestyle, and I'm gonna say that that is traditional exploitation, where it's one ethnicity exploiting another ethnicity. And I think that I agree with Ruby. That's bad. But if you are taking advantage of the fact that you're black and your people are black, the people, your customers, your clients, you're
Mm,
saying it's okay. Your culture is okay. You could you could wear your hair any way you want to. You could speak any way you want to. You could eat anything
mm,
you want to because
mm,
we're all black and we're all in this together. I think that's what I'm talking about. I'm not
mm.
talking about exploiting them in a negative way. I'm talking about we're keeping other cultures from taking putting on black shoe polish and then taking our market away from us.
Right,
Mm.
and that's what
That
I say. I absolutely agree with your points. I just think that because exploitation, the majority of the definitions are really they have a lot of negative
Yeah, I
connotations
can
that
agree with
literally
that.
involve, doing this at the expense of others, right? I think that the best thing we could do, because I agree with the point you're making, right, is to use the word that you use when you're explaining it, which is capitalize. I think we should capitalize, and I agree with all of the points that you made. I just think the word exploitation is not the most accurate word given what you were saying. That's what I'm saying.
So
I think
real
capitalize
I
is a
wanna.
better word.
let's hold your thoughts. We'll get to you, Kenshawn. But
Mm.
first, we have a super chat. Dane C, thank you so much for the super chat. I think it's your turn, Ruby, to read it.
Oh, okay. Dane C, hey, what's up? I know it's been so long. Thank you so much. He said the dynamic duo, Melody and Ruby. Hey, with a heart and a strong arm. I'm very strong. Very
We
strong.
appreciate that. Thank
Yes,
you.
thank you so much.
Thanks. And Kenshawn, it's your
What?
turn.
Hey, Kenshawn.
Hey,
Hey, first of all, I just want to say, I'm glad everyone's okay. I know we had this weather going on here in the south, this hurricane. So I hope everyone in Florida or near that area is safe.
how did
Um,
it go with you? Are you okay?
yeah, I'm in the Bahamas, so that blew past us. But
Okay, good.
Okay.
you know, I just wanna,
Okay.
let everyone know that, I think that well, first of all, I gotta make it to a movie night. Guys, first of all, subscribe to the channel,
Thank you.
and momentarily the link will be dropped for the Discord group so you can join the Thursday movie night. It'll
Mhm.
either be Pacific time, LA time, 6 o'clock, 4 o'clock, Melody.
Uh, I think Eastern time. I think he starts at 6, right?
Right. So
Or
that's LA time 3.
correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, join that. We look at things, movies in particular, from a red pill perspective, and it's enjoyable to have, everyone there with you. It's fun. But yeah, I'm just here to chill, man. I ain't really, one or two topics that I've been able to talk about it, and so I have like some solutions that I want to bring, especially like how RBR is here.
Mhm.
Um, so I have one or two solutions that I want to bring up and see how you guys feel about it.
Okay.
All right, go
All right.
ahead.
So the context is, um, men, we need to bite the bullet, and we need to provide and protect, and we need to actually have something to give our children and our future wives, right? So I think when we say culture and we want to separate ourselves from the damage that has happened to our black community by the influence of outside, um, and we could get into being pro black, being pan African, being blackety black, or we can just say, hey, I will deal with any culture or any person once they have a good character. So that's the context. I just think we need to now see that there's been over 50 bills that's been sent to Congress, I understand. And this has been studied for straight men, straight couples, straight black men, and they have not passed. They have not been passed. And this is for last 30 years. So that means that men are going to the tea parties, they're going to the lobbyists, they're actually getting bills petitioned and sent to Congress, but nothing is happening for the straight black men. So if we can't get lobbyists, I want to ask the panel, where do we go? Because lobbyists, you need money, you need, and I'm sure RBR knows more than this about me. You know, how do we even begin?
Well, we talked about that last week on the program. First of all, I've been to the Bahamas 4 times. Baby's going again this December. I'm cool, but I love the Bahamas. What part are you in?
So,
I'm in the capital, sometimes in Paradise Island, sometimes in Nassau, which is the main capital.
Yeah, that's where
But
we go, Nassau.
yeah,
mhm.
They got a
it's a
new port
beautiful.
there. They're building a new port. Uh,
Yeah,
I'm gonna love that port. That port's cool.
Do
You
you
don't have
take
yeah.
to.
cruises there, RBR? I
I
take
take what now?
cruises. Do you take cruises to Bahamas?
Absolutely, baby
Me
loves it.
too.
She fell
Yeah.
in love with it. Well, I first went there. We did the Baha Men video, Beach Baby. But the Baha Men did Who Let the Dogs Out? Oof, oof.
Nice,
Yeah.
nice.
So I did that video, but I kind of fell in love with the place too.
Mhm.
We from America to get off a plane and see a black country when everybody's black. The cab drivers are black, the police are black, the people in the airport are black. If the front desk at Paradise at the Atlantis Hotel is black, everybody black.
Mhm.
And I mean blue black, Lapita black. Well, yeah, that that is a sight for sore. My wife fell in love with the place. So no, we love the Bahamas. Now it was messed up. Now with the hurricane that sweep through there, and it did not touch Nassau. But
Yeah,
everybody thought that Bahamas was the Bahamas, and so there was like 4 people on the boat because everybody was, thought that the hurricane had wiped it out, but the hurricane it didn't touch it. Now COVID shut down the boardwalk. Is it still shut down?
nowhere open up.
Oh,
Like
good.
for about 8 months now. We've actually stopped wearing the mask.
All right.
So
See,
yeah,
they were
hmm
exploiting the hell out of their culture in the Bahamas. you guys, you guys
yeah,
get your
yeah.
exploit on, don't you?
Boy, I tell you what, everybody's hands is in the cookie jar these days.
Mhm.
No, I love some of it.
Yeah, but
But to your
mhm,
question, brother, here's what we have to do. Um, Lobbyists need to have politicians that they lobby. We can't pay a bunch of lobbyists to lobby Ted Cruz. He's a racist. He ain't gonna help black people.
right,
Now we do have a black caucus, and we don't need to pay no lobbyists to lobby the black caucus. Now Jason Black got scared of me and hung up on me yesterday because he was saying that Biden didn't do anything. He didn't want to meet with Ice Cube to talk about the Ku Klux Klan's platinum plan for the black people. Um, and I said, well, what proposal have you offered to Joe Biden or Barack Obama? Or the Black Caucus? What proposal have you presented to? Hey, we need this. The only proposal that they're talking about is getting reparations from the country that ended slavery
mm,
instead of the country that perpetrated slavery, which was Great Britain. Now,
right,
slavery started in North America in 1619. There was no America in 1619. America wasn't until 1776. And
mm,
slavery ended in 1865 when the North won the Civil War. So
right,
you can't get reparations for slavery from the country that ended slavery. You can only get it from the country that started slavery. So we can't get reparations from America. We have to get it from Great Britain. They have no interest in paying us. So if you don't sue the right people, you ain't getting shit. So we need politicians, not politicians that want to kill us, that want to give us the coronavirus, that want to end our democracy. We need politicians. We got them, not Herschel Walker, Okay. But we need politicians that want to serve in our best interest. And we can pressure them to do what we want, but we have to have a better plan than just talking about reparations from Russia when Russia didn't have shit to do with slavery. Okay.
So on that note, we understand that we can't just banish the rap or the hip hop. We have to actually go to Congress, we have to go to Senate, and we have to be serious about our business and the things that we want change. Because I'm telling you right now, the alphabet community has got over 98% of their bills passed in the last 10 years, and they're going to continue to get them passed.
Well,
Corporations are
well,
going to.
there's a reason. There's a reason for that, and the reason is that you can't
Meanwhile,
discriminate
we're
against
we're
people.
not getting ours passed. Is my
Well,
point.
no, no, don't say that. The civil rights bill, the voting rights bill, the
I mean, for
hate
black
crimes
men.
law. Well, see, there's no, you can't. That's illegal. We can't make a law for black men that they get to kill all the white men and that they get to have one
Not
black
the not
female
not a
slave.
law. Well, when I say bills, bills that would have, for instance, 1965 again,
Mhm.
women were supposed to get the chance to be equal and everything, but the corporate jobs were supposed to go to who? RBR. We never got that. The railroads, they could have did something for the railroads and the building of America. They never got that. Over $17 trillion from 1920 to up to now that did not go into the black possible male teachers' pockets, because once again, they made us most educated for steel mill and cotton picking. So like it's like over seven.
No,
This
no.
is why.
What I would like to see, if you want black people to work on the railroads, see, I might have a problem with that. If you want black people to work for a bunch of racist corporations who hate us because we're black, I might have a problem with that. The
Mhm.
reason that black people worked in those Ford motor factories was because the New Deal, which gave a safety net to white people, the GI Bill and welfare and food stamps,
Right,
those poverty programs did not include black people, black men or black women. So black
right,
men had to go to work in the factories. And when white people realized that black people were making the equivalent of $17 an hour and they were collecting welfare and food stamps, they said, wait a minute, something's wrong with this picture. Give us the jobs. Stop hiring these niggas. Give us the
right.
jobs and put the black women on welfare.
Yep. And
And
that
that's what,
was
and that's so be careful what you ask your politicians for. And that's
mhm.
what they did. So black men were out of those factory jobs. Now they're out of the home because the woman can't get her welfare and her food stamps that the niggas living there.
Right,
So what I think that we have to be cool on that. Now, as far as starting these businesses and getting these loans and getting the education, don't look down on the education. Don't look down on the healthcare. Obama got a lot of criticism. Why did he spend all of his political capital on healthcare and getting black people $7.3 trillion tax cuts and the Affordable Care Act? Why did he spend so much money on that? Because one, if you don't have your health, if you aren't alive and shit because you got the cancer and you can't get treatment, then it's a done done.
right,
So health was very important. Number two, if you're in poverty, if you're below the poverty line, you can't think about doing anything politically or anything because you're trying to figure out where your next meal is coming from. So I think that what he did, spend the capital on getting 94.3% of black people into the middle class and giving us a healthcare law that gave us a 50% discount on our healthcare. I think that was the most important thing. I don't I don't agree with politicians giving us jobs and doing what they did with Kanye West and giving him $54 million and then making him put the red MAGA hat on and the White Lives Matter shirt. I don't agree with that. Why?
mm,
If you have to join the Republican Party to pay off your student loan, I say I can't agree with that. Now you need your education, but at what expense?
right.
So, but still, if you could come up with a proposal that's workable, not just we're going to elect Donald Trump because he's going to lie to us that he's going to give us
With the Black
reparations.
Caucus, you mean?
It could be the Black Caucus, or you can go directly to Joe Biden or Kamala Harris or
Right.
whoever. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But it has to be a proposal that is not going to put us as second-class citizens, because white people will take that all day long. Black people are going to be the plumbers and the artisans and the chauffeurs and shit. The white people will sign up for that immediately, if not sooner. We can't do that.
Do you want to comment on that, Melody, or anyone
No,
else?
I was just listening.
No, you guys can comment on it. Do you think
Because
black people?
see, when we speak about black men starting to take a lead or moving our percentage from 0.09% wealth, like the moves you have to make is not obviously not beating up anyone or fighting down the white man. We have to be business minded and start making the moves that will qualify us to get the change of the bills. When you change the bills, now you get the advantages, or the red tape starts to lean in your way. Now that wealth goes from 0.9% to, let's say, 9%. And then now men across the board of this 93% new middle class have something for the women to fall under.
Okay.
But
Now,
even
what made
in about 30, 40 years.
but what made you? I know, but what made you think that generational wealth was more important than spending power? What do you think has more influence on the habits of the consumer and the politician and the lobbyist? What has more effect on them? The money that we save in the stock market or put in the mattress, or the money that's in our pockets, burning a hole in our pockets that we're waving around to who wants this money? Who wants this $1.6 trillion when niggas about to spend this year?
Right.
What gives us more power? The money we have in the stock market or in our mattress, or the money that we're waving? Who wants this fucking money? And what you're going to do to get it?
Exactly. The money we have in our pockets.
The spending power.
The spending power. Because, sad to say, man, but Super Tuesday and Cyber Monday are coming up, and then it's Thanksgiving. And our RBR just said it. $1.7 trillion will be spent on Tommy Hilfiger's Air Jordans and Nike and wigs and eyelashes, and cosmetics will take over that bunch of money. That'll have the highest percentage because women will want to look nice those 3 days, of course, and that's black people. So if we were just to keep 75% of that and say, look,
too much, brother, that's too much.
If we were to keep 70,
you sound like Dr. Claude Anderson and shit. No, if we keep all our money in the mattress, okay, the economy tanks. Why? Okay, you're going to open up an Exxon station, and who's going to come? Donald Trump going to fill up his tank? He's going to go to Burger King and get the burger? No. Look, if we don't spend that $1.6 trillion, the economy falters. The economy, a recession is jumping off.
So now, one thing that's been happening on YouTube,
5%. I say 5%.
Yeah, one thing that's been happening on YouTube is this silencing of authoritative speaking, especially when you're making sense and you're within the guidelines. So in order to have a grassroots RBR, we can't even begin that because YouTube will shadow ban you and you probably get your channel removed. So how do black men even start to grassroots? We got a grassroots on Twitter, and you'll be shadow banned on that. You got to try and grassroots on something else.
Not Twitter. Well, here's what we're going to have to do. The mistake that Google looks at it as a mistake. I don't. I think it was, thank God they did this. They signed a contract with every content creator that they would pay us 70% of the ad revenue that we make on Google. Then they changed it to 55%. They haven't paid us. But they messed up by making us sign that contract. How come? That's a legal binding contract. And we get 3 years back pay when we get them into court. So Twitter didn't sign no agreement with that with us, and neither did Facebook. So we have no agreement with them. If you go on Facebook, they can make $100 billion in ad sales off your shit, and you ain't got no recourse. We do have recourse here. Now, if you look at the channels that they're banning, what channels are they banning? Nyla, woke progressive, the conservative, Donald Trump, Kanye West, Why? Because now they've gone from just saying that they want to be in power or they're going to kill everybody to actually trying to do it on January 6th. They actually tried to overthrow the government on January 6th. So yes, if you are breaking the law on YouTube, then they have to take your channel down because obviously you can't break the law on YouTube. They'll shut them down. They'll shut YouTube down. So my channel was blocked for a week because I did a show entitled "Google is Not Your Friend. Stop letting them shape your content."
Yeah.
Now that was hate speech towards Google. Bullshit. No court on earth would say that. Why? Because it's true. You don't own our channels. You own the platform. You have no right to tell us what kind of content to do. Nyla and Kevin Samuels and Tasha K, they should not have been doing that content. Taz, you don't let the people that own the platform tell you what kind of content to do. So what I'm saying is learn the law, know the law, tell the truth. Eventually, this case will go into the courts. We have the Decency and Communications Act. 4 new amendments were signed into law by Joe Biden, executive order, House Bill 56. Right. House Bill 56 is the executive order that Biden signed. It's going through Congress. It will pass. How come? Because the conservatives think that they're being discriminated against. They're not. You can't break the law and kill Mike Pence and shit on YouTube. It's against the law. Right. So, no, I say tell the truth. Yes, they're going to shadow ban you. Yes, they're going to lie about how many people are watching you. Yes, they're going to lie about your subscriptions. Oh, man, who cares? All right. Once we get them in the court, same thing with the likes. They don't pay you for likes. They don't pay you for subscriptions. They don't pay you for views. What do they pay you for? They pay you when they put a fucking ad on your goddamn channel.
Right. Right. So you're saying in the macro, we have an advantage with the internet to have a better grassroots approach, because if the face-to-face galvanizing at a park, or setting up speakers and a mic to galvanize communities and get this voice to get to all 50 states to where you want eventually the change that you want. That's even if we get that cracking, we're going to see the fruits of it like 30, 40 years down the road.
Yeah, it takes too long. It takes too long. And you just forgot the alley. A lot of these niggas is in the alley and shit, and on the corner and shit, on the street corners and shit.
Right. So, and I think for me personally, real quick, I had my red pill. I went to school since. I went to more classes. I've read many books. And I just think like I don't have like I love black women. I ain't going to changing no other race, but I think I've come to a point now where I'm not going to be on panels even bringing up men or women, because it's the solutions that we now have to attack as businessmen, so we can have equity by value of just being us, and then we can have the spending power like you're talking about, how to set up the system. And it's $4 trillion moving through black banks. We have to get more people who want to bank with us, who want to loan with us, those sorts of things. And so the solutions, I think, is
that too. Now you have the African countries that take the loans from China and can't pay off the loan, and so now they think that it's colonization because they want their money back, and now they got to wear the MAGA hat and shit and put on the White Lives Matter shirt. So we got to be cool on the loans, all right? But if we can get more of that $1.6 trillion, you're right. So the problem isn't, and as far as the Nike is concerned, I told Dr. Boyce Watkins, if black people stop buying the Nikes, what's going to happen to the Nike stock? Okay. If nobody buys the Nikes, then the Nike stock ain't worth shit. So keep buying the Nikes, but let's produce more Nikes. Let's us produce more of this product that we can buy. That's what I mean by exploiting your thing. Every single person in this chat room that's listening, the other 500 people that are listening that Google won't show you, those people are black. So we are doing the damn thing. All right.
Can I ask you a question?
We have to keep doing it and have to recognize it.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, go ahead, Victor.
If you go on Yahoo.com or Microsoft, what's it called? That MSN.com.
Bing.
Do,
You're talking about Bing.
yeah, Bing.
Yeah.
Do they show you ads on there on the
Uh,
front page?
well, here's the truth. Google is killing them. Google has 97%.
That's not what I'm asking. Do they
Well,
show
that's what's
ads or not?
important. See, why would I go to a platform that's not making any ads when media makes money by selling ads? Who's selling the most ads? Google. So why would we
That's
go
not the
somewhere
point.
else? That is the point. If you can't make any money, God damn it, you go out of business eventually.
No,
Wait,
no.
sorry, can I
Here's
wait 1 second? Can I ask a question just because my internet cut out for a second? Can you repeat your question just so I know what it was?
okay.
Please,
Here's the
Big J?
question. Is there when you go to the front, the home page of Yahoo or Bing or whatever other website, any search engine, do they show ads
Yes.
on the home page?
Yes.
Most of them, yeah.
In your
Unless you have an
email.
ad blocker, yeah.
Right.
I have Yahoo
Unless
email and they put ads in my email.
unless you have an ad blocker, right? So tell me something. By that logic, why stop at Google when Yahoo and Bing put ads on there? And how come you ain't going after Google? I mean, why you ain't going after Yahoo and Bing though
For two
RBR?
reasons. We don't have an agreement with Yahoo and Bing.
As I was actually going to say that RBR
Right,
already
we have an
covered
agreement
that.
with Google AdSense. Shit, nigga.
Yeah,
Now,
and another thing.
plus they ain't got no ads. They're if you look at their ad, look at Twitter. Twitter did $4.3 billion in ad sales. Google did $209 billion in ad sales. Why would you want to be on Twitter?
Hold on. Have you looked up the terms of service? Because me and you already went by this terms of service
that
though,
on my
RBR.
show, Jay. So of course I did that.
Yeah, but you skipped over a couple things
No,
when
I
I
didn't.
when,
No,
yes,
I
you
didn't.
did. Yeah, because when I read it to you, and there was some things that was inside that thing that you didn't want nobody else to show on there.
Well, the main thing that you thought was on there when you said it was implied that if they can monetize you, then they could just monetize you and then keep all the money and then say you're not monetized. That's not in there.
It says that there is a word called agreement.
Yeah.
On the top it says it's a capital letter. It says capital A agreement.
Right.
So if you abide by that agreement when you upload a video onto YouTube,
and it makes $30 billion, and
I
they
mean,
pay you.
Wait, RBR, let Big J make his point so I could hear it. I know you've heard it, but I haven't heard it yet. Let him make his point. Go ahead.
Yeah, because I don't know why people love to interrupt when I'm talking. I find that odd.
Hey, Big J, go ahead. Make your point.
Here's the thing. First of all, when you go at the terms of service in the terms of service in the community guidelines, it says the word agreement. Okay. If you uploading a video onto their website, it says
it's not a website. They can't have a website.
Wait, RBR, let him make his point. Go ahead, Big J.
If I get interrupted one more time,
Big J, please. RBR is going to be interrupting you. I'll make sure to stop him so you can get your point across. Okay, go ahead.
If you go into if you're going to upload a video onto their website, it says though at the bottom said by uploading you're giving the authority for YouTube / Google to make sure it's by the community guidelines and in terms of service. It says that at the bottom every time when you upload a video.
Right.
So when you do that, you're going by their rules.
Right.
RBR, wait, let him make his point. RBR.
And when it says the agreement in the terms of service, the agreement spells out what are the rules are. So
no, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. What rule is there that if you're black, that they can keep all your money and not pay you? Where does it say that?
Hey, wait, RBR. Okay, I hear your point. You're gonna get a chance to rebut. Okay, so you're saying in your opinion, Big J, it outlines all of the rules you have to follow. Continue.
but they're not in the contract. It
So the
outlines them, but they're
ads.
not in the contract.
All right, you know what? I'm done. I'm done. Fuck this.
Well, who are you
Liz,
speaking to? Are you only speaking to RBR? Or are you speaking to all of us and the audience? You know, because
Yeah.
I mean, we have to. And see, here's the thing, and I totally get it, right? Maybe I have an extra zen because I'm just too sick to care. But I will say this, and I think it's an important thing that a lot of content creators, not just Black content creators, but content creators in general, are really addressing. Is first of all,
I think you cut off, Ruby.
you muted Ruby.
hear me.
Oh, that's
There you go.
that's the internet getting you.
Yeah, it's the connection.
Oh,
Yeah, but I wanna Melody, I wanna ask you a question in the back channel
Okay.
because I think that'll be an awesome opportunity. But yeah, go ahead.
She's back.
are you back, Ruby?
Mhm.
I think so. Maybe I
Oh,
don't know.
cool.
It did that snap, like it just cut me out of life. So I don't know.
No, you.
But yeah, okay,
Go
y'all can hear me
go
now.
ahead. Yes.
Okay. So this is what I was gonna say. Big J, as you're here, I just want to say this really quickly to you. You have to think about who are you speaking to and what's your purpose of speaking. If your only goal in life is to make RBR listen to you, you might want to reevaluate that because RBR and other people who disagree with you might be interrupty. But if you're speaking to everyone, you want to get your point across no matter how annoying everyone else is, so that way the panel can hear you, the audience can hear you, right? So I mean, just for next time in general, like don't let anyone dissuade you, because if you do that, you're just going to silence yourself. And if you think your message is important, don't let other people silence you.
I was really interested in what he had to say, but he just
Well,
went.
Yeah,
let
but
me
he just
make a
gave
point.
up.
Well, let me make a point that he made because we did a whole show on this. We were on for like 5 hours, and he makes a good point. One of the new 4 provisions of the Decency and Communications Act that were signed into law by Biden 2 years ago and will be signed into law, it's called HR 56. One of those provisions is YouTube used to be able to take your channel down by something they called objectionable material or hate speech.
Mm-hmm.
And the law now says you can't do that. You have to be specific on what the violation was. You can't just arbitrarily take a channel down because they did a stream called Google is not your friend. Stop letting them shape your content. And now you say that's hate speech and you take the shit down. Yeah. I disagree with Tone Talks and Yvette Carnell about ADOS. Mm-hmm. And then the stream gets 435,000 views, and then they take the channel down. Hate speech. Yeah. Wait a minute. You know what, RPR? They literally, I have a community guideline strike because they decided that one of my video essays, and we all know I do video essays. I don't do anything scandalous, but they literally gave me a community guideline strike and took a video down that had been up for 3 years. It was my best performing video. They changed their terms of service, and a month later, they took my video down and they called it pornography. Meanwhile, they allow naked yoga, right, videos all over YouTube. Naked yoga is not pornography though, but me speaking about the cucumber challenge and about 304 culture and how, this is not actually women's liberation and whatever, and the internet's forever, and with no sex and sexuality, everything blurred out, everything totally PC and whatever, that was suddenly community guideline strike, and it's for pornography. And so this is the point I wanted to make to what Big J was saying, which is that you think that, oh, they've outlined a bunch of stuff here and they've told you what the rules are, but first of all, they change their terms of service all the time. Okay. Mm-hmm. And so a video that was perfectly fine today under the terms of service could suddenly be entirely illegal tomorrow, and they have no need to notify you of it. They could just strike your entire channel and take it down because now they changed the terms of service. Now you have 3 videos that are in violation. Like, it's total bull. It's
watch this, bull. Ruby. Watch this now, right? That same naked yoga, right? That's been like searched over 1 million times. Everyone's searching for it, right? That's under the terms of service education, and you wouldn't believe it. Hey, that's under education. See, When you strike that channel, you have to be very specific now that the terms of service has changed, but you still can't take down naked yoga because it's under education. So they'll probably, like you said, the cucumber challenge and things like that. That's like a little egregious on the new terms of service end. But if it's under education and I'm letting you look up my hole straight to my mouth, that's under education, so you can't take down. So it's kind of funny. And MTR, I don't know if you watch MTR, but he spoke about that too. It's
I did.
kind of sneaked it through. It's like they sneak
He's the
naked
reason
yoga
why I
right
know
under
naked yoga
education.
exists. Yep.
It's
Yep.
under education.
Because my video got struck. My video got struck, and then a couple months later, he came out with that video where he brought it up, and I went, "There's no way." And I googled it, and I'm like, "They struck me for pornography. I have a community guideline strike against my channel for pornography, and they let this foolishness, women completely naked, just with their legs spread, lying on their back for 10 minutes, calling that yoga." Right. And that's okay. Right. But my video where I'm actually bringing education, because I'm bringing psychology, human behavior, neuroscience, I'm bringing social psychology, and I'm educating people. Right. That's pornography. Right. Even though there's literally no pornography, there's no nakedness at all. You can't see nothing naked. Right. But apparently it's pornography. And I asked them where. And they just refused to tell me where. They wouldn't even cite a minute marker, nothing. Right. And anyone who wants to see it, you can go check me out on minds.com/classic Ruby, and you could go watch the video there. You go tell me if that 20-minute long video is pornography. It's total bull. But see, and they said that I made the video for the purposes of sexual gratification. Okay. And y'all know me, I talk a lot, and nothing I'm saying is for the purposes of sexual gratification, nor do I sound very sexy when I say it. Right. But that's what I'm saying. My point is that, and this is why I wanted Big J to finish his point, because I wanted to see where he was going with it. Right. Because YouTube intentionally makes all of their wording and their language incredibly vague. Yes. And they make sure they put in there that it's subject to change at any moment, at any time, and right. It's subject to their own evaluation of what these words mean, even
right. In violation of the law. So one of the things Big J said, and he would have got around to it on this platform, he said, well, if they can monetize you, then it's implied that they can demonetize you and keep all your money. Well, in a contract, you can't do that. You can't, in a contract, say, okay, you give YouTube the right to monetize you. Now, it's implied that we're going to monetize you. You're going to make $30 million, and then we're just going to go ahead and take all the money from you. That's illegal. You can't do that.
Nope. Just
but I know some
for
people.
My other video that they actually shadow banned, and this is why I know what shadow banning really is. For my other video that they shadow banned, that I can't even suggest on my own community tab. I can't suggest it as, watch it under my videos or whatever, period. Now, what they did was they decided to remove all views. So if anyone views that, those views don't count towards my total number of watch hours on my channel. And that's what they did when I was very close to getting monetized. They just took it away. And still to this day, even though it's one of my most watched videos, right? They don't count those views at all. They do not count because they've decided that they don't like that video, but they can't remove it. They can't remove it.
All you have to do is just do more live streams and get more hours that way. That's all you have to do.
I live stream with Melody.
Speak out about
it.
And Shar, that's it. I don't live stream on my own.
I actually watched the lead attorneys.
I'm not an independent woman like that. I need a person.
He's an idiot. He's got me blocked. But go ahead.
Yeah, I watched the lead attorneys training you how to develop your channel from scratch. And trust me, if you bust out doing the 10-hour live streams and you have a good email list and you start your crowd that way, you get them on Discord, maybe open a Facebook group, and I'm telling you, your live streams is going to get you monetized. Like maybe
you don't make any money when you're monetized. I've been monetized. A lot of people didn't monetize. Ain't nobody made no money by being monetized. See, here's what we have to do.
According to whom RVR? According to whom RVR?
According to everybody.
No. You're not everybody.
No. There's not one person. Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying.
Have you talked to Tyrone Magnus?
Okay.
Tyrone Magnus?
Yes. He ain't making no money He ain't
No,
getting
no,
no
no,
pay for
no,
the
no,
ads.
no,
Now,
no. He just talked about he just got
why can't this
demonetized.
dude have a
No,
conversation,
hold on.
two-way
You see that?
conversation?
You see that? See that? You love to interrupt me when I'm talking. I'm gonna do
I'm
the
not
same
interrupting
back
you.
to
I was
you.
talking and you
I
interrupted
know.
me.
I'm going to talk the way I'm going to talk, and you're not going to interrupt me.
So you're going to interrupt me, but I
No,
can't interrupt
and
you.
guess what? I'm gonna interrupt you. I'm
I
gonna
was talking.
interrupt
This
you
motherfucker talk about I interrupted
because
him
you bring out
when I was
false
talking.
information out.
Let him rock, Avion.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
let me hear what you gotta say.
Now here's the thing: if you click on upload videos, it says if you click on upload videos and it says drag and drop video files to upload. Your videos will be private until you are publishing. It says select files, and then at the bottom it says by submitting your videos to YouTube, you
agree to
acknowledge
get
that you
ripped off.
agree. You acknowledge that you agree to YouTube's terms of service and community guidelines. Please be sure not to violate others' copyright or privacy rights.
It doesn't
Learn
say
more.
that. Well,
That's what it says at the bottom.
No.
So if you're uploading video or doing a live stream on here, the terms of service says therefore you agree to the contract of the terms of service and community guidelines.
Right. But it's vague as fuck, and it doesn't. All that shit you're talking about is not in there.
Hold on, and then you sit there talking about you got demonetized. Well, you got demonetized because you went against the terms of service and you violated.
How? Just tell me how. Just tell me how I violated the terms of service by being born black. Just tell me.
Lying. For one thing, you
Lied
lied.
about what?
And
Lied
then
about
you
what?
call,
Well,
and
lying
hold on,
isn't against
and,
the terms of service, though. To be fair,
hold
I
on.
said
You
2
call
+ 2 is 4.
people coons.
They're coons.
You call people sellouts.
They're
You call
sellouts.
you
I call coons coons, and I call sellouts sellouts.
yeah.
Now
That's
they're
why.
very strict. If Sneeko, just look at Sneeko. They
Look,
took his shit to Congress.
Yeah, Sneeko. Well, I heard that the
We
senator
have
from
to calm down
Wisconsin.
online, man. We
Yeah,
have to calm down.
Well,
some
I
of y'all,
lied that 2 + 2
say
is
some
4.
outrageous shit, and then you act like though, my freedom of speech. No, you submit a video. You took a video you made on your laptop or phone or whatever device you may have, and you upload it on a website. It says, and at the bottom, the fine print at the bottom, it says, by submitting here, you're going to be under our guidelines in service.
Oh, I
Yeah,
understand
Therefore,
that.
you
but
submit
I
the
understand.
video.
so
You
hold on.
see,
Let me make this point directly to you, Big J.
anybody who knows anything about business law
Yeah.
will sit there and tell you, no.
So he thinks I'm stupid because I'm
Yeah,
black.
because
No,
you are.
That's
wait,
the
wait,
point.
wait, wait, wait. RBR, hold on. So, Big J, because I made this point earlier, and I said I wanted to actually make this point to you, right? So, because I follow the community guidelines on my own channel, right? I actually really went through the community guidelines in terms of service. I went through it painstakingly. And so I made sure that the video I uploaded and all of my videos do not in any way, shape, or form even come close to violating the terms of service at all, period. Okay. And my video was up for years,
And Ruby, they
and then
have done that to me
hold
too.
on. Wait. Now they changed their terms of service. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then when they did that, they actually struck a whole bunch of people. I wasn't the only one, but they struck me and called my video pornography, and that I made it for the sole purpose to sexually gratify. Now it's
What
a
she was
video.
supposed to have done was edited before that. But what she's saying is what happened because she didn't edit it in time.
No, but the thing is, no, there was nothing to edit out. And that's what I'm saying. They could not point to a single second in my video that was there for that was pornographic or for the sole purpose. So here's the issue. They said they changed the terms of service. They made sure to put this wording in there, right? But because it's super subjective, they can hide behind whatever excuse they want to
For the
strike
alphabet
something they
community.
feel like striking, even if it doesn't actually violate either the direct literal or even just the spirit of
It's
the terms of
subjective for
service.
them.
It's a problem. It is an actual problem.
Wait, you there? Let me speak.
Hold on. Okay, Ruby.
Mhm.
I get what you say because they did that. They found a video I did 4 years ago and got it, but I went ahead and repealed it and got the video back up. The thing is though, I get it, but they also email you if your YouTube channel is connected to a Gmail account, they email you right away what's going to happen.
No, they struck my channel first. Then I appealed it.
Right.
Right. Then I did a second appeal. Right.
Mhm.
And because even in the original time when they struck it, they didn't point to a minute marker at all. They said that the video in full was pornographic and made for the sole purposes of sexual gratification.
Okay.
I literally broke down. You should have seen my appeal, both of them, because I was like, no, this is ridiculous. There's nothing pornographic in here. I haven't violated any of the terms of service. There's nothing sexual. There's nothing naked. And in fact, this is a video essay. It's not like I just put up some 2-minute video that's sexy or something. That's not what happened. Right. But what ended up happening was I was speaking out against something. But hold on, I was speaking out against something that in essence is against the narrative that they want to support.
Yeah, I heard that, Ruby. You tell me, Ruby, you want me to help you out on that? You want me to help you out on that? Is that video still down?
Of course. No, I have a community guideline strike for life. Yes.
Do you want me to help you out on that?
Help me out as far as what?
Well, he got
to
the
get
red
it back
hat,
up.
Getting that video back up.
I can't get it back up.
He's gonna help you.
He's
good at
exactly. That. She ain't listening. I'm trying to
red MAGA hat and a white lives matter shirt.
Do anybody listen on here? I said I'm going to help you out.
Okay.
I'm going to give her some tips on helping her out.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so tell me what I can do.
That's what we do on YouTube, man.
Because to let you know what I did try to do initially was I removed all video from my literally all video, because there was no cursing, there was nothing else in my video, right? So I removed all video, and it was just a blank, like just a screen of the picture of my face, and even that.
I think this is gonna be good, because this is why we come to YouTube as Black people, man.
Hold on.
Go ahead, brother.
Well, I'm because I get on the phone and talk to them. That's one thing I do. I also talk to
God damn, but I've never done that.
Oh yes, I have.
No, but Big J been on this for 15 years. He been
I have.
Big J sells out his race in this country. That's why they love him.
He speak to the ball ass man.
The most serious guy was 5K.
So like the thing is,
Kanye West.
So the thing is, though, there is somebody to talk to. I'll give it to you in the private chat, or you know what? I'd rather give it to you off whenever you on
offline.
Here.
So
yeah, get her video back up.
Who like the contact? I'll tell you who to contact.
Well, that's censorship,
and have that removed.
That's unfair, and that's illegal.
Strike after you.
That would be great, because that's what I wanted, was the opportunity, because they would not. And again, I'm like, okay, when I went and I said, fine, forget the original video, I literally removed all video. I removed all imagery, and it was just a still photo, so that way at least I could get the words out. And like they had it struck, right? So therefore, not just the video, but the audio itself was tagged. So as soon as I put the audio back up, they restruck it right away, right? So I'm like, okay,
right, cool. because I'm gonna tell you what they did to me, right? You remember that? I did a video on Juneteenth, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They went ahead and struck me because I played a speech by James Earl Jones.
Smoke weed every day. Nah, you didn't play that.
then though they copyright strike me over a music video, and I'm looking at the music videos like that, and James Earl Jones' speech is not on that music video. So I contacted someone from Google. They told me, oh, it's a bot doing that. It's a corruption bot, and it's not only a bot that's actually doing it. There's certain corporations that act as enforcers. You might have some of these groups like the AT&T groups or these social groups like NAACP. They actually comes on YouTube and be flaggers, or they actually monitor these certain
I know about them. Yeah, they watch your streams. Their job is to just sit there and watch you, bro.
So that's.
But I mean, they watch a certain group, people, a certain ethnic group.
No, it's not really ethnic group. It's like let's say somebody come at come at somebody and say, "Oh, you got autism," and somebody make fun of somebody. There's an autism association that actually, if you flag the channel and you write down, say, "Hey, this person is bullying somebody because this person got autism." Well, that keyword is autism, and then when Google in an autism group, I'm using that as an example. Will give that word autism come out, and then that person will
Algorithm.
the algorithm, and then that organization or group will come in there as a quote unquote representative of Google or whatever the case may be,
You
and
can't see
flag that
them.
channel
They're
down
watching you.
bullying.
Yeah.
For bullying.
You won't know
If
why, but they be dead of already.
if you're part of a certain group or a certain class or some category, there are
Democrats.
certain
We call them Democrats. Go ahead.
Excuse
Yeah,
me, let
like
me finish, man. I want to hear
there,
this.
I'm helping them out.
there are, like, let's say though I went after black women, right? You got
Mhm.
people like you got groups like your
NAACP.
NAACP, your
Yep.
Roland Martins. That's why they're in, and I'm not saying Roland Martin's doing it. I mean people that are in the media, they catch on to um they come down here and they've been sent the message that, oh, a black person being attacked or a white person being attacked or Hispanic person or somebody who got AIDS or some shit, whatever the case may be, whatever category, that group that takes care of, that represents that category or group are going to do the flagging on their behalf.
I have proof this just happened recently. Actually, I don't know if you guys watch the Beef Network, but Anton, I guess he got tired of the disrespect, and then this show normally does like good 18,000 after 3 days. They do well, 18,000 views, but this show got over 100,000 views, and it got flagged.
But what was Antoine saying?
I guess he made a he made a stream called "I'm gonna stop protecting black women."
He appealed that. He'll get that
Stop
appeal.
protecting all black women. Yeah, stop protecting all black women, and he was specifically talking about the behavior of Kay and Kayla. Now I know a lot of dudes just don't like Kayla attitude, and a lot of dudes just been done with Kay. But the thing is, they lied, and they lied on Anton, and he was done with them. Now that video, because of it went viral. But not only did it went viral, the two words that you just said that the algorithm hits, Big John,
Big
those
J.
Big J, those two words, black women, and we gotta stop protecting them too. Strike. So
Right.
Anton had to reclaim, send
He had
protect
to
this
he had
video
to
up.
change it to black men. He had to replace black women with black men. Then it would have been okay.
No,
Exactly. Yes, he
no.
replaced the title. He did.
No. If you
It was
replace the
funny
title
too.
with, if you replace the title, the
Black
word black
men with
itself.
black men with Democrats, you're
If
good. With woke people that are woke, you're good.
if you
Bro, I
put
know he was upset when he first made the first title. You could tell he was upset because he's like, I'm tired of protecting black woman. And then all of a sudden, you see, like an hour later, he changed the title. So I'm like, those two words, you're right, Big J. Those two words in the algorithm went to a group of people who then sent someone to watch the live stream
right.
because of the faulty. That's the faulty in Google.
Yeah,
Well,
but
it's not really the algorithm. It's the race of
first of
people.
all,
No, no.
first
Now,
of all,
Big
it's
J.
the
So it's
bot.
not the algorithm, but
But
no.
No,
Here's the
first of all, it's the bot that's doing it. Then
Oh,
though,
that's a lie.
it's no, it's not. It's not a lie.
It's
It's
the
not a
devil.
lie.
It's the devil making them do it.
No,
no.
first,
Here's the thing, though. The
it's the
bot
bot, and then
itself
it's a human
actually
being doing it.
flags. It flags first blindly. The only way that a human's eyes are going to see it, period, is if you appeal the flag, right? And then in that case, a person's supposed to review it. Now, a lot of big content creators, like, I mean, who have like 1 million+ subs and whatever, have been talking about these types of things recently, right? And even like once we were just over 100K, like MTR has talked about, a lot of people talk about this, is that if you abuse these systems, the flagging systems, and so on and so forth, and you go after someone who is not, say, over 10,000, over 100,000, they don't have that phone number to speak to someone, right? Because unless
I
you're
know.
over a certain amount of subscribers subscribers and you're monetized and whatever, right? There isn't a phone number for you to call. There is no way for you other than this automatic to appeal process, whatever. And so
Which
if
is
they just shut you
bullshit.
down, they don't really review it.
Which
No,
is
it is. It's
why
ridiculous.
Which is why if you know, I'm going to tell you how, because I told somebody else this I'm gonna give you an email,
BMT.
and I'm gonna give you no, I'm gonna give you no, it's not. I'm gonna give you email who to talk to.
And I hear you and I appreciate that, right? But if you and I had never had that conversation, or let's say for the very large majority of very smaller channels just starting off, they don't violate the terms of service, they haven't done anything wrong, they get a false flag or they get a false start trigger or whatever, right? They don't have a recourse.
They
Right.
think you're a little
And
Punky
and and
Brewster,
and the
Ruby.
reason and another reason why they don't have a recourse is because the wording is intentionally vague to allow them to silence or control messages that is going to hurt them with their advertisers, but that they
Yeah.
know they can't really silence or they shouldn't be silencing, right?
Okay, but
And so it
Ruby,
allows them to hide underneath that. So while I know, and again, I appreciate the help and I would love it, but what I'm saying is the very large majority of content creators, right, these small ones just starting up, whatever, they don't have that access. And so it is problematic that YouTube can do that. And
So
it's
you're
shutting down
saying you
some
won't
really
have the
great
opportunity
messages,
to call like
silences,
him?
content creators. No, because where's that number? That number does not, that's a number that's given out to people, these email addresses given out to
Oh, they
people
won't
who
answer
reach a
you, is what
certain,
you're saying.
no, it doesn't.
Oh, it's
that's
right
why
here.
What I'm
that's why Kevin Samuels couldn't be flagged out.
right, Kevin
Because
Samuels,
Well,
MTR,
Kevin already
people who
had
have a
20,
certain
50K
amount.
subscribers, so he already got contact with YouTube years ago.
yeah,
Right.
yeah.
My point
See,
is that people who have a certain amount of
me,
subscribers have that access. But if you are under a certain amount of subscribers or you're not yet
right.
monetized, right? If you're under a certain level, there is no number for you to call. There is
Yeah,
no email for you to
but
email.
They
also
will hang up on
And the
your
contact
ass, is
us.
what
It
she
doesn't
said.
exist.
Ruby, hold on.
Yeah.
Ruby. Also, if you got like 1,000 subs, they give you a chat. Have you been in that little chat box?
Oh Lord.
I don't what?
Where a
Yo,
robot
they
answers
give
you?
No, I'm
guys,
pretty
they,
sure that what you're
RBR,
talking about has to do with being in the partnership program itself. And I'm not in the partnership program because I don't have enough watch hours. So
Yeah, I don't got
Oh,
no
you see,
subs. So.
okay, hold on,
Yeah.
hold on. If you have a certain amount of people videos watching, or
Yeah,
a
she
certain
just got to do
type
her
of
live
sub,
streams. Mhm.
yeah. If you do, you know, they give you a chat box. If you go on your what's that thing called, the on
YouTube
your
Studio.
studio,
YouTube Studio.
if you go on YouTube Studio and you click on I want to say dashboard or whatever, or content,
mhm.
and like you hit chat, you talk to them directly.
Okay.
Right. And that's what I'm saying.
That
But
is
you have to
if you
be
have
at a
more
certain
than
level, right? And so the
Right.
problem is for content creators like myself, who was like, I don't know, maybe 4 watch hours away from monetization. And then they decided, without any type of real reason or recourse, to give me a community guideline strike and remove my video or to shadow ban my other video. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
I think the problem is, right? Again, if you are a bigger content creator, if you have access to that type of stuff already, then great. And that's why they set up the system. They set up the system to make sure that their higher earners and whatever are protected, because their higher earners are going to
Yeah.
make that money. But for the rest of us, right, who put our blood, sweat, and tears, and we're just trying to build up to that point, which is the large majority of content creators, right? You could be literally in your first few months of monetization, and they can strike you for literally no rhyme or reason,
right,
right? And you
right,
have no recourse, and they take all your money that you earned over the last two
right,
2 months and 3 quarters, right? Like, I
right.
mean, that's the
Wow.
problem.
I didn't know they could do that.
Yeah, they
Let me
can
ask you something,
see
Ruby. Let
that.
me ask you something, Ruby. Is your channel verified?
What do you mean, is my channel
But
verified?
it's a
Oh, yeah,
two-step verification.
yeah, because
You know,
To log in?
if your channel is verified, and no, there is a two-step verification. Now I'm on step one. I'm trying to get to step two. Step two verification. You know, the next, you know, I'm on
Is
level
the
one
watch time out.
verification. Then the second level verification, but you have to get to 10,000 or 100,000 subs to get the second level. But somebody who got over 1,000 subs, you get that first level of being verified. That also is also protecting your channel if you have a certain amount of subs and you verified on the first step.
Right.
So are you verified on that first
I don't
step?
know exactly
Listen.
what you're asking, which is why I'm asking, what do you mean by verified? Like, because
Okay.
I'm not
Well,
sure
let's-
exactly what you're referring to.
Let's make this easier. Ruby, when last time you did any content on your channel?
No, it wasn't the thing that they struck down. It was when I did the white. Oh shit! I don't remember
What
the channel
month?
called.
What
It's
day?
been a while.
When last time you did anything on your channel?
I'm literally trying to explain. So
You might go your channel to find out. You can't remember off the head if you don't, because you have to think about it, you don't know. You're not been doing stuff on your channel.
Do you think that it's helpful for you to interrupt the sentence midway through to give your thought about it?
We just want a simple answer, Ruby. Not
Right.
no long withdrawn.
Right, but the thing is, I can't answer if you're busy speaking. See how that works? Okay.
No, I don't see.
So
We're gonna help.
you don't see
Ruby
how that
out
works?
now, all right. We're gonna
Okay.
wrap
Go
up our-
ahead.
Okay, perfect. So as I was saying, the last video that I released on my channel, besides the one that they struck down, was the white Negropeans video, and that was probably it was before it was before Rona, so it was probably about 3 years ago.
The term of service change. No, because the verification process came in right before the pandemic started. So like a month or two when it started. So if you have not been verified, they're not going to help you as much. They're going to treat you as a troll.
Well, that's not true.
No.
It is true.
And it's deeper than that, BJ. If you're not doing content after 6 months, either you're monetized or not, everything
I'm trying,
goes down.
Mr. Know-It-All. I'm trying.
Right.
So if that means back
So-
in COVID, that's 2 years ago. That means you let your channel die.
Yeah.
So-
Actually, no,
You're not gonna be
correction,
able to-
which I'm not sure if you missed my generalized point here. But I don't release content on my channel very often. I released content in the first year that I started the channel pretty frequently. Actually, no, I didn't. In the first few months. And then I basically released an occasional video here and there. And of the occasional videos I've released, they have shadow banned one. And then they gave me the community guideline strike for the other, and then they just removed the third one. They didn't give me a community guideline strike for it, but they struck it and told me it doesn't follow their terms of service, but they refused to clarify which terms
I have a
of
question
service.
for you, Ruby. Did you, in any of those 3 videos, did you put fair use, and did you use the original music's video in the original video in the music?
Let me address this bitch ass motherfuckers in the goddamn chat room.
Okay.
Only a helmet can sit there
Can
and
you
say
not
he
cuss
won't
though,
step.
please?
Say what?
Can you not cuss, please? Yeah.
Yeah,
Guess
keep
what?
the
Guess
language
what?
clean.
Though?
You
I'm
can say what
not
else.
gonna deal.
Fine.
I'm not gonna deal with no disrespect from other niggas.
Okay,
So
that's fine. But if you could just keep your language clean for us, so you don't get, we want to make sure everyone can keep seeing the stream. So if you could just keep the language clean, you can address it. We're not saying you can't address it. Just keep the language clean, please. Okay.
But this is the problem with some of you. Y'all don't know jack. Okay, you don't know what you're talking about.
That's not true.
Smooth, you're just a troll. Smooth, you're just a troll. I bet you don't have 1,000 subs. Anybody that have over 500 subs will sit there and tell you, because they give you certain criteria. Okay, you made 500 subs. Well, we give you this. If you got over 10,000 watch hours, we're gonna give you this type.
We ain't gonna give you no money for the ads, because that's what they did. They don't give you money for subs. They don't give you money for views.
Hey, shut
they
up!
Don't give you money for likes.
Shut up!
They only give you money for ads.
Shut the
sales.
fuck up! RBR.
Can anybody else talk?
Real quick, guys, let me read the super chat. Thank you, Smooth, for the $5 super chat.
Thank you.
at you.
I will
He
not
said
be disrespected.
only a helmet can say he on step one and step two verification. All I hear is imbeciles. What the F?
Oh, is he
You
talking to
don't
Big
think?
J? Is it imbecile?
Yeah, I think so.
Big J. Question: You got email? Can I email in the back chat if possible? It's up to you, bro.
You might as well tell me in the back check. I'll stop giving
Okay,
out
okay,
email.
no, don't worry.
Stop giving out email now.
I'll hit back right now. Good.
But my thing is this: he's probably talking about me too. But don't you think it's disrespectful to give misinformation out to people? You don't
It's
think
not
that's
misinformation.
You give
disrespectful to say?
what are you talking about? You've been doing it every year.
No,
You've been
I think telling
situating
the truth. If you go back and look at everything I said,
you
hold on,
give
hold on.
misinformation every year.
Hold on,
The
chaos,
last one's
chaos,
called misinformation is
chaos.
you.
Well, give me an
No.
example, chaos.
You've been
Give
giving
me an
it
example.
for years now.
I don't,
Everybody
I don't want to hear that.
and
Give me an
combating your
example.
misinformation.
I don't care
So
about
stop
that.
it.
Give me an
You
example.
last was talking about misinformation.
Give me an example.
No, you don't get an example. You're the
2 +
last
2. I'll give you an
person
example.
to
I'll
give
give you an
misinformation.
example. I'll
You've been
give you an
getting this
example.
for years
Can I give you an
and
example?
years and years
Can I give you
and
an
years.
example? Can I give you an
You've been
example?
doing this for years and years and years.
Absolutely. Can I
And
give you
I'm
an
gonna tell you an
example?
example. Google
That's
Ads.
what I thought.
Google doesn't guarantee you shit. That's one thing. If you go behind their back and do everything out of order, they will demonetize you and take
Break
your
the
money.
law.
And
They can
sorry.
steal
So
my
you ever
money.
come here about saying you owe you a bunch of money? They don't owe you shit. You don't
That's
provide nothing
bullshit.
to their
Well,
content.
tell the
Nothing
judge
like
that. Tell him to tell
You
the
just
judge
waste
that.
space. That's the
Tell him
answer.
to tell the judge that. Well, tell
All
him
right,
to tell the judge.
all right, Big J. I put it in back check. Come on, go back and
Okay,
forth with this weirdo.
so let me give an example. When I was banned for Twitter, I was banned for Twitter because I said that Donald Trump is a racist, Marxist, alt-right, neo-Nazi nut. And his only reason for getting into power is to get rid of all the racial and ethnic minorities in the country and implement Marxism, which is 1% white rule based on race and class. And here we are 6 years later. And what happened to Donald Trump? He's banned for Twitter. How come? Because he was a racist, Marxist, alt-right, neo-Nazi nut who wanted to implement 1% white rule based on race and class. There is not one thing that I haven't said on this platform since I've been here that didn't come true. Not one thing.
What I put in the chat, in the private chat, is what I was referring to about the verification.
Verification ain't got shit to do with them paying you your goddamn money. They do not own your channel. They cannot take your channel down. It's $250
yes, they do.
a day.
Oh, yes,
they
do.
do.
Oh, they
Terms
do.
of service.
Yes, that means you're not reading your term of service. Yes, they do.
Yeah, you ain't read the term.
Now you need to be quiet. No, silence.
Service
You
does
done.
not say that.
Silence. Arbiter, you done. You don't even read the term of service. You're done.
Are you stupid? You
No,
haven't
you're
read the
lying,
terms of
RBR.
service.
You're not.
lying.
You're done now.
Melody, you
You
could
just
go to
prove
the
that you
terms
don't
of
read the
service
term
and
of
call
service
it
now.
up. You
Wait,
won't do it.
one
I
at a
dare you
time.
to do it, Melody. Go to YouTube terms of service and punch it up. These fools are lying. They never read the terms of service.
You never read the term of service.
They never read the Copyright Act of 1979. They never read the Decency
Copyright
and
of
Communications Act.
1976. What you talking about?
Dumbass. You don't get the right.
You never read it. You never read it.
You never read it. You should know these things. You own us.
No.
It was your dumbass.
Okay, so if I could just break in here really quickly, I want to answer
I
Big
actually
J.
wanted to.
If
Go
I could
ahead.
just do this really quickly first. So, okay, because what I was thinking of, which is kind of the second part of the video you posted, Big J, right, is verified, i.e. a check mark. And I'm like, well, that's like when you get like a lot of subscribers, which is confirmed. It's when you get over 100,000 subscribers, right? So what you were talking about at like this really early stages, no, this is actually something that has been around for way more than just a couple years, a few years. So yeah, have I done those steps? Like my, for example, like I have, it's youtube.com/classic Ruby, the personalized thumbnails, I can live stream all of that. Yeah, absolutely. My account is at that level. That didn't in any way, shape, or form change the way, and it's been like that since I had like maybe 500-600 subscribers. And so that didn't in any way, shape, or form change the way they entirely dismissed all of pointed points that I put in there. I made sure from top to bottom, like I put a lot of research into my videos. I put a lot of research into even verifying things myself before I upload to make sure I'm not violating something to make sure that I'm not using content without it being fair use, all that stuff. I make sure very, very deeply.
Right.
That's a
Right?
losing argument if you counter that, though, because they don't look at it. They're subjective with what they want wrong.
Which is my point. My point is simply
That's called
that
copyright infringement.
right,
You
but
would
I
be a
didn't
skeleton
copyright
looking
infringe.
for answers.
But I didn't
No,
copyright
the law
infringe.
is the answer. The law
Wait,
is
no.
the definitive answer,
Ruby,
not Google.
Ruby,
But I didn't copyright infringe anybody, nor did I violate from
I
even
know.
an objective or a
No, that's that they
subjective
violated
standpoint.
you,
But it's
Ruby.
subjective for
Right,
them.
that's
No,
the
it's not
point.
subjective. The
No,
copyright
but it's
laws aren't
not. They
subjective.
wanted to silence me, and so they
Thank
hid behind this excuse. But the fact of the matter is, I didn't violate that term, and they know there's nothing I can do about it, which
Thank
is
you.
why they
Well,
did
you
it.
can. You could sue them.
Yeah, right. But I mean, like,
they
as far as
violated
like
your
in this,
copyright,
yeah,
Ruby. They can't take your channel down. They can't take your show down. It's a
Yes, they can.
250,000.
It's their website.
No, it's not
their
website.
website.
It's hers. God,
Big J, trying to get a high blood pressure with this Negro because he's not getting it, and really,
Okay,
he's
well, I don't
that's
care
why-
what you
that's
get
why-
or not.
cells
that's
for this
why-
nigga.
but that's
Well, why
why
don't you look it up, Chaos?
That's why Chaos.
Wait,
Certain
Chaos.
people. That's why
Chaos.
Chaos. That's why certain people get blocked and
Okay,
banned
yes,
from my channel.
people that tell the
I
truth
don't put
get
up
blocked.
with bullshit like
Right, well,
like.
But
other
then right now,
people
this is
just
not
look it
bullshit.
up.
Yeah, because
Other
we
people
I'm getting very pissed now.
I ain't came on here just to argue and fight.
Well,
I'm trying
you came
to
on here to
explain
lie
something,
and mislead
and
people,
he want to
and
do all
that's
this
worse.
foolishness.
Well, you came on
but
here to
but
lie
you
and
got this
mislead people, and that's
this
worse.
old man who's in his 70s acting
No,
a
I'm not in
fucking
my
fool.
It's an old
That's a
nigga,
lie.
actually.
Right. Well, that's a lie.
Yeah.
But why don't you look it up, Chaos? Are you afraid to look up who owns the copyright of a YouTube channel? Are you afraid to look that up, homeboy? Who owns the trademark of a trademark channel that's on the platform YouTube? They don't have a channel. They don't have a website. They have a platform. They're like Verizon.
The
They're like
platform
AT&T.
is the website.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
The platform is
If
the
you
platform.
on their
The
website.
content. Hold on. Excuse me.
You on their
Here's the
website.
difference. Here's the difference between a website and a platform. The platform is like HostGator, GoDaddy, Verizon, AT&T. The content,
The fuck?
all right? The
What?
channel is like
What the fuck?
RBR Network for Women,
Okay,
Ruby Classic Ruby,
okay.
Big J Triple X. That's the content. The publisher is the New York Times. The distributor is the Paperboy. They are not the same. The Paperboy can't change the editorial. I don't like that editorial. I'm not voting for Biden. I'm gonna vote for Trump. And then he takes every
God,
paper.
you know what?
and
I
takes the
can't
Trump black marker
do
and
this
puts
craziness. I can't do this
vote for
craziness.
Trump on the
Big J,
newspaper.
do you
No,
want-
you
do you want-
distribute the newspaper, motherfucker. You don't get to edit it, and you
Right.
don't get to throw it in the trash. That's
okay, if I
illegal.
could maybe try to explain it in a different way, because I absolutely agree with RBR here. And actually, it's the same reason why, for example, Mark Zuckerberg with Facebook and whatever, right? People have come after these owners of these platforms like Facebook or YouTube or whatever, and they can't be held liable or accountable for what other people post on their own accounts, right? Because while they are hosting something that is like a server, right, and allows other people to upload information onto it, they aren't personally liable there because it's not theirs, right? So therefore, they can't, just like they can't be.
230. Are you talking about Section 230 of the United States Communication Act? And also somebody in Canada, I've got his name. He does politics in Canada. Canada's about to go after Google over the same thing.
It's probably George Peterson. He's a Nazi.
We're not talking about no fucking ass Jordan
Let's talk about
Peterson.
Jordan Peterson.
Okay, let's
No, I
not
mentioned
get.
Jordan Peterson.
Okay.
idiot.
100% Nazi.
Out of control.
Okay,
You know
so on
what? No.
Netflix, there's a docu-series. It's like about a real thing that happened. Do y'all remember Is Anyone Up? Do y'all remember that website back in the day? It was basically a revenge porn website. And
What's
they
it
were
called? What's it
they were
called?
trying to, Is Anyone Up? Is
I never
anyone up?
heard of that. I never heard of
They
that.
actually, I actually do remember it. But you know, they did this docu-series on it, so you can listen because it's the same general premise. Hunter, owned Is Anyone Up, right? And people would post revenge porn on it. And not only did people
Oh,
post revenge
shit.
porn on it, but he connected the revenge porn back to people's real Facebooks and their real like stuff connected to their real lives, right? So this was more than just anonymous pictures. This was connecting back to people's real name and their real Facebook, their real Twitter, their real whatever, right? And so people tried to come after Hunter for years. But the thing is he said, which in the courts upheld, he said, I'm not liable for this, right? The person you should be mad at, you need to sue, is a person who uploaded it. I didn't upload this. I am just allowing people to upload things as they see fit, but I didn't upload it. Therefore, you can't hold me liable. And people couldn't. The way that he ended up getting taken down is actually because he was working behind the scenes in tandem with someone and paying them to hack people's emails and steal their nudes from their emails, from their clouds and whatever, and upload those. Yeah. So what he actually got in trouble for is not hosting the website at all. He got in trouble in essence for hacking and stealing. Right. And so YouTube is along the same way. He doesn't own, YouTube doesn't own our content. Right. YouTube doesn't own our usernames. He doesn't, or they don't own our anything. Right. They are allowing us a space for us to upload our stuff, but it's ours. Right. So in the same way. Money. Yeah. And they're going to make their benefits, obviously. Right. That's why, you sign up as an agreement. They're saying, hey, listen, I'm giving you a free platform, right? This is a free service. You can come and upload this.
Content, so you gotta
but it's not free, right? It's the way that it's free. They're going to benefit via ads, cents, or whatever. But the point is, there's an agreement. And the agreement is you can take your copyrighted, right? Your stuff that you own, your name, your whatever. And we're going to give you this space for you to do that. Right. And the way we're going to benefit is we're going to sell ads on those pages of that space.
On your
right. But it's still yours. But it's but it's your page and it's your stuff.
Ad
it's
money
your
is
content.
ours
it's
too.
yours.
They
Absolutely.
just don't want us to know that because you guys won't look it up.
Ruby.
Real quick, guys, hold that thought because I want Ruby to read this next super chat. It's your turn, Ruby.
Okay. Oh, Smooth again. Thank you very much, sir. I see he's having a good time tonight.
Right?
And so he said, right? I know. He said, I can tell you're lying because when you replying, you stutter. Oh, it's a song. I can tell you're lying because when you replying, stutter. I got that. And he said, welcome back, Melody. This is great. Thanks, Smooth.
Thank you.
Okay, well, since we have a break in the system, do we want to let Kings or I can't read all of that.
Girl. Hey.
I just seen it y'all was on. I'm a first time guy. I seen it y'all was letting people on, so I was like, well, fuck it, why not? See what y'all talking about. I don't know. I don't know what y'all been talking about. I mean, I don't really understand. I don't know what's going on here. But y'all been doing like, I don't know. Are y'all doing movie news? What are you talking about?
Well, we were trying to stop the people that come here to give misinformation, to big up and justify their channels by killing off all the people who actually come here and want to make a living doing this. So that's what we were kind of talking about.
Okay, well.
Yeah, so the truth of the matter is we have to put pressure on our government that one of the ways that the reason that they have copyright laws is to protect people's intellectual property. Intellectual property is like real property. If I own a house, you don't get to put a big giant McDonald's sign, 100 billion sold in my front yard and keep all the damn money. If I own a house and you can't rent it out, Airbnb and shit, you understand? Because you don't own it. So the deed to a house is what they call a deed. A deed to intellectual property is the copyright. So whoever owns the copyright owns the actual ad. I want somebody in the chat room to look up who owns the revenue from advertising. And you know what it'll say? It'll say whoever owns the copyright owns the revenue from the copyright. That would be us. We are supposed to split the money with the platform. They're not splitting the money. They're keeping 100% of the money, paying us if somebody clicks on a fucking ad. Nobody clicks on an ad. They're doing it on purpose. They're using our ignorance against us.
Arbia, can I ask you a question though? because from my understanding, right, like with all of these websites, and you mentioned it, right, like the YouTube, before you started using their service, they said this is the thing you're agreeing to. You're agreeing to us splitting this money.
To get
right?
70%. Yeah, to get 70% of the ad sales.
Right. But then there's other
You mean
platforms like
you get
TikTok, for
70%?
example,
No,
that
they
doesn't
didn't have
agree to give you
agreement.
anything.
No, that's my point. That's why we left. See, that's when you guys don't know this, but I know this. Why? Because I was there. I called Ustream, and the owner or some big wig got on the phone. And I said, I don't mind you putting commercials in my content. Just let me know when you're going to put them in there so I can know when the commercial's coming in there. And also, I would like to get paid because it's my content. He said, we can't afford to pay you. I said, well, I don't think you can afford to pay us. Don't laugh. Hold on, Coon. I said, you cannot afford to pay us. Google, all of my advertising is powered by Google AdSense. They just don't live stream. If Google starts live streaming and I could get paid for the commercials that are on my content, that 3.8 million black people are going to leave Blog Talk Radio and Ustream and go over to YouTube. You do know that, don't you? Well,
they already have that. That's late news. I don't know anybody that's still on Blog Talk, bro.
Shut up.
They're no longer on Blog Talk, bro. They've been gone for the last years.
Melody, let me make my point.
Let me ask a question. When last time you were on Blog Talk?
Let me make my point, Melody.
Okay, I'll see about that done, and then you can respond. Yeah.
Let me make my point. So he hung up the phone, and what happened? 3.8 million black people said, fuck Blog Talk, fuck Ustream, came over to YouTube. They said they would pay us 70% of all ad sales. Now, Ustream went out of business, and IBM bought them for $31 million. They are out of business to this day.
Man,
Who knows what the fuck Blog Talk Radio is? Who cares? Now, here's the point. Well, YouTube sold to Google for 1.65 billion. They did 209 billion in ad sales last year. YouTube was just as dumb as fucking Blog Talk and the rest of the motherfuckers who should have paid us in the first place. We'd still be fucking with them. Now, we're not leaving YouTube. Even if we left, they still owe us for 3 years. That's about $30 billion for all the black content creators. They still owe us. If we leave and go to Oprah, Discovery Networks, they still owe us for the last 3 years.
Why you don't try Rumble?
Because they don't have any advertising. They're just like the Black News Channel. They're just like the Black News. Why don't I try the Black News Channel? Because they don't have any fucking advertising. They're going out of business.
Vimo. Don't Vimo do shit?
No, they don't.
I'm not familiar with Vimo. I don't think Vimo got enough leverage yet.
Well, first of all, you can't be a free service that doesn't make any money because you ain't gonna make any money, and we're not living. We can't sustain that. Though the Google makes 97% of their money. I looked at it today on my show, showed everybody. 97%.
You can drop the link for that, if possible.
No. It's called How Does Google Make Money? 97%. Anybody could do a search. How does Google make money? 97% of their revenue is from ad sales. 209 billion last year, and they don't own any of the content. Any of it. I did a little stream with the dude from the slave, 12 years of a slave, and he says, you mean to tell me 250 years from now, you provide 100% of the content and they make 100% of the profits and you don't call it slavery? 12 years a slave.
So you did this. This is on your channel. This is on your channel right now, right? You did this. How long ago you did this?
It's on my women's channel, the RBR Network for Women. Right.
Type some in the chat room. I'll look it up.
Women channel.
No, it's just all you gotta do is click on my.
No, because if you type in the chat, I should be able to click right into your channel directly. You have the women's channel right now in the chat room.
Well, I don't have a rent, so I can't put a thing in there. But it's
okay, all right, never mind. I'll find you.
Yeah. RBR Network for Women.
After that.
So if they make 97% of their revenue from ad sales, what the fuck are we doing with super chats and socks and wake and bake mugs and shit? What the fuck is wrong with us? We use their business model. They use Netflix business. You think they asked Netflix if they could steal their business model for streaming content? No. Okay. They didn't ask. So we don't have to ask.
You got a lot of videos on RBR. It's what was the name? If anything close to the name, Sucker.
It was called These Manosphere Nuts Haven't Said a Word About Kanye West and
Okay.
Herschel Walker. Them two.
Oh, so it's recent. This came out 7 hours.
Oh, let's talk about it. What do you guys think about what Kanye West is doing right now?
I don't care. He's there to get clickbait. He's there just to cause a problem in the election
That
right now.
motherfucker is crazy. I'm sorry. I don't give a shit. That motherfucker has lost his mind.
Well,
he lost his mind a long fucking time ago.
Well, he took a $53 million advance and he couldn't pay it back.
How much money?
Now he got the red hat on and the White Lives Matter shirt on, and he's paying off his debt.
He made some good music back in the day. Back when he started. You know what I mean? But I don't give a fuck about his shit now. And he's been doing crazy shit. I don't care about Kanye anymore. You know, he was cool when he first debuted. He was cool. Now he's just, I don't know. I don't even fucking know. Anyway, I'm sorry.
Attention, but he's a genius though. He's getting the attention he wanted, right?
Well, that it's all being relevant at the end of the day, Melody, that he's out there speaking his mind about, slavery was not a choice. He's saying that white lives matter and all this stuff. He say things get attention. And I find it interesting that none of the white people have anything said about him, mention that, surprising. But, it is what it is. They're going to let this nonsense go out in the airway and speak his little crap. Yeah.
Well, like I said, he had to pay off his debt. And the way that when he was talking about George Bush doesn't care about black people, I was kind of cool. I was with it.
Oh, I forgot about that. I forgot about that.
But if he's gonna start selling out, then
that shit was
I don't like it.
I forgot about that.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So which is why we shouldn't do what we're doing with Google. Google struck my channel for a week because I said that Google's not our friend. We should not be letting them shape our content. Now they know damn good and well that's true. Why? Because when you have a platform, like I don't like the fact that Jerry Jones, he's the owner of the team, right? That motherfucker.
The Cowboys.
But he be on the field. He be making motherfucker go sit down somewhere because you're not the coach, you're not the general manager. I don't care that you're the owner of the team.
Was Jerry Jones always the owner of the Cowboys before they started winning championships back in the 90s?
No. Recently, yes, but before that, no, it was owned by somebody else.
Well, that makes sense. They're like the same team like the New York Knicks. Once some new person bought the team and they want to dictate how the team moves, it goes downhill.
Absolutely. He doesn't know what he's doing. He shouldn't be on the sidelines. He shouldn't be making player decisions. They said Jerry Jones announced the starter for the Cowboys. What the fuck? He's the owner. He ain't the fucking coach.
Wow, that's crazy. I could not do that shit.
I don't like it, man. Magic Johnson said the other day that he left the Lakers because he wanted to fire the coach. Now he's the general manager, and the owner don't want to fire him.
Oh, who was the coach back then?
Luke Walton.
Yeah, he should have fired. Yeah, what the fuck?
Jeannie Buss is not the owner of the team. She's just the daughter of the old owner of the team who just happened to pass away, of course. But she doesn't. I mean, I'm not being sexist, Ruby. Does she really know anything about basketball and shit?
No, but she loves the basketball players, though.
I don't know. Maybe. My mom is very into basketball right now, and I never would have thought I would say that about that woman. So I don't know. She could be. I don't know her. I'm just saying,
I tell you one thing. Miss Buss getting her back blown out from these players as we speak. So she said,
she don't like the game. Come on now.
I mean, she doesn't like that game. She's getting back blown out. So
she's Malika Andrews. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying that when it comes to the boss, and then the kids, and then I've been watching the hell out of that Murdoch documentary on CNN, right? And one of the things that I totally disagree is that even my wife commented on it. Well, he shouldn't do his kids like that, pit his kids against each other to see who's going to take over the country. And I said, well, I think he's being stupid. You teach all your kids. You teach everybody. You don't take one kid and say, I'm going to teach this kid how to run my company. I'm going to give this kid the information, and then the other kids are going to be dumb as a doorknob. Don't do that. Why? You don't know which kid. Just like that car commercial. Who's going to tell you which car to buy? Oh, and then they bring somebody on, and then they show how the car been wrecked and shit. You don't know which one of your kids is going to be the one. So you don't teach all of them? That's stupid. Oh, I'm automatically going to make the oldest kid inherit the Murdoch empire. That's dumb. Why? I mean, it's not a bad guess, but what if the oldest kid turns out to be the Donald Trump? What if the oldest kid is Donald Trump? Shit. So I just think that in anything, what we're doing, right? Mr. Know-It-All was hard on me. Well, why? How come Real Brother this, that, and the other? At first, don't let Real Brother come on the panel. No, we shouldn't be like that with anybody, right? We started the conversation off by saying that, everybody should be able to participate. The women, we're all black. We all have that in common.
I know you don't believe that, RBR.
No, I do believe that. We look, playing favorites, I don't like that. What Big J's talking about, well, we got the number. So if they strike your channel down unfairly, then if we like you, then we'll give you the number. If we don't like you because you're telling people the truth, that they don't give a damn about you verifying and all this shit.
My thing is this, personally, about the number. It makes sense because it should be a right what you have gathered and built for yourself for their platform to get that.
Is it fair?
Life is not fair, RBR. You should know it's your man. Listen, if I can be honest, if life was fair, we wouldn't have this conversation about the issue we have with YouTube. But it's not fair. If you don't got a certain clout, the numbers, and making money, they don't have to really give you or obligate to really keep your channel up and going. If they decide.
I think that the people that buy into it, like Kanye West or Herschel Walker, I think that they get what they deserve. Why? Because they shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be playing favorites against your own people, against your own race, against your own country. Nyla did that. And so when
did she get her channel back?
No, she had to start another channel. But
so they really got rid of her 40K subscribers that she worked for the last four years?
Yes.
You serious?
Yes, because it didn't work. The plan to get Trump reelected didn't work. So all the channels that were pushing it have to go down.
Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Okay, perfect. Okay, because I think that, I mean, at this point now, they're basically daring you in the chat. Like, they think that you hide in from reading the super chats, Melody. So,
so go ahead.
Oh, no, I thought this one was yours. Okay, well, I'm going to read it because it's to you anyway. Okay, so Mr. Know-It-All, thank you very much, sir. And he says, Sweet Melody Media, I need you to explain to us why RBR doesn't have a wrench like the rest of us.
That's so Big J can time me out and kill me off, lie to everybody, mislead everybody.
I'm gonna say this, yeah. When he didn't have a wrench, people was timing him out left and right. That's number one. And number two, he supports Ruby and I's platform, so why not?
Right.
Well, he wants to know why RBR doesn't have a wrench.
Right, I don't have
it. He had a wrench. What happened to it?
It might be on the other channel that's down.
That's
why. It's on his other channel. That's why.
Right.
Because RBR isn't using his main channel. He's using his women's channel right now because his main channel got a YouTube restriction. Yeah.
I thought he was being funny saying, why does he have a wrench? But yeah, RBR has a wrench.
Oh.
Why doesn't? Okay, yeah. Because he's using a different account today. That's why.
So I'm going to give him a wrench on this one as well. So.
Okay, well, I appreciate it.
Exactly.
I'll do the next one. Can you guys hear me?
I didn't even realize, honestly. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't realize either because we're in StreamYard. That's why we can't really see it. But hold on, because I'm walking my dog.
Oh my gosh.
Ruby, can you read the next one? Because I'm walking my dog and I can't really read it.
Okay, y'all. My words. Okay, this is from Thank you very much,
Are you
sir.
me?
Man, he's really enjoying himself today too. So,
thank you.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now? Sorry.
Oh, yeah, we can hear
Oh,
you.
you know what? I know what it is. I don't have the right earphone in my ear. Okay, can y'all hear me now? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but you were
I'm sick.
breaking a little
Okay.
bit.
It's a mic issue.
I'm still breaking up. What the hell is
No,
happening?
no, you good.
Okay,
You
let me
good.
move the
You
phone.
good.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So okay, so that says I'm sorry, these are not my words, these are Smooth's words, but you know, I'm gonna honor the super chat. He says, why is Drake's dad so eager to cam up for strangers if this is his first time here? Long ass cigarette equals my life ain't ish. RBR clearly ain't on his meds. Chaos reign, 2 words, speech therapy. Like I said, y'all can't be mad at me. I didn't say it. Okay?
Yeah.
It's not me. I didn't say it. That was not my fault. Okay, and before we move on, okay, Bronze Bird snuck in a super chat. Thank you very much, sir, for the $10 super chat. And he said, so Kanye can't say there. Okay, so Kanye can't say white lives matter in opposition to BLM, a fraud organization that's not quote unquote pro-black, owned by quote unquote white guy, but no smoke, full eugenicist that made it to Fox Soul. Are we talking about Cynthia G?
He's talking about the bald ego.
eugenicist?
The bald ego. They're talking about say you must abort your black masculine. And then Dr. Omar asked the question, say, can you explain? And she said, oh, I'm happy to explain this. And so eager. I say, God damn, bitch, you crazy. You say you go explain it? Really?
I have no idea what you're talking about. I just have to be honest.
I'm gonna say that she said she was happy to explain. Did you watch it, Ruby?
I don't know what you're talking about still. So.
The Fox episode with Omar Johnson, Sinji, the one they called the Transformer, and I think her name's Tamara Mack, that broadcast September.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't watch that.
I saw that.
Okay. All right, well, don't worry about it. Don't watch.
Well, Melanie saw it, so you can ask her.
No, she said, but you not saw it. Don't worry about it.
Wait, why can't you ask me though?
Right.
Because you already know what it is already.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought you was being funny. I'm like,
yeah, like what's wrong with Melody's opinion? It's not good enough?
Okay.
No, it's no need because I did content on this. I ain't gonna recap this on that already watched already. You watch already, Melanie. You have watched it.
But thank you, Bronzebird, for that $10 super chat.
Yes.
Thank you,
Thank you
everyone
very
who's
much.
donating. We really appreciate it.
Very much, guys. Thank you so much because we worked really hard to get here. We are both broken in our own individual ways today, and we really appreciate y'all's support.
Yeah.
I hope y'all guys split this money up between each other. I hope y'all split the money between each other.
We do split the money.
We do. Yeah.
I wanted to ask a question when RB or whatever your name is when you were talking about YouTube and money and all that bullshit like that. Now I know, like, if I send a $5 super chat, you don't get that entire $5, right?
You get like 70% of that super chat.
No, we get like $2 of a $5 super chat or something stupid like that.
Yes.
Yeah, that's less than. Wait, hold on, let me do math. $2 out of 5. That's.
Yeah, they take like all of the money. We barely see.
Is that 40%? Let me check. Let me check that. Because they say it was not supposed
to. About 30%, not 40.
Yeah,
I think it's like 30%.
Yeah, it's about
Yeah.
I mean,
30% Bronzebird said.
$2 super chats.
Well, if you look at, they make 97% of their money on ads. Then they make 3% of their money on super chats and by subscriptions and stuff like buttons, not like buttons, but thank you buttons and stuff like that. So they don't make any money either. 3% is nothing. So what we have to more lean towards is we have to use their business model, because their business model, like I said, has made them $209 billion over the last year. 20 billion of that is from Black YouTube, our sector, and $20 billion that would straighten us out. I'm asking for 30%. I'm not trying to take all the money. I think we should get paid 30% in the future. Now, the money they owe us for the last 3 years, they got to pay us all of that. Why? Well, they should have paid us, but they didn't. So every dime, they owe us the money, all of it. But moving forward, I think 30% is fair. 30% of $20 billion. I think that's fine.
Okay, now I have, because Bronzeberg pointed out, which is true, we didn't actually answer his question. Okay. So his question for those people who are bothered with Kanye West, who said white lives matter in this t-shirt and whatever, right?
Okay.
So for those of y'all who are bothered by that, where is the smoke, right, for a full eugenicist that made it to Fox Soul? Where's the smokes for that? Where's the smoke for that? All Kanye did was wear a White Lives Matter t-shirt, right?
Well,
but you got
the Manosphere has more influence. See, the Manosphere, Kevin Samuels had 1 million subscribers. Cynthia G has 100,000 subscribers. I believe the Manosphere has more influence. So should it be? Is it fair to have the same smoke? Is it fair to have the same smoke for Cynthia G as we do for Kanye West? Who has more influence?
I don't give a shit.
But you know Kevin Samuels is dead now. You're aware of this?
Yes, but why did he have 1 million subscribers and Cynthia G only 100,000? When Google was,
you want to answer that? I'll tell you why. Yes. Because women gave him the 1 million subscribers, not just black women, but generally everybody else that's non-black, including black women that sit there participate night in night out on his streams, want a 6-figure Negro.
Well, that wasn't fair.
They asked him, Mr. Samuels, Mr. Samuels, how can I get a 6-figure Negro? I don't want to work no more. Yes, I do want to pay bills, but I want to pay like maybe 5% if possible. And Kevin Samuels look at him head to say, height, weight, dress size. You do not qualify. Have a nice day, madam. Click.
Okay. Quick question about Cynthia G though. How come Cynthia G still has a channel?
Because she makes Google money. She makes Google money. No, as long as you're making money and you're talking about black men, which is actually, think about Melody, and I'm not sure why a lot of women don't do this, but if you want to make money and keep a channel secure on the website, talk about black men.
There you go.
You'll be safe.
I'm not doing that. I don't.
I know you're not doing. I'm not. Hold on. I know you're not doing.
Just saying, like,
I'm giving a playbook.
He's saying to generalize you. Like, if you want to, if someone wants to.
I'm saying I would never do that. I wouldn't sell my soul and do that for money.
I know.
But she's not selling her soul, though. See, here's the problem, which a lot of people don't realize. There's two different forces at play. The first force is that currently, right, PC culture and feminism and whatever, right, is the thing that the narrative that's protected, which means if you are working and functioning and your narrative is pro some type of feminism, some type of woman power, some type of woman defense, right, you are protected. That's thing one. Thing two, though, and here's the important part, is that if you are going to very verbally come after a specific demographic of men, the best one to gun for is the black man. That's just what it is.
Right.
So
that's what I said.
She's doing both. Yeah. So she's therefore doing both of those things. And that's why it is that she's not going to get shut down. But at the same time, she's not going to be that popular because there's only a really small, very bitter, self-hating minority that's okay with the preach of black women, that of the preaching that would say to unalive your black boys only. If you not like, oh, well, you know, right to choose if you're not ready for a baby, but no, let's try to make this a genetic issue, as though black men are somehow genetically inferior, and it's not because of the failure of the parenting of those black males that make them grow up and be something negative. Right? It's only a very small demographic of women who can tolerate that and support that. And that's why she's not going to grow at some astronomical rate. That's why she's pretty low considering how long she's been around. That's really what it is.
Can I get a question, Ruby? Ruby, I have a question real quick. How did it go from a gender war between black men and black women to just a war on black men? How the hell did that happen? Because it used to be the gender war.
I mean, I think there is still a gender war. I just think, and this is my opinion, I think that the things like that unaliving black male babies and trying to make it sound like there's a genetic defect in black men, I think that is so beyond egregious. I think that is so beyond self-hating. Like it crosses lines that the men have not crossed in the gender war. And so to me, that's my hyper focus, because it's the most disgusting message that I've heard, and on either side, honestly.
Can I say
Ruby,
something? Please. Can I say something?
You know what's interesting?
Go ahead.
Sure.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
I'm 40 years old. I live in Tennessee. I'm an educated man. I didn't go to college or anything like that. I work in a factory. I work 12 hours a day. I'm not a fucking thug. I did sell drugs a long time ago, a little bit, just a little weed, nothing crazy. You know, I have an 18-year-old daughter who is studying to be a nurse right now at ATSU. You know, I'm just a country ass regular fucking black dude. You know what I mean? I'm not like out there gang banging and shit. I've never done that shit. You know what I mean? I don't understand where this narrative is coming from. But you know, whatever.
You know, Ruby, since you mentioned this, I'm trying to remember. If women think and believe, just like her, saying that the black male has a defect, what that says about themselves, because where they come from. Don't they have to put the two fingers back at themselves if they said they're a defect, but they had to come out of someone?
Yeah, they don't think blackness has a defect, just the black male, obviously. So.
Yeah, but they forgot to say if this a black man comes out of, let's say, the womb of the black woman, and he said this black male is defective, and the majority are from their rhetoric, then that would put two fingers back at them and say, then you must be defect if they're coming out of the factory.
No, but see, I hear why, like, for you, like, it logically follows. But I mean, we do know that there are definitely genetic defects that track only through the Y chromosome or only through the second X chromosome, right? So, for example, if the Y chromosome itself is the defective chromosome, then women, it's not going to be passed down to them, right? Even if they would pass it down if they had a boy, because again, it's passed down through the Y chromosome, not passed down through the X chromosome. So I understand, like, I'm not saying that it at all is rational or reasonable. In fact, it's entirely unreasonable, because again, we can very obviously see that it's nature. It's not nature, it's nurture, right? You raise children, right? You condition children, you train children, and they become products of that raising. So if you raise your kids to be ain't shit, guess what? They're going to grow up and be ain't shit. And if you raise your kids to be exemplary, they're going to be exemplary. And that has nothing to do with their race, and it has nothing to do with their maleness or their femaleness. And to suggest otherwise is disgusting.
Of their genetics. Absolutely, Ruby. I read a study on my show last week, right? And they took the mice, right? And they took half of the mice, they left with the birth mother. Half of the mice, they left with a foster mother, with another mother. And so they were talking about what you just talked about, nature versus nurture, your genetics versus your environment.
That's an old thing.
Now, what they found, this is something new. They found that the other mother from another culture that didn't birth the baby, the mice, that mother's DNA had more of an effect on their foster kids than the DNA of their own mother. So what did that mean? That meant they were able to learn aspects of the mother's genetics that they didn't have. So what was it saying? Well, they were saying nature, environment, mother's environment had way more influence on those little mice than the actual parents. What family they grew up with had more influence on their, if they're talking about weight, obviously. They were talking about weight. So the mother's weight, or lack thereof, had way more influence than the fact that they were genetically born to a fat rat. Just because this wasn't the biological mother, just because she raised them. She raised them to adapt to her culture.
That fucking happens with humans. I mean, you know, just because there's people who have parents that they don't even give a shit about because they didn't raise them. They were raised by another parent. You know what I mean? Or another somebody got with somebody else and some shit like that, and they were raised by them. You know, there's people.
But that's not the narrative. The narrative is if your father ain't there and you weren't raised with Leave It to Beaver, then you the single mother and all this crap. So the narrative doesn't really speak to that. The narrative is to that you are better off with, you know, both of your parents. But the study showed that that's not true. Ruby also made a good point earlier when she said that if you go to Canada, you don't get to bring the alley from Brooklyn with you. If you in Rome, you got to do as a Roman. You have to fit in to Canadian culture. If
You
you
have
go
to
to
adapt
Jamaica,
to your environment wherever you're at.
absolutely. Now, that's what I want to say to Jessica X. So she's saying we have to stamp out American culture. Well, I'm saying no. If those other cultures can't cut the mustard and people want to adopt American culture, who are we to say, well, forget that culture. I don't like American culture. You have to adopt this culture over here or that culture over there. So when the argument is we can go to other cultures and we can discard our culture and blend in with their culture, I say no. Why? Because our culture is dominant for a reason. And that reason is I know I'm not gonna Big J ain't gonna like me. I think our culture is better.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I'll tell you something. I am at least 50% Native American. My grandmother was 100% Cherokee, and then
Like Taz.
yeah, and then she got with the black dude, and then she had my mom, and my mom got with the black dude, and then there's me. So there's something there, but you know, I don't know. I just think that we are not. I'm not talking about native black people and black people. I'm talking about. I think that we as people are just unique, and I think it gets. I think that other people like white people and shit, they get intrigued with our culture and shit. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Well, we want to preserve our culture. We don't want to give up our culture.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah. So all this Cherokee and Choctaw.
I'm Cherokee, motherfucker.
I know,
Cherokee.
but we black. But I know, but we're black.
And black.
Like our ancestry goes back to Africa. And I think it's very important. But there is an American culture. I concede that there is an American culture that's unique to America. But I still think that we shouldn't let other cultures stamp that culture out. And there is an assault on the culture. So we could talk about the assault on black men, but let's talk about the culture. That's one of the things that the racist Marjorie Taylor Greene in her racist speech, she said they're trying to get rid of your culture. And I don't think that's going to happen. But yes, when people come to the United States, I don't think that they look for the dominant culture. I think they look for a culture that's successful. So what we find with other ethnic and racial minorities is they don't come here and try to be white. They come here and they look at the accomplishments and achievements of black people, and they use that as their template. They use that as their business model. Okay. The Italians did the same thing.
Yeah,
So I think so I think that it's important that I know that there are other people of other cultures that are going to say that our culture is degenerate and inferior, and it's about the fried chicken and the hats being backwards and the pants sagging and all that bullshit. But that's not true.
I do love me some fried chicken.
Okay, but you know everybody likes chicken, fried chicken.
Exactly.
Okay, so I think that we just have to be more mindful of the fact that we respect other people's cultures, but we're not willing to give up ours. And I don't think we should. Okay. And so we have to be very, very mindful of what the Republicans are trying to do. It's an assault on us, yes, but it's an assault on our culture. They don't mind Kanye West. They don't mind Herschel Walker. They don't mind Candace Owens. But they do mind us. Go ahead, Melanie.
No, I was gonna say we have a new person. We have a game changer on the panel. Hi, game changer.
Hey, how you
Hey,
doing, Melody?
GC.
Hey, how
Good.
you doing, Ruby?
So, what are your thoughts on this conversation?
Well, so there's a lot of ways to measure cultural superiority and inferiority. I like to measure it by sustainability, and this sustainability is determined by the number of children a culture produces and the quality that they produce. And unfortunately, the Black American culture lacks in both by an extraordinary measure. So I would have to say that no, as of present, we actually have a very degenerate culture, one that doesn't produce proper offsprings or a large number thereof, and it's not sustainable. Therefore, it would be wise to adopt aspects of other cultures in order to um, thrive.
Well, I think the Latino culture right now probably leads the league in babies. But if you look at the if you look at
Then perhaps we
the
should
African,
adopt things from their culture so that we can have more babies.
you mean from the Latino culture?
Well, from that aspect of Latino culture, yes.
Okay,
Also, child rearing aspects from Oriental cultures. Absolutely.
okay. Well,
Well,
I
I was
disagree with it,
black.
but I would say that in Africa, what is your assessment of African culture in terms of population size? 1.4, 1.3 billion people. In terms of they don't want to invade the Ukraine and all that other stuff, and they're not trying to blow everybody up and kill everybody and stop everybody's culture and build a big in Mexico to pay for a wall. Do you think that the overall African culture is degenerate and inferior?
Well, Africa is a collection of countries as well as a collection of cultures. It's difficult to say. I will say that certain nations in Africa do produce a large number of high quality children. Yes.
Could we learn anything from them?
Yeah, well, I think that the thing that that many African nations need to learn is to not emulate our culture. That is the number one thing that will destroy them as a people. They
I
need to
don't think they
continue to,
do.
huh?
I don't think they do.
You don't think they do what?
I don't think they try to emulate our culture over there. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, so
I've never
do you realize that during I think it was Liberia, if I'm not mistaken, um, in Monrovia, they had a series of rebel armies. One of those armies was literally called the Tupac Army.
Oh no.
God, no. Oh,
So
God.
yeah, um, there's a lot of
No,
stupid
not
crap
no.
that goes on there. So yeah, if you see something is disruptive and destructive, you should definitely avoid it. Crap like that needs to be avoided.
All right. Well, I would agree with you on that one, game changer. All aspects of black culture are indeed black culture, but society has convinced us that the B1s, the bottom 1% of black culture, is all of black culture. And of course, that's not true. So when we look at the 10% of blacks who embrace their black race and culture and reject the myth of white supremacy, these people are called the nerds. These people are called too woke, or these
Now,
people
whoa,
are called
whoa. I'm a
educated
nerd.
lames, educated lames. These are all phrases that came out of the manosphere nuts.
I mean, I'm a nerd because I grew up reading comic books and I watch fucking superhero movies and shit, and I've always read comics and I still do. That's why I call myself a nerd. And I like music a lot and I play guitar and shit. You know what I mean? So I'm a nerd.
Okay, but it's not a very enduring term, but it is an aspect of black culture that we seem to ignore. And so I don't like us doing that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you got channels like you got blurreds in the hood. It's like a black nerd channel. Blurreds. You know what I mean? It's like a term now for black nerds. Blurred. But yeah, you got people embrace. You got black people embracing their nerddom and doing shit. You know, it's happening. But also, since I get in here for a second, I also want to say that the Spanish community is a great community. I remember when my mother died, the Spanish community helped me out a lot. But I did fuck a lot of their women, so they knew me. You know what I mean? So, but the Spanish community around here, when my mother died, they all helped me. They all came together, gave me some money and shit, and helped me out to pay for the funeral and shit. But the Spanish community, just in general, is great. It's awesome, I think. And
I mean, once again, you could determine the health of a community or a culture by the number of offsprings they produce and the quality of offsprings they produce, and they seem to be doing well in that regard. So yeah, whenever I see that, I think that that is something that we should learn. Perhaps not the artistic aspects of it, but the more cultural aspects of it, as far as the way they interact with each other, child rearing, things like that. Mm-hmm. So I don't want us to be so arrogant to say that we have a dominant culture and everybody needs to learn from us, because if they did, then a lot of ignorance would come from that.
Well, no, and I think that's okay, but I think that when cultures come here, right, and they look for a culture that started from scratch, that started from slavery. Now, they're not going to immediately start making rap albums and putting thug life tattoos on their chest. No, they're looking for what they consider to be what you're talking about. They're looking for the best of they're looking for the Obama. They're looking for the competent black person. Maybe an athlete, maybe not an athlete. Did you hear what I said at the beginning of the show, that the brother that was shot in the McDonald's was a multicultural brother that you guys would call biracial?
No, I didn't hear that part.
Okay, he was like Dante Wright. He was very light skinned.
Okay,
and the part-time brother, and they didn't hesitate to shoot him 20
part-time brother. I never heard that.
I mean, they opened up the door and said. And he was eating the burger. He was eating, had the burger in his mouth. Pow, 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 pow. They didn't hesitate to shoot him. They didn't say, oh, no, that's a light-skinned dude. Oh, that's G. Lowry. Oh, you can go. So here's my point.
What? You got to shoot him.
No, you ain't.
You know what I mean?
Light-skinned. No.
It doesn't matter if you light-skinned, you black. No, you got to shoot. I know what you're saying, but that shit doesn't fucking matter. I swear to God, I know what you're saying, but that shit doesn't matter to white people. As soon as because you might be you could be light skinned, okay? Because I'm kind of light skinned, I'm high yellow, and so you could be fucking doing shit like regular, and every motherfucker, they accepting all your shit. But as soon as you flip and start doing some black shit that they deem to be black shit, they'll fucking turn on you on a dime, son. So that's what I'm saying. When they see that motherfucker, it doesn't matter. He's light skinned. Pow, pow, shoot that motherfucker.
But he didn't do anything. That's what I'm saying.
I know he didn't do anything. It doesn't matter. He's black. Anyway, goddamn it.
Okay.
Now I'm getting robbed.
Well, no, and see, and like I said, when people come here, just like us or just like me, when I come to Los Angeles, I didn't have any real experience with the Latino population, but I was told that find them and you'll find the cheap housing. I was told that if you can get down to where they are and find something to sell to them, you can make a lot of money because there's a lot of them. So I don't look for the MS-13 and follow the MS-13 signs all over the buildings and then you'll be okay. No, we know that that's an element of Latino culture. They out here killing people and ganging and selling drugs and doing all kind of stuff. So we're not looking for, and when you talk about the Asian culture, or when you talk about white culture, you're not talking about the white trash. You're not talking about the Nazis or you understand what I'm saying? Game changer.
Oh, yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. But what I'm also saying is the collective. Whether you are talking about the talented 10th or the bottom 10%. I'm talking about the collective. Even the talented 10th are not producing children at a high rate. And it's questionable to even if they're producing quality ones. So I'm saying collectively, you know.
Or they even
And
have, or they're producing any at all.
I'm sorry.
If they're producing any at all, personally, if they're
Yeah,
producing any.
so that is problematic. I mean, and we
It's
once you
across the board,
judge,
though. I think that's across the board with all races. If you, depending upon your income level,
well, it is. So
it
which
used to be
means that
2.3 kids or some shit like that. These
which
families have 2 kids and shit. So that's
so
across.
if Americans are not reproducing themselves, then that is definitely not a functioning culture, because that is the purpose. That is one of the many purposes of a culture, and that is to sustain itself.
Okay.
We're not sustaining ourselves. That's
Now
why
talk about the 78% out of wedlock birth rate, and then tell me that we're not sustaining ourselves.
well,
Because if
it
we
means
lost
that
80%
well,
of
once again, that
our
goes.
kids,
Once again,
our
that
race
speaks
is
to
gone.
quality, because what we're saying is we're having few children, and the few children we do have are not born under wedlock. So yeah, that is problematic, and which is not something that's indicative of a superior culture. Once again, we're importing people from other cultures in order to sustain our own.
Well, if I could just bring up a point here in regards to that, because I actually went and looked it up because I remember reading this recently. So in 1991, the birth rate in women ages 15 to 19 was 61.8 births per 100,000 in 1991. Comparatively, it's down to 15.3 births per 100,000 in 2020. That's 2020. So basically, and it's been a decline. So, and actually another number that's changed is that there are more women in general, there are more women who have had a child by the age of 40 than there were in 1991, right? So as in, like, we had an 85% of women now are having children by the age of 40, compared to just under 80% in the year 2000. So the thing is that you're kind of seeing things move in the correct direction, but things were very skewed. We had a major problem with teen birth rates, out of wedlock birth rates in very young people, so on and so forth. You had a lot of issues with a bunch of different economic declines and whatever, where people were scared to have multiple children and whatever, and barely making ends meet and so on and so forth. So I think really what we're kind of seeing is the effects of making those better decisions and kind of trending in a better way in some areas, without the middle class doing too much change. And so
Okay.
like
So
that
you're
middle,
saying
I'm
no.
saying that the people who are kind of average age, maybe married, they're in a, kind of almost stable position. They're not willing to have a bunch of kids because they'd like to stay stable, and they're not seeing like there's a whole lot of economic opportunity and whatever and growth, and they don't want to be in the poorhouse. And yet we have totally lowered our under 19, our teen birth rates,
Right.
which is a good thing, right? And overall, more women are having children, in their adulthood, which is a good thing, but it's just like it's
Right.
not making up enough of what we lost in the under 19 age. So I think it's like, it's not great. Yeah, we're damn near at negative replacement rates. It's not a great thing. But I think that it kind of logically makes sense given what we wanted the trend to be. It's like
Well,
we're
Game Changer
succeeding.
doesn't believe that. Game Changer thinks you're too old at 40 to be having kids. You hit the wall.
You
He thinks
are.
you hit the wall.
I know. Me and Game Changer. Well, I necessarily disagree with Game Changer just for the simple fact that I'm
I,
38 and have not had children yet. So obviously, I disagree with Game Changer there. But at the same time, I understand the generalized point, right? There is a generalized point to say that is it good that you have a lot of women these days saying, I can be I'll just be like Janet Jackson and have my kids at 45 to 55. It'll be fine. Like, no, that's also not really a reasonable answer. Waiting till you're too late, like, and everyone, the majority waiting until the age of 40 to 50 is not ideal either, right? The majority having all their children before the age of 19 is not ideal either, right? So it's like we have to open up the opportunity for kind of like the people in the middle who have a little more common sense, have a little more balance, have a little more structure, but is, again, they're willing to have like one kid because
So what ages do you think are the perfect ages to have kids? Between what and what?
I would say, and again, I'm going to differ slightly here. I know people are going to disagree with me. But I would say from 25, from the age of 25 until, I actually don't say until 35. I think it depends at that point. Now we're looking at individual differences, because if your fertility has declined by the age of 33 and your individual stats show that it's not going to be a good birth for you, or it's not going to be a healthy birth for you, then I don't think you should be planning to have children then, right? So if you are like me, my fertility is still young, luckily, right? So is it bad for me to have a kid at 38? No, not currently.
No.
But if yours is bad, then you shouldn't be saying, I'll have a kid in another year or two, when your fertility has already started to plummet and your body can no longer recognize and reject a fetus that is basically detrimentally mutated, right? Like, I mean, you have to use some common sense there. So I'm going to say 25 to 40, but I think between the ages of 32 and 40, a lot of individual differences come into play, and women should be looking into their fertility and their reproductive health from the age of like 30-ish. So that way they are very well aware of that, and they're not making stupid decisions going forward.
Okay. How many kids are they having per black woman?
It's right here in the statistic. Basically, for every 1,000 black women, there's well, okay, let's put it like this. The fertility rate is about 1.7 to every black woman.
That's low. We need at least 2.1, 2.3 to sustain our population.
And nobody has that. The closest is a very small population. That's the Native Hawaiians. Or other Pacific Islanders, which is the highest, but still. So we actually have here in the U.S., throughout all ethnic groups, we definitely have a very low and a very poor fertility rate. At this rate, we will be gone and replaced by those that we allow to immigrate into this nation. So this is definitely problematic that we have such a culture. I think any culture that encourages birth and proper child rearing is the superior culture. And I'm sorry, for that reason, I would have to give ours an F+.
So wait a minute, game changer.
But the same niggas talking about six-figure income and all that other bullshit to be able to have a kid, we got to drop that stupid ass requirement that you have to be a millionaire to have a kid.
I agree. I never said that a man should make six figures before having a kid.
He's right.
Nor did I say a woman should seek a six-figure man in order to have a kid with.
True.
I mean, you know, personally, I see nothing wrong with a woman having children with a younger, poorer guy when she's younger herself. I see nothing wrong.
That happened to me.
Yeah. Now I would like to see the relationship sustain, but that's another part of our culture that we need to work on.
Do you think that we should they should get married before they have kids?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, or at least
sometimes it don't work like that, motherfucker. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Well, I mean,
wait, can we not throw the insults out, please?
No, you can plan certain things, but you're right, it doesn't work like that all the time. However, that should be your intention. Right now, that's neither the man or the woman's intention collectively for Americans.
Yeah, I feel the younger the better. I don't think you should wait till you're like 30, 25. I think you should find your man, find your soulmate early. That's 18 to 25 when you're prime. Find that right man and get married and have kids. That way, around that time, you can keep having kids. We need people to have multiple kids so we can get those numbers back up. You know what I mean? So if you start young, the more kids you can have with your husband. But if you're starting at 30 and 35, you probably can only have 1 to 2 children. So we need to be realistic with that. I think you should start having
have more than that if you're starting at 30.
I know, but
it's every 2 years between.
If you do,
30, 35.
You're breaking up.
I think this is the issue.
Ruby?
Am I breaking up again? Okay.
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
You were for a second. You're
Okay.
all right
I'm
now.
holding my phone up in the
Okay.
air like a crazy person
Sound
on
like
my couch. Anyway,
double
okay,
Okay.
here's the
Hold
issue.
on. And read the super chat, Ruby, is for you before you go on.
Oh, smooth. Of course. Thank you very much, sir. He had to say Ruby is hiding wrinkles with the animated avatar. Okay, I see you. I feel you. That's what you think. It's all right. You just wait till Halloween, sir. You wait. You'll see. There's no wrinkles on this baby smooth skin yet. Thank God. Because black don't crack.
Listen, there's women having kids at 45, 65. You know weird that is, and by the time your child hits 20, you about to be 70, 80 years old. Shit.
Right, so just
Well,
because they
I mean,
have
and
the
it's that
right.
type of logic.
It's especially not first time. Now, if you have already you already had kids, like 2 or 3, that's okay. Maybe it happens, but for the first time,
Oh, it does happen. I'm sorry.
The problem is,
I've seen it. I know
high school study
okay.
It's a bunch of 40-year-olds.
Let me say this.
For the first time. Like, where's the middle?
The problem is
Well, let me say
financially, emotionally, physically, in a lot of ways, teenagers, okay, and very young 20-year-olds are not really, especially in this society, and especially the way that we are rearing humans, right, are not really capable of being great parents by and large. And I know this as being the product of one of those couples, one of those unions, right? My mom was high school valedictorian, pregnant with me. My parents did get married before I got here. They separated before I ever knew they were together, and they hated each other's guts my whole entire life. And a lot of my own personal dysfunction and my own personal delays in life directly are related to the fact that my parents literally were not capable of being parents to a teenager by the time I got to being a teenager. And I've seen this repeated numerous times, not just in friends of mine, but also in friends of mine who had their kids very young. And that, you know, they had one kid very young, right? Like I have a friend who had her kid, she got pregnant at 14, and then she right now has a 4-year-old and she has a 7-year-old, right? And the 4-year-old and 7-year-old versus what the now 22-year-old had to go through, night and day, right? And this is why I say, I'm like, you know, it's nice to think about it just from a birth replacement rate and whatever, but we have to think about other factors. And the fact is we are not raising humans in the Western world to be capable, functional adults, let alone parents, at 18 to 21. We're just not. It's very unfortunate, but it's true.
That goes to what I was saying about quality. And that is something that we also are lacking. If you are raising adults excuse me, right quick, brother. If you are raising adults that are not functioning adults, then yeah, there is something culturally wrong here in the U.S. Which is
she's not saying that. She's saying when they were a little bit more mature.
No. She's saying that they are not ready for, you know, one of the things that come with adulthood. Therefore, we're raising adults that are not ready for adulthood. You know, that is something that we as a culture most certainly need to work on. Because you're right, a lot of young people have the temperament and the mind of a child, and this sustains for a very long time. So that is something that we as a culture are lacking in. We lack in a lot of different ways. Hence the F+ that I was talking about. Now, there's something that was said in the chat room that I want to point out, and this goes into what I was saying about arrested maturity, because what a lot of women want to do is they want to tell themselves what they want to hear in order to sustain that adult child dynamic that they enjoy so much. And what I mean by that is when they turn 18, they many of them have the mind and the temperament of children. However, they have the freedoms of an adult. And you can tell by their behavior that that's how they feel about life. They like this feeling. They want to continue with this feeling for as long as they possibly can before they start having children and considering adulthood, which is why she said that, here's right here. There are women who have kids at 65 through, at 45 through 65, no joke. There are people who get their degrees between 45 and 65. Doesn't mean that they should, you know, or people who start careers at that age doesn't necessarily mean that they should. it means that you are missing out on certain things by doing so. I know this because I am childless and near that age. Also, when you say that there are women who do this, I mean, it's not really intelligent to just say, that logic is kind of like, there are people who win the lottery. You probably shouldn't bet on that also. And I think that people should know this, and I was reluctant to say this in the past. A lot of women in the age group that you were talking about, people say the Janet Jacksons and the Halle Berrys, though I am not certain with their individual situations, I can say that a lot of women are having children, especially the wealthy ones, from eggs that are donated and passing those children off as their own. So basically, they go out and buy a sperm, buy an egg, put both of them in their womb, and then they say, you see, anybody can have a baby at 50, but they don't really tell you that this is the result of a stranger's egg, a stranger's sperm, and this baby. They don't tell you that.
You see Michael Jackson's kids, and damn good well they made his kids and shit.
No, but usually the reason why that actually happens, the reason why that normally happens is because, and I'm saying with the donated egg and stuff, are women who did try to conceive for like a decade. Like they were actually trying, they went through multiple rounds of IVF, so on and so forth.
No.
And it just didn't work for them. That's normally why you get the donated egg case. In the cases of the women who are very intentionally waiting to these older ages, they get their eggs harvested. They get their eggs harvested very early on in life because they're prioritizing their career. So they get their eggs harvested at 30 something, right? And that way they don't have to worry about it. And so that way, if their eggs aren't good, actually, like I said, that's a majority. The majority of the times you hear like, oh, women are getting these donations and whatever, it's a lot of women who struggle with infertility and are trying from their 20s and early 30s to have children with just no success, or maybe them and their spouse, they have like a fatal flaw together when they make a fetus, it because of their genetic combination or whatever. Like, I just know this because I've been looking into it over the last couple of years to know. Nowadays, like I said, it's a thing. Like women just go, oh yeah, I'm gonna get my eggs harvested and put them away for later just in case, because the priority is no longer getting married and building families and building legacy in that way, right? These women want to focus on their careers and stuff. They don't have time to get pregnant while they're building up clout at the law firm or as a doctor or whatever. It's going to stall their career. So they make these plans really consciously. And it's really kind of unfortunate because a lot of them are getting to over 40 and then they are getting donor sperm to implant those eggs of theirs that they harvested, because they get to 40, they realize they're literally incompatible with building a relationship with someone or with sharing their life with someone or making joint decisions with someone. And so they're going to go it alone. And that's not really what they were planning. They thought they'd have time later to find love. They thought they'd have time later to build a family. They thought they were safeguarding, and they really weren't.
I'm sorry, but I'm sorry to interrupt you. I was going to make that point that a lot of people, like I said, I'm 40 years old. A lot of my friends have never. I mean, like I said, it was an accident. I had a kid. It happened. She's 18. I'm fucking 40 years old. Some people in my age group have like 7-year-old, 8-year-old kids, you know what I'm saying? 13-year-olds, whatever. But a lot of people now are doing what you just said. They're working on their careers or whatever. They're like it's not economically viable to have a child, but they still want to have a child. The women do. So they do. I do know some women who have harvested their eggs. They froze them or whatever the fuck they do. I'm sorry, whatever they do to them. But yeah,
some states actually cover it in full, and that's the thing too. Like people don't even realize that they won't cover like helping you with it. There are some states that do cover it. They
what state in the U.S. covers egg freezing?
I would actually have to go back and look for it. Someone sent me the
Please do.
there's a
I'm looking
list.
at the cost
I
right
will.
now. I'm looking at the cost. Embryo freezing is $4,400.
Jesus.
Yeah, let's
Yep.
see. Sperm freezing, frozen egg donation, $15,000. Fresh egg donation includes 6 fresh. Let's see, is 29,000. Yeah. So, and what you're talking about is you're talking about people who are you talking about women who haven't made it? That's why they're doing this. You know, they're focusing on their careers.
Yes.
So meaning that they haven't really got it like that yet. You know, they're just waiting to pay off their student loan. And what I'm saying is the fertility rate is low, it's below replacement because of this stupidity. What they need to focus, what the women need to focus on more than anything is my penis and my sandwich.
Oh gosh.
Wow. Y'all think y'all need for
not just any penis, but his penis in particular. Okay.
Right. Well, no. Well, one of the things I think we're missing is while we do want to have these babies within the boundaries of wedlock and all that old nonsense, if we get rid of the almost 80% of the children that are born out of wedlock, that's 80% of the population. Our fertility rate goes down another 80%. So we have to keep the 80% out of wedlock births as long as these people are in their 20s, 30s, 40s. I think we're good. Now, does that mean
no, not 40s and 30s? You are in a danger zone. A woman should not say, "Oh yeah, kids, I'm going to do that when I'm in my 40s."
Look at the time. See, the people are living to be 100 years old, man.
30s.
It's not a matter of that. It's a matter of fertile years. They can live to be 1,000 years old. They are only fertile for so many years. RBR.
No, but
you know, it's
not
it's
18
foolish
no
to,
more, not 20 no more,
25 to 35.
No, it is foolish to procrastinate.
Years ago. See, that was 20 years ago.
Huh?
That was 20 years ago. Now you're good at 40.
No, you're not good at 40.
You are. See, you're going with
you
the
are
old
not.
type.
It can happen,
You are not.
It's not good.
Look it up, Ruby.
Put it like
Ruby,
this.
look
Put
it
it
up.
like
This
this.
is 2022.
Put it like this.
Now.
You put it. What the hell? Humans haven't changed just because technology did.
Yeah.
You are not good at 40.
They are living longer.
It can happen.
That doesn't matter.
It does.
Why does it matter how long a person is when we're talking about fertile years?
Because the longer your fertility, your window is.
No. RBR. If they make a magic potion that made women live until 250, their fertility will still end. Their fertility will still end. Women are born with a.
I know, but why would you think that?
Women are born with a finite amount of eggs, sir. So meaning that they don't double just because their lifespan doubles.
Of course,
that doesn't make sense.
That's called evolution.
What they need to their evolution don't take 20 years. Okay, it takes thousands, perhaps millions of years.
No.
I mean, he's not wrong on that.
No, it's incremental.
But we are living.
That's a drastic change.
Well,
here's
the point.
So every 100 years, a woman gets one extra egg. That still don't mean shit. That just
no.
1 month.
Well, I'm saying that if your lifespan,
listen,
okay, hold on.
Ladies, listen and listen.
In the last 20 years, the lifestyle.
Do not hesitate. Focus on my penis now.
Okay, but here I want to make this point because and I'm not sure exactly. It's actually a question I thought of the other week, so it's interesting we're talking about it. However, right, you're absolutely right. Women are born with a finite amount of eggs, right? But another thing that has happened with the advent of modern society is birth control. And birth control, in essence, what it does is literally prevent you from ovulating. Right. And so if you are on birth control for 10 years or 20 years, and it's something I wanted to ask my fertility doctor because I thought about it a couple weeks ago, like, does that mean that you still have that 10 years of eggs because you literally stopped yourself from ovulating for 10 years, right? Because you were on birth control. I'm not sure what the answer is, but it's plausible if you didn't actually ovulate. Right. Then you would still have that extra 10 years. So
no. I just typed it in. Do birth control delay menopause? They said no. It's in bold. Here, I'll share it with you. No, you'll reach menopause around 50, whether you're taking birth control pills or not.
So
Because
how
birth control pills
Right.
use hormones to create artificial cycles. They can mask symptoms of something premenopause and menopause. So you still run out of eggs. Ladies,
Perimenopause. It's called
perimenopause. Thank you.
perimenopause.
So
Yep.
yeah, thank you. I'm not a woman. So ladies, understand
know.
this. There is no beating Mother Nature. Just like men can't beat Father Time, women cannot beat Mother Nature. Okay? The only solution to this problem is my penis. That is it. That is the
But the problem is, though, GC, what you just said, unfortunately, doesn't really actually combat what RBR said, because in either way, if the average woman is not going through menopause until 50, that is actually later than it was 50 years ago. And menopause is when you stop ovulating. So if you don't stop ovulating, if you don't run out of eggs until 50, then someone's saying, well, you can still have kids from 40 to 45. It's not an unreasonable then statement. So I'm just saying.
That's what I'm saying.
Hold on.
They don't take into account evolution, and they don't take into account mutations. Living longer means everything else is longer. As we evolve, and see, this is the thing that I don't like about the Republicans. God made a
average
child.
age of menopause in the year 1900 was 51.
Okay, well, the
What?
average lifespan was 60, so
Yeah,
that did work.
or less.
No, it wasn't. Doesn't even make no. And the reason why I say no, it wasn't. I mean, you know, the whole thing with the fact that like science refused to study women's reproductive health at all, like period, like for a very long time, like refused to study it altogether.
In 1900, it was approximately 50 years, and then it says reported to be 51.
Right, reported by who?
Whatever.
Doesn't matter. It was reported.
They didn't have.
It does.
You can't report. But see, what you're doing is you're taking information out of nowhere. Like
No,
you're
but
saying
where did the
that-
35
you're
to
saying that
40
women are
come
somehow
from?
I
though?
will send you
Game
where I'm
changer.
taking the
Game
information
changer.
from.
Listen to me.
I'll
good.
send you where I got the information from.
Yeah,
I'm not
you do.
taking it out
Yeah,
of nowhere.
yeah. Listen to me good, ladies. There is no beating Mother Nature. There
Oh,
isn't.
man.
We focus on my penis now. That is the point. That y'all don't get it. Y'all try, and this is
Well, I think it's
because of
better
your
if they wait
strong
till they're a
desire,
little bit more mature.
huh?
It is
I think it's
definitely better.
if the women wait till they're a little bit more mature,
Exactly.
and yes, and make sure their financial situation and their student loans are paid.
No. Get mature quicker. Absolutely. You have to hurry up and get mature and get to my penis. That is what you have to do ASAP. Stop playing around. Stop playing these Sex in the City games thinking that you Janet Jackson or some crap like that. You know, stop playing weird
Janet Jackson stuff.
I want to ask you a
Stop
question.
playing weird science with your pussy. Ladies, stop it.
All right, so GC, is it just American women who wait long, or is it other women too, like in other countries? Because from what I understand, women in other countries they marry young and they have kids young.
I mean, in many, especially the Latin countries, it really goes by culture, but I do know that Africans and Latins tend to do both earlier. It is a Western concept, the whole career woman, the whole, focus on, living your best life, or focus on me time, and their me time just so happens to be 25 adult years. Like that is purely that is almost primarily a Western construct. Even in Asian countries, they say a woman past 27 is considered like a leftover woman. Like this is unheard of
especially in Hollywood.
Yeah, exactly. See, here's the thing. It's a completely American thing for women to argue about it. Like, oh yeah, we're evolving, or try to make excuses about why they are procrastinating getting those eggs fertilized.
Well, I looked up a study one time of where the highest out of wedlock birth rates were. And this was a study that I read about or saw on TV or something about the highest incidence of sexually transmitted diseases. And I wanted to look at it in terms of Black women, of course, because I'm a real brother. But what we found is that in America is like between 40th and 50th in out of wedlock births. We are way down on the scale of STDs. Companies like Sweden and Norway and these companies, they're way up in out of wedlock births. They're way up in STDs. You want to know why? Because their women have reached full equality with men. There are women running around who don't need a man, who are doing a female Kevin Samuels, who got 19 men, who date 20 men in 20 weeks and go to a bar and pick up men. These women have fooled themselves into thinking sexual equality means sexual sameness, that they're the same as men. And I'm not advocating for that, but I'm making the point that what we've created here, which is a patriarchal society, seems to work better in terms of out of wedlock birth rates on a worldwide scale and in terms of sexually transmitted diseases. Now, the Latin countries, Puerto Rico and some of these other countries, are way up there. Way up there. So they have more marriages and babies in wedlock, but they have more out of wedlock marriages too. They have more sexually diseases too. Look that up sometimes. Countries with the highest out of wedlock birth rates, countries with the highest STD rates.
I know America gotta be up there.
No,
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. No,
Gotta be.
no,
It's not.
no. We're like 42 or
Will
some shit.
somebody look that up for me?
Yeah, I'm looking it up now.
Look
Hold
that
on.
up.
So
It
into
says
that, wait, before you read that, Chef Disaster 3.0, thank you so much for the $10 super sticker. We really appreciate you. And we appreciate the support. Thank you. Go ahead, Jason.
Yes,
Oh,
thank
no.
you. Sorry, I had to.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to say thank
I
you.
was trying. I had to get back to the right tab. Sorry.
Go ahead, GC.
No, I have it right here. I'm looking at where U.S. falls on this.
Keeps going down. He's
you
way
know.
down there.
Yeah, it is a lot of African countries, real brother. Just to remind you,
Real
that like are at the very top.
Well,
Ukraine is here.
I mean, even if you look at just that worldwide statistics of anything, including the length of from basically your first period to menopause, differs based on your ethnic background, the start, how young you are, how old you are, when your first period is, which has an impact obviously on when you go through menopause. That differs based on ethnicity. It differs based on your actual life environmental experiences. I mean, there's a bunch, and this is the problem. The problem is, right, is that when you have women like myself, right, who either don't fit into the parameters of what people are saying my body should be doing at 38 years old, or I've seen a lot of people who don't fit into that. I'm speaking to fertility doctors directly, and they're saying, okay, here's what the common understanding is. Here's where the reality is. We know for sure, again, that the study of female reproduction at one point was literally in the 1900s, like in the years 1900s. It's not like it was hundreds of years ago, was decided like it was irrelevant. It was just an irrelevant point, like there's no point on studying this. So we're actually very, very behind in female reproduction and anatomy as far as like having the same understanding as we do of other parts of the human body. And so as women, right, when we're responding, and yes, there's some women who are just responding because they're being stubborn and, they just they want to use it as a justification for their behavior. And in that case, I'd be like, okay, no, I would be fighting against them too, right? But like the reality isn't as cut and dry as people think it is, as men think it is. Like, oh, well, by the time you get to 35, that's it. Like that's also not true, right? Like there's a truth there that's not what it is. And it's really just the statistics. The actual research doesn't show that that's true at all. The research shows that in general, it's actually the age of 40. The age of 40 is a problematic era. Yeah, RBR. Right. RBR, that's the point where your risk of birth rate starts going up exponentially year by year, like significantly.
Here's what ladies in the West need to stop doing. They need to stop playing pussy lotto, okay? They need to stop saying, oh, I can go this long, like 40 is the 40, I should really worry. So they wait till they 39 in 3 months and say, okay, now impregnate me. Don't do that, because you'll find out that that doesn't work for you. Stop playing pussy lottery. You need to take your fresh eggs and hurry up and bake a cake with it. That is what you need to do. Period. You know,
It's still possible though.
No, it's not
anything is
rational. I think.
possible. I'm in my early 40s. It's possible I can make it to the NBA. What the hell?
Yeah, I mean that's true too.
No,
Yeah.
it's not even just that anything is possible. Here's the thing, right? Like,
No,
if, for
no,
example, if
no,
you were
no,
born
no,
into,
no, no.
yes,
The
yes,
sense
yes,
of
yes. If
urgency,
you were
the
born
sense of
into,
urgency must be there, Ruby.
Now,
okay,
listen
but
to
if you
her.
are born into, if you are born into hardship in general, your period is going to start earlier. Okay. Now, why is this relevant? This is relevant because the earlier your period starts, the earlier menopause starts, right? On average, the people who are sitting there fighting tooth and nail to just deny any concept of needing a man, of needing reality, of wanting to start a family, and so on and so forth, tend to be people who grew up in harder times and started their periods earlier. Therefore, they're going to start menopause earlier. These are like factual things. Right. So again, this is why I'm saying, I'm like, no, there are factual supports. It's just not one size fits all. And, we have to me, it's important to address both sides of it, right? So to address the fact that, hey, if you started your period at like 17, 18, yeah, you're going to start menopause much later than average people. If you started your period at 8, you're going to start menopause way earlier. So if you were one of those people, you need to get on it like a mid to late 20s. You need to be thinking, oh my gosh, I'm running out of time, because you started significantly earlier. And it's not like a year by year thing. It's actually, again, it's a more exponential than that, right? So that's what I'm saying. There's facts behind it.
What I'm saying, Ruby, is I don't care about all of that. What I'm saying is, if you are young, if you are a young woman, you need to focus on my penis right now. That is what I'm saying. You need to fuck the career, fuck the living your best life, fuck everything. You need to get sandwich and get penis now. And stop trying to say, oh, but I had my period when I was 17, or but evolution, but I don't want to hear any buts. I want to see some butts. Focus on the penis right now.
He said asses in the world. Now, did you find out, Game Changer, that the top 7 were out of wedlock births were Mexico, Iceland, France, Denmark, Sweden, Norway, and Chile?
No, don't care about stuff like that. Here, let me show you something.
Well, it's very important if you're going to attack African American culture.
Well, I don't
Iceland,
care.
France, Denmark, Sweden, Norway, and Chile.
Here's the thing.
Have it even worse than us.
When I give somebody an F+, I understand that there exist people who are F-. Okay, so stop saying like, oh, they got an F-, therefore we're doing okay. No, this is not a curve. You suck. Now, let me show you something. This is all the countries. STD rate, right? So here we are, like 79, right, at 0.36%. Colombia is like 0.04% higher. That is nothing, considering that the women are considerably hotter. Now, let's look at who's better. Mexico got lesser STDs. Vietnam got lesser STDs.
What's number 1?
Let's see. I bet you it's in Africa. Let's see.
Oh God.
What I have, but it got spears and shit. So, I haven't even heard of this. And they at 27%. That is shit. That is a place. So passport bros, don't go to Eswatini. Whatever you do,
nobody even knows where that is.
Wherever you do not find yourself having sex without a condom in Eswatini. Don't
Switzerland.
You don't want to get caught dead in
Switzerland. White as fuck.
Is it Switzerland?
Yep.
Where's Switzerland at? Hold on. Let's see.
Or Swaziland. I think it's Swaziland.
Here's Sierra Leone. It's a bunch of African places. Yeah. Okay, so now we're starting to get to like less than 1%. Now something is obviously wrong where everybody else is like in the single digits and your country is like 27. like 1 in 4. Y'all nasty as fuck. All right.
Damn. Get down.
Well,
So,
well, I was looking at
Ethiopia.
but
Where's that at?
Ethiopia is 1.1%, which means that if you get yourself a beautiful Ethiopian woman, there is a 98.9% chance that she don't have shit. That's the way I look at it. I look at it as
her bride, there is a chance that she will be diseased.
It's a 1.1% chance, and you know something? I'll take it. You're damn right.
What about DR? I can't see.
If I had the money,
Brazil is at 0.6%.
DR.
So yeah, Brazil. I haven't seen DR yet. That means that they're low on the list.
47.
Sorry, wait, what is this list?
This is
DR is 1%, which means that it's a 99% the STD rate by country, which means that it's a 99% chance that they don't have it.
Okay, so they're good with STDs.
I mean, they're not this country. They're not Eswatini.
Where's that?
Fuck if I know, but it got a spear. It's got a spear on it. It's got a spear on the.
It's in Swaziland.
in the jungle.
It's a landlocked country in southern Africa. Is bordered by Mozambique and to the northeast. And god dang, wait a minute! It's a 120-mile country.
Oh really?
Yeah.
It says at no more than 200 kilometers, 120 miles. Wait, yeah.
Do they have like a city and stuff and like actual community?
I have no idea. It's smaller than the Bay Area.
I would wonder though. Like I would wonder if it relates to I wonder if it relates to the grape rates, and like some of these countries have like the highest grape rates in the world. You go to their prisons and their prisons are like 99% grapists in there. Like I don't know if it associates, but I remember watching the the worst prisons in the world show, and like you go and like some of these countries like they will have like a 99% of their prisoners are just rapists. Like that's just what happens constantly all day. So I wonder if it's associated to stuff like that, whereas in countries,
I don't know. I mean, I would assume that like you deserve what you get if you are going out graping in a country that's 27% nasty. Like you graping there? Like,
yeah, but you graping, but the problem is all the people you're graping you're also infecting, even though they were just chilling out on their front porch or in their home trying to just live, and you decided you wanted to take something, and now you've increased that rate dramatically, right? Even though they didn't make a choice. So that's why I can see that the number would skyrocket. It's like that dude. I know we talked about this a lot in the Manosphere, but it's like that dude who went and slept with like thousands of women or whatever, and intentionally infected them with the disease. People get like that. Right? They find out they have a disease and they go pure scorched earth. They want to infect as many people and take as many people down with them, right? Because they're burned. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I heard about
that. So Sweden and Switzerland are lower than the U.S. RBR. You were asking about that earlier.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if you go to out of wedlock births, it's 50% in those top 7 countries that I mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
Countries.
No, I don't doubt it. But see, here's the thing, RBR. I'm not trying to say who's worse. What I'm saying is we're bad. Like I don't. That's what we need to focus on. We need to focus on getting better at having more and higher quality children. And the way to do that is for women to start focusing on my penis at a younger age.
Okay. Well, I think that what we consider to be a pathology in society is really not a pathology. If we don't have out of wedlock births, if we don't have women over 30 having babies, our population will disappear. We will go the way of the dinosaur and the dodo bird.
I agree.
Yeah. We can't all be rich with 6-figure niggas. We can't all be married. We can't all have the picket fence and the romantic Brad Pitts. We can't have all that. We have to be a little bit more realistic And I think that part of the mentality that causes this dysfunction and the pathology is we only give a damn about ourselves. We're too selfish. We're too worried
Agreed.
about ourselves and our own stoves and sandwiches and shit. And we have to stop doing that. We have to look at what's best for the society as a whole.
Agreed.
Okay. So
And you know who agrees with you, RBR? Elon Musk. He has 8 children, and he believes that he believes, as I do, that people need to start sooner. They need to take fertility, and they need to take child rearing seriously.
Well, that's irresponsible for him, what he's doing.
That is not irresponsible. What are you talking about? He's doing the exact opposite of the problem.
Game changer, give me a second. Give me 1 second. I live in East Tennessee, and I see kids born out of wedlock all the damn time. You know what I mean? I mean, kids are getting pregnant. Thank God, my daughter is 18, who is not pregnant, is not going to be pregnant. She's in college right now, but what I'm saying is I see that stuff all the time, dude. I've seen my friends' kids are getting pregnant. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's still happening, but they're not necessarily all in the black community. Some of them are, but they're not all in the black community. But anyway, that stuff still goes on. It might not go on where you live, but it goes on here. That's all I'm saying.
No, I get it, but what I'm trying to do is like refocus the priorities. Let me ask you something. Your daughter, how focused on finding her husband is she right now?
Doesn't care.
That's my point. She's part of the problem.
Point.
Her number one. This is the most fertile she will be, and this is the most attractive she will
you're
ever
right.
be.
I know you're right.
So her primary focus should be on finding and securing.
No, I don't agree with that, but yes, I understand.
No. Why don't you agree with it? Why don't you agree that her primary focus need to be?
I want her to have a good life.
Primary focus need to be making you a grandpa. What is she majoring in?
She's a nurse. She's going to be a nurse.
Okay, so
it's like her mother. Her mother was a nurse.
Understood.
Or still is a nurse. But what I'm saying is, I want her to have a good life. So if
that is a good life, there is no better life. There is no better life for a woman than to be a mother and a wife. There is none. There is none. And I don't care if you are a woman who builds her own rocket that flies to the moon like Apollo Creed.
I liked you the first game change. I did like.
Well, I'm a likable person. But the truth
is saying this shit.
Yeah, I mean, GP is his daughter, and I don't think a lot of fathers feel that way when it comes
to. But they should. You should want to become grandfathers as soon as possible. This is a culture.
I want to be a grandfather.
Okay, then the only way that can happen is if your daughter.
It's her life. She can do what she wants to do.
But I'm saying, like, it shouldn't be her life for very long. You know, she must one day become the property of her husband, and that more so than becoming a nurse should be the goal.
Are you just trying to start?
I knew he was going to say that. I knew it. You know, here's the thing. I think this is one of those cases, and I know everyone says tone doesn't matter and the wording doesn't matter, but I do think in this case it matters. I think that sometimes you see, you know, to drive home a point, you know, use colorful imagery and really, you know, hitting words that sometimes might not be as useful in communicating with a father about his daughter. You know what I mean? Like, I think sometimes you do need to, you know, think about the audience, and to get the message driven home, you might want to alter, like, you know, it's like telling a father about his daughter. Well, your daughter needs to start focusing on my dick and making me a sandwich. No, I know you didn't, but I'm just saying, like, you know, like you know, if you say that to a man, it doesn't even matter what your point is. He's just going to get his back up about it. And I think it's like, he can hear what you're saying. He wants to hear it, but it's like the way you're just, you know, can you pull it back and and presented in a slightly more dad-friendly way, maybe he could hear it
Okay, put it
better.
like this. Let's put it like this. If you're still listening,
Definitely way.
women your daughter's age should focus more on family and not becoming a nurse and things like that.
Oh God, I heard all that, Rudy. Thank you. I was
Yeah.
but I heard
So
Rudy.
wait. Did you wash your hands?
You're welcome.
Ruby?
Yeah.
Did you wash your hands?
No, I did not.
That was real quick.
Yeah, it was quick, motherfucker. Sorry.
So you didn't wash your hands, did you? You just went and peed.
Are you gonna scold me for that?
I'm just saying.
By myself.
Be drunk. Come on now.
Hands. You gonna tell me you wash your hands every single time you touch your dick for a second?
No, I wash my hands before I touch my dick. Thank you very much. But
that's weird. Anyway,
how's that weird? My hands is dirtier than my dick. My hands been out touching stuff. Like I dumped the trash with my hands.
I'm dead. This conversation's hilarious. Okay.
No, GC is literally a comedian, though. For those who don't know, he's a comedian. He's funny.
Yeah.
So he might come off funny to you. I can't see your name, but.
Well,
I think that's the thing. Like people get really offended, but he's funny. Laugh at the funny part, and then do you agree with the generalized concept? Because he's funny. Be real.
Well, I think that kids are a better investment than the 401ks and the crypto and all that bullshit. So I think that kids are a better investment. So I think the solution to the problem would be to stop saying and shaming people that don't have children out of wedlock. I mean, within the boundaries of wedlock, and stop shaming people for having babies at a later age and stuff like that. But just as long as we're responsible and we're more mindful of the entire community. I think that we have an election coming up where if we don't keep these Nazis out of power, women are going to be in a world of hurt in terms of their reproductive freedoms. And this is some old shaming and controlling of women. You shouldn't have to be forced to marry anybody. You shouldn't be able to forced to be having a child if you don't feel that you're ready to have a child. And these people want to take away your rights and your freedoms to plan out your life and plan out your family. So we have to be totally against that. We have to know that there's a party that wants to do that, and there's a party that wants you to be able to have the freedom to choose your life and make a decent decision about the direction of your life and the future of your family. So that's what we're advocating.
Okay, here's the thing about freedom, RBR. There needs to be certain restrictions on freedom, or else it's chaos. Like, say I am to walk down the boulevard eating a bag of potato chips, right? Now, one may say that I should have the freedom to put the empty bag wherever I please, to litter. I should have that freedom to litter. Now, if people exercise this freedom to a ridiculous degree, then you live in a crappy society. Melody walks her dog. Should she have the freedom to let that dog shit anywhere, including your lawn?
If it's her yard, yes.
No, but I'm saying it's not her yard though.
If it's her yard, yes.
I don't think that a person should really have that freedom. You are part of a neighborhood. You are part of a community, and your shitty lawn reduces my property value. It does. You parking your car.
One of those people. Okay.
Huh? Yeah, I am one of those. Everybody's one of those people. What you do affect others. Unfortunate but true. And I feel that that men and women need to obey a certain number and set of guidelines in order for society to prosper. Most other societies understand this to a more or lesser degree. However, we here in the States are hyper individuals, and hyper individuals only live for themselves. They only do what's best for themselves. If you have a termite problem and you don't fix it, you can infest other houses. It is.
Yeah, that's different.
No, what you do affect others, and which is why you shouldn't be allowed to have certain freedoms. You shouldn't.
I don't know. This
is
America.
No. Well, here's
What does
what
that mean?
here's what it should be. Your freedom stops at the tip of my nose. Okay, so your freedom as a neo-Nazi stops when she conceives and she is with child. You don't get to tell her what to do with that child or with that pregnancy. It's no longer your right, especially a man. Are you kidding me? So,
What does that even mean?
I
it
don't.
means
Yeah, I
you
don't know what
can't.
you mean
It
by
means
that.
that you
What do you
can't
mean,
dictate.
especially a man?
Well, you can't dictate the reproductive rights of women. If you're a
Okay,
man.
here's the thing, RBR. Dictating is why we got a dick, okay?
Oh, come
There's
on.
nothing else. There's nothing else for us to do with it but dictate. So understand that.
You can
Like
advise.
that is the
You can't
whole
dictate.
purpose is to dictate to women. That's how she got pregnant in the
Oh my
first place.
No.
This dude.
No, that's how she got pregnant in the first place, right? She took my dictation. Like,
Did you at least wine and dine or do anything? Are these women just supposed to just take your dick?
no, I'm not saying that. No, he's talking about, men aren't.
These women
No. What I'm talking about more so is the way he said, especially a man tell a woman what to do. Men are supposed to tell women what to do.
Oh, God.
That's what we do.
God. How old is this guy?
I don't think he's agreeing with you, GC.
No, I'm your age.
You tell me you're 40 years old.
Yeah. Well, I'm around that. Yeah, I'm around your age.
Around that. Okay.
Yeah. But that doesn't change the point. The point is
No, it changes every fucking thing.
No, it doesn't.
Sorry.
It doesn't.
I don't think you know
It
what the
doesn't.
fuck you're talking about.
We were put here to lead. Okay. There was Adam and Eve, and God
Not
said,
Adam and Steve. Shut the. I've
no,
heard it
I'm
all
not,
before.
this is nothing to do with L. Gibbons. No, what I'm saying is Adam was Eve's leader. And the moment he softened his leadership, Eden went to heck. It went completely down. The entire universe crumbled. That is
it because she ate the apple. You
no, because he ate it under her leadership. I repeat, because he ate it under her leadership, because he followed her leadership in that one instance, huh?
Oh, wait a minute. Hell, I can't remember. It's been a long time. Never mind. What was you saying?
No, because he followed her leadership in that one instance, everything else went awry. So yes, it is incumbent upon men to lead women into into betterness, and betterness is not clipping babies. That is what that is.
In your opinion.
Everything I say without numbers in it is my opinion, sir. And the way to be right and correct in things is to find out what my opinion is and emulate it. That is the way to be right all the time.
Because you're infallible, right?
No. But what I'm saying is
God. Because
no,
God
I'm not saying I'm unfallible. What I'm saying is I've already had all the fouls I'm ever going to have in my life, and therefore I can give you the post-foul things that I've come to conclude. See, here's the thing, King's Portal. Answer me this.
My name is Cal. My name is Cal.
Cal. Okay. So the emphasis was on the wrong syllable. Nevertheless, we tried the other way. We tried this whole women's liberation, equality, blah, blah, blah. We tried that. And what do we have? Fat ass slut walking bitches. That is what we have. We have chaos. We have mass confusion. That is what we have throughout society. Okay. And we have a fertility rate that will see the end of this culture. So we tried the other way and it didn't work. Now we're going to try this way again, because the way that I'm describing is the way that sustained humanity since the first ape slapped the second ape. Like that is just how it happens.
Well, no, I think that what the vision of family and community that you have, was a false vision that we talked about, that when the people set up Hollywood, they didn't use their culture. They used the white Anglo Leave It to Beaver culture, which wasn't even their culture. They just made some shit up. And your generation and my generation and subsequent generations adopted that as the ideal family structure.
It is the ideal family structure.
It never was. It
It
never will.
is. It is. It always was, and it always will be. That is the ideal family
It's a
structure.
Hollywood
What we
fallacy.
have now is chaos. We have fat women raising a bunch of nappy head bastards. Okay, I see little girls look like they hairdo is just like they wrapped a wet t-shirt around their head and snatched it off. Okay, that is not thing. I would much rather Leave It to Beaver than that crap. And we have white picket fences in Leave It to Beaver to keep Melody's dog from shitting on our lawn. That is the ideal culture. That is the ideal situation.
No, I think we're striving to do better, and I think naturally
we are doing better. The closer you are to Leave It to Beaver, is the better you are.
No, well, I'll tell you, just so I have to stop you for a second, but I will tell you that I see that shit around here. Like I said, I live in East Tennessee. We got the white picket fences. They got the 2 kids with a couple of dogs. You know what I mean? Maybe a cat. All that bullshit. They got a little garden, shit like that. We got that shit. It's happening. It still happens.
That's good. It's supposed to happen.
But I'm not saying it's not supposed to happen. I'm just saying that you can't make everybody do that. Some people are, like you was talking about earlier, about being taught by their parents. Some people are taught by their parents to do that shit. And then some people have crazy parents who don't really get that much of care what they do. And then they just do whatever they want to do when they get older. They don't do that plotted out structure that you're talking about.
Well, we need a well, I think that when you get more ideas, all right, you can't get to the best idea if you don't get all the ideas. And so the idea society doesn't work, because what we need is, we do need to have what we call mistakes, aberrations, mutations. So what normally would happen is, if you plan to have 2.3 kids, you ended up having 4, or you ended up having 6. And I think that taking this too far, right? We don't want to force women to have a baby every year or every other year, excuse me. But we do need to leave the door open so that we can maintain a population. We do need 2.1 or 2.3 kids, every single woman on this planet, to maintain a population.
I agree. But you have to infringe on the freedoms to do that.
No,
listen,
come on.
all I'm, to enforce that. Listen, freedom is good, provided that the people who have it isn't stupid. And unfortunately, we have far too many stupid people here in the West. Far too many, and therefore you have to make rules and regulations to govern complete idiots.
Well, what I think that what I think that we see from the right wing is, they're saying what you're saying. They're saying they want to have all the babies. It's about their dicks, and not anybody else's, or people of color, or people that aren't in the economic class that they're in. And we have a problem with that. We don't want nobody to be a second-class citizen in this country, whether it's the women, whether it's the minorities, whether it's the children, whether it's the LGBT community. We do not do that. We're a civilized society. We don't have slaves. We don't have maids and butlers, and the sisters are our equals. And
what the hell?
Yeah, we're not treating them like they're our puppies and our pets. No, we treat them like human beings. We use their contribution. We use their wants, their desires, their needs, just as much as we listen to these Nazis who want to invade the Ukraine every so
Okay.
often.
Okay.
So that's what we do. We don't take the dictate of a small segment of the population or one gender of the population. It's not a good enough processing of ideas.
Okay. Several things wrong with this. First of all, can we not? It's from a historical standpoint, it's very disrespectful to call people of that country. I'm not going to say it, but that country that invaded that other country, Nazis.
Oh,
because they're the same people who defeated the Nazis. Salute to them.
And then became Nazis.
All right, don't be that person.
I wanted to say.
Well, right quick. Let me just say this. We do have maids, RBR. Maids exist. And we do have, and butlers exist, okay? Somebody has got to mop my damn floor, okay? And guess what? I would rather it not be me. Listen, I don't care if there exists a second-class person as long as that person ain't me.
Oh, that's cool.
Anyway, wait a minute. I want to let me jump in here. You've been talking game changer. Give me a fucking chance here.
All right.
I agree with you kind of on what you're saying, but because I have a guy that mows my lawn. I every year. I'm not going to go out there and mow that shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not doing that. But what I wanted to say is,
why you mow your lawn every year? You said every year. What? You said I have a guy that mows my lawn every year.
Yeah, he mows every season. He mows every year.
You mow your lawn once a year?
He mows my lawn for the season. He comes every 2 weeks and mows my lawn.
Okay, got you. You said every year. I thought you like once every 300.
No.
Okay,
you pay him, right?
But do what?
You pay him, right?
Yes, of course I pay him.
A fair wage?
I have to do it. I give
fair
him
wage?
fucking dollars to do it.
Okay.
He comes every 2 weeks. Okay. And he's going to come one more time, then he's going to stop. Anyway, that's not what I was wanting to talk about. What I wanted to say was I will never forget. They keep trying to do it. They keep trying to hide slavery and make America like so great. I will never forget that. I will never forget being on a school bus and getting called a nigger and being spit on. You know what I'm saying? I will never forget any of that shit. And I will never forget racism. I'm talking slavery. They try to make it go away. I mean, racism is still here, but they try to bury slavery, which they can't do, which is what we built this sorry, I'm trying not to cuss. We built this place. So we built this nation. You know what I mean? Us and the Chinese built the railroads. Anyway, I'm getting a little buzzed and getting a little out of control. I'll shut the hell up now. I'm sorry.
No, but what I'm saying is we need to stop with this whole, there are sisters and stuff like that. No, they are to be led by us, period. That is their duty.
You still on this?
Well, no, I think that the men would have to qualify for that. We don't
exactly
like de facto.
Exactly. That's another thing. Like our culture needs to produce more qualified leaders as men and more qualified followers as women. Absolutely. That is the only way we'll see our population increase. And that is
how are we supposed to do that? What do you propose? What do you suggest?
Refocusing on the family structure. First of all, they need to be a clear understanding of what your role is and is going to be. And this needs to be an understanding from boy to man and girl to woman. This needs to be an understanding. Your role in relationship is to be this. Your role is to do that. For example, it was clear in my grandparents' house, which I lived for quite some time after my parents divorced. It was clear that boys and girls were different and they had different responsibilities to the household. It was my responsibility to mow the lawn and take out the garbage. Now, this was the 80s. So what does that mean? It means that the garbage man don't come. It means that you got to dump the garbage into the back of the white truck and then your dad or your uncle drive the white truck to the city dump where your young ass is on the back with the garbage, taking the garbage out and
Where you
throwing it
going
into.
with this?
Listen to me and listen to me good, and throwing it into the city dump.
Yeah,
And
I
you want to
know.
know, and you want to know what my female cousins was doing? They was getting me a sandwich, and they get to determine how much sugar goes into. You laughing? They got to determine how much sugar goes into the Kool-Aid, and they got to determine how much jelly go into my peanut butter and jelly sandwich. So they had a. I complained a little bit, but guess what? It was clear. It was clear that we had separate duties.
Yeah. I mean, I get what you're saying. I mean, come
DC
on.
is right.
I mowed the lawn. I also did the dishes, and I used to wake my mom up in the morning right before I went to school,
You
make
got
her
emasculated.
coffee, and light her a cigarette and put it right in her fucking mouth. You know
What the hell? And see, this is what I'm talking about. This is those
You
boomers.
got emasculated.
Your parents were boomers, and they make boys do crap like that. They be trying to make me go to the store and get tampons for them and shit like that. You know, like I'm telling you, there is certain ways that you should not be raising young boys and young girls, and it's crap like that that is just simply wrong. Yes, we need to. Somebody said it best in the chat room. We need to reinstantiate traditional gender roles, and it need to be made clear early.
I disagree.
Yeah, I disagree with that one too.
That's because you like to change tires, Ruby, and you like to do all kind of stuff and scratch your balls and
but
stuff.
the part of the reason for that is because I'm proficient at it. But also part of the reason for that is because the way I was raised, right, and what I saw, children did not have specified roles. Their role was to be in service to the adults, and the adult would call on whatever the hell was underfoot in their presence or whatever to get whatever needs to get done. And they did not care about your feelings, your age, your this, your that. You were responsible to take care of whatever got put in your hands that day. You were responsible to learn everything. That was your role. And here's the thing.
It is irresponsible for you to give certain tasks. You need to make the gender roles clear.
For all that you're saying that,
if the clothes need to be washed, then you
for
call
all that
your
you
daughter.
are saying that, first of all, but let me finish my point. I let you finish your point. I let you finish your point. That's not fair. Let me finish my point.
All
right? So now the way that, and this is what it is, because as adult human beings, you have to know how to be a fully functional adult, and you need to learn how to take care of everything and to be efficient and proficient at it, period. And so everybody learned everything, and everyone realized that the one thing that you could not do is be lazy, say, well, that's not my responsibility. So no, everything is your responsibility. You better get up off your ass. I don't want to hear you complain. I don't want to hear you talk back, because what was more important is about the hierarchy of respect, the hierarchy of control, dominance, whatever. And so that the fact that we all had to do whatever didn't change inherently what we were being taught about what a gender role was, and about the role that a man has in a, let me finish, about the role that a man has in a household, within a family, within a marriage, within whatever. It didn't change that. Or likewise with a woman, did not change that. In fact, if anything, what it did was further establish the fact that as a man, because of the way that men are the leaders. Men are the ones who get the final say, and men will show you respect and appreciation, and they will show you consideration as long as you are making sure to always show that respect and deference to them, and that you are always working in service, in love, and in respect and in devotion. So we learned these things. At the end of the day, me working in respect and devotion of my husband sometimes means that, yeah, you know what, I installed the flooring because I can, because I'm really good at it, because I'm fast at it, and because he goes to work all damn day, and I sit in here and cook and clean and, do lunch because I'm a housewife, right? So therefore, I have the space, I have the time, I have the energy, and I have the expertise. So why wouldn't I do that? That's what my husband wants me to do, and I'm able to do anything my husband wants and needs me to do, and anything my husband lays out as far as a plan that's what's best for our family, what's most proficient for our family, right? It doesn't change the respect hierarchy because I learned how to do everything because he learned how to do everything. It doesn't change that at all. right? The problem is not the fact that people are tied into a particular role and now I only know how to cook and he only knows how to mow the lawn, so I guess we have to be stuck together. It's about never learning how to inherently respect your own role, let alone the role of anybody else, and their inherent strength and why it is that they have that role regardless. Because a man who suddenly
Nah.
loses the ability to fucking walk or the ability to work or whatever doesn't become suddenly less of a man, nor does his brain stop working like a man's brain. Therefore, he will still be the most valuable leader in the household, even if he can't move his hands at all. I learned that. I learned that men get that inherent deference to them regardless of any other factor because men require that and because men deserve that. What did deserve mean? Well, to me, in America, deserve means they pay the bills and they this and they that. No, he deserves that because he's a man. The end. Just like women deserve certain kinds of respect because they're women. The end. And I think that's the inherent problem. It's like every discussion we have is like people have to earn all kinds of inherent things. Men shouldn't have to earn some type of inherent position as a grown-ass man. If you are a man, you should just be getting that inherent deference and respect because you're a man. The end. Not because you're the only one who can mow a lawn. Like, that's bullshit.
So RBR talked about training and how a lot of men and boys are not prepared for leadership. And that is because we are raising them the same way as we raise girls. You cannot expect to live in a situation where you raise boys and girls exactly the same and that they just grow up understanding that they have a difference in society. We need to reevaluate how we are raising kids. This whole Tia Mowry situation where she's getting divorced and they talked about, oh yes, we had this equal partnership. It was so equal. No, that is bullshit. Division of task is the best thing. Now, because you were on the tomboy end of the spectrum, it does make sense that you feel that, oh, I want the right to do the flooring and stuff like that. However, we must make it clear before we wind up with a bunch of Jaden Smiths and whatever the fuck Dwayne Wade gave birth to, until we wind up with something like that, we need to make clear that this is how you are supposed to behave as a young woman towards a young man, and this is how a young man is supposed to behave, period. And it's not just about chores. It's about everything. My granddad said I couldn't skip. Because that shit was just too fucking girly. Like there's just certain things. I seen a baby about 2 years ago. I seen a baby with a pink bottle, and I was like, oh, what a pretty young girl. And you know what she said to me? She said, "This is my son." And I was like, why does he have a pink bottle? But you see, that is how confused times is. You just like, oh, it's the first bottle there. You just grabbing random bottles and shit. You are grabbing random bottles, thinking that it's okay to give a boy baby a pink bottle. It's stuff like that. No, we need to make it clear that women are women and men are men. And I'm not talking about, boys have penises and girls have vaginas. No, understand that you are different. You are built for different things and you are to do different things. And one of those things is get me a sandwich. And you want to know why? Because women need to be prepared. They need to have experience in getting sandwiches. Like I've been getting sandwiches since I was knee high, and that is what I do. And I have no problem giving my husband a sandwich.
Exactly. Neither does anyone in my family, despite being raised in something you think is chaotic and doesn't work. It seems to work very well.
Other countries, they are going for experience. They are getting the experience of women who've been making damn sandwiches for their whole damn life. That is what they are getting. They are getting the life skills of that. There are
you were saying you would regulate your culinary experience to sandwiches. You wouldn't go beyond that.
The point is, RBR, is that as a man, I am a hunter, and as a woman, she is a gatherer. And I need her ass to gather me some damn sandwiches. That is what she needs to do, or whatever food is needed at the time.
But anyway, I wanted to tell Ruby that all the shit that my mother made me do and my father, I'm appreciative and I've inherited her home, which is my childhood home, I know how to take care of it now. As if I wasn't taught any of that shit, this place would go all to shit. You know what I'm saying? I had the gutters done. I had the plumbers here. I had the lawn guy. You know what I'm saying? I vacuum and shit. And I wouldn't be doing that shit if I wasn't taught that shit.
Otherwise,
You know what I mean?
known as the Mexicans and shit. The plumber, the lawn guy.
Yeah. I have everything, but I don't do it myself. I have other people do it.
Well, that's what I was telling. That's what I was telling Jay in the chat room. That's what the Mexicans are for. Now, let me say this. I think that the culture of Black women, we're talking about training, and I don't want you to. Yes, everybody has to learn. I'm not saying you don't learn, but I'm saying that our culture has the ability to learn far beyond making sandwiches, far beyond what these traditional gender wars are. That's what the Woman King movie was about.
Ain't that a bitch?
You do not lose your femininity.
I haven't seen it yet. Can we please not get any spoilers? I'm watching it with my family in a couple
but
weeks.
you don't lose your femininity because you go to battle to save your man or your king or your country.
You don't
lose your femininity. You don't lose 1 ounce. You don't lose 1 ounce.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
If you show your baby,
there is nothing more unfeminine than a fucking spear-wielding ugly bitch.
Answer.
Okay, there is nothing.
So you're saying that you can't make it. So you're saying a woman making a sandwiches and can't be masculine while she's doing it? That's not true.
So
categorically unto all kinds of masculine ass women cooking shit for their families while being masculine as shit. Come on now.
You are not a woman. The moment you take your ugly spear wielding ass out there, and slice a nigga in the throat, you are not a woman anymore. The fuck is wrong with you?
Not true.
What the hell is wrong with you?
I disagree.
That's the problem. That's because we do not have clearly defined gender roles. And that's why the homie is just now just like a shit African tribe full of fat ugly bitches that are inbred. That is the fate of all people that don't understand a woman's goddamn place. RBR, you said that she could be doing more than getting a sandwich. There is nothing better that a woman can be doing. I don't care if she's curing cancer AIDS. There is nothing better a woman can be doing than to supporting her man and her children, period.
Okay. Well, I disagree because I think that when we're talking about because I believe this as a society. See, the thing about whatever, no spoilers given, but whatever specifics we talk about, the women, the Dahami was there to protect the country, the community, the family, yes, but it was a larger goal to protect the country. And for you just want yours to be serviced. And that's selfish, and it doesn't really do anything for the larger society. Now it does restrict women. It does limit women.
What the homie bitches need to be doing, RBR? What they should have been doing is, instead of being some spear wielding bitches, they should have been raising spear wielding sons. That's what they need to be doing. You want to know why? Because our spears cut deeper. Why? Because we have experience wielding a spear. That is what a penis is. Damn it, we are better at it, and they need to have been given their boys spears and not going out and dying on the damn battlefield.
Men are better at it. Men are better at it, but adult women still have to be proficient at it. Because when the men all went off to war, I'm not done. Because when the men all went off to war, or the men went all off on a big hunt, guess what? The women were left to tend to the children, and that doesn't mean no danger, no risk, came there to the way to the camp while the men were all off to war, while the men were all off on a hunt. So that means the women had to be proficient, at least, to be able to defend house and home until the men returned. So it's not saying that women are going to be as proficient as men, but at the same time, women must be able to be proficient at many different things while the men are away, because the men literally, that's why they're so good at being able to leave and come back, dead reckoning, because they were always leaving on hunts, always leaving to try to conquer more land, to find more resources, so on and so forth. The women, if the women were not proficient at protection as well when they were alone, then you know what? By the time the men came back, those women and those kids would be dead. They had to be proficient.
That's why they have sons. And that's why they continue the process of having sons.
They take the sons on the hunts.
And
they would be there.
Right. Once the men were strong, once the sons were strong enough to fight, they'd be off with the men.
I will concede that they do need some minimal sense of self-defense, but that is not what the Dahomey bitches was all about, okay? These are just like a group of ugly-ass bitches that went out into the forest kidnapping niggas and selling them to whites. That is the history of them. They're just a bunch of ugly rejected bitches with nothing better to do, because that is not a lie. That is the ugly bitch army, RBR, and you know it. You know
that's
it.
a white.
Let's be clear.
White people who wrote the movie.
No, this isn't about the movie. This is about the history of the Dahomey. How does a woman become a Dahomey? If you are a slave and you are not hot enough to be a sex slave, they sent your ass to the Dahomey. That is what happened. Okay, it was, and if you are an unruly wife, your husband will send your unruly ass to the Dahomey. It was full of a bunch of ugly ass unruly bitches. Well, that's what it was.
RBR's rebuttal on that.
Well, no. What the Africans are saying, this is what the Africans are saying. They are saying that they couldn't trust men from other tribes to protect them. Why? Because they would stab them in the back and try to take over their position as king. So the men didn't really trust other men, and that's why they had an army of women. And plus, they're not gay.
There were men in that army too. See, they lied to you, RBR.
No.
That army was overwhelmingly majority men. Let's be clear. They just, I'm telling you, this was just busy work for ugly bitches, RBR. Here's the thing.
Were they men or were they women?
See, here's the way society works, and this is the way society crumbles. We have to do something about ugly bitches. Why? Because if you leave them to their own devices, they go around convincing the pretty ones to become feminists and shit like that. So in order to deal with the ugly bitches, they put them in war and made them feel important. But the truth of the matter is they were otherwise useless. And you want to know why they're useless? Because they were incapable of getting their husband a sandwich or whatever the African version of a sandwich was back in those days. They were incapable of doing it. And that is why they existed for a very brief period of time. It was a shit army from a shit country and a shit tribe.
And they never sold slavery. They never sold blacks.
Fuck, they did. You out your damn mind. They was the worst one. They were the worst ones on the slave coast.
That's guilty white.
300 years.
They got furnitures made out of slave skulls.
Yeah, they lasted for 300 years though. It wasn't like 20 years or something. I just feel like in the chat and it's like you're making it sound like, oh, they only lasted for like this. Yeah, they lasted for 300 years, and then the history of humanity. It's not like forever, but 300 years is not a short period of time.
Now we've always had indentured servitude in Africa.
It was a short period of time. They
only made
the Arabs when they became a coastal. It was the French. They became a coastal nation. And they started trading slaves. And you want to know why they started trading slaves, RBR? Because they're shitty people that let their women do the fight.
Because white people feel guilty about
that is why they did it. What you talking about?
White people felt guilty about slavery, so they started to lie that black people sold slaves, and it's not true.
No.
All right.
Africans never sold slaves. Those Arabs.
The point is,
Arabs were white.
The point is that this is where y'all see this audience, y'all see this chat room. This is what happens when women start doing men work. You get a bunch of ugly bitches wielding spears. Is that what you want? Because that's what we got. That's what we got right now. Just like those bitches was throwing spears, there's ugly bitches right now in the black community throwing pancakes at waitresses at IHOP. That is what they are doing.
This
unruly
is
bitches.
somebody
Yeah, but
being
those
ghetto.
those women
This
weren't
is
raised.
somebody
See,
being
I was
ghetto.
That is
actually raised
exactly
based on
what
what
this
I
is.
was raised. You're saying that though, right? But the way I was raised, while we're sitting here talking about sandwiches for the record, I'm sitting here making from scratch the sandwich that wrap more so, but whatever, that my husband
We
wants
got a
for
sandwich.
breakfast and preparing his hot lunch. And also making him a wrap for a snack for when he gets home, right? That's just like
Right.
what I do every single day, right?
That's good.
But hold on, here's the thing, right? And so for all that you're saying that the way that I was raised, right, does not establish clear cut respect and gender roles. What I'm saying is it literally did. And everything that you are saying that a household should run by, I agree with. And I'm saying that that's what I was raised in. That's what my microcosm is. And that's why, because children were raised in a
But
particular way. The
you don't
problem with
have
these
to do
women at
it.
the IHOP and shit is not because
She
they
knows
were
it.
raised not understanding gender roles. It's because they weren't raised. They're a bunch of like literally, they're just like a free for all. No one's raising them. They're just getting older inside of a house with a person who doesn't know how to raise anybody. Definitely with no family system. Definitely with no sense of respect, of rules, of even self-respect. These are not people who are being raised in a particular way. The problem is they're not being raised at all.
Okay, here's the thing. It's both. Okay. They need to know that that behavior is unacceptable, but more importantly, unladylike. There is things that are unladylike, and wielding a damn spear is unladylike. Okay.
No, that's
Let's
not
throw it out there. Let's throw it out there. There's too many unladylike bitches out there that need to be checked. They need to be checked, and they need to be shown how to and when to make a sandwich. That's the problem. We got a nation full of these ugly ass the homie bitches.
Well, that's not true. Well, when they had before the exodus from Africa, the out of Africa theory, African men were killing the albino babies, and it was black women who were keeping those black men from killing their sons. Now, what would you say about the ladylikeness of women, mothers protecting their black sons?
It's nothing unladylike for a woman to protect. It's nothing unladylike for a woman to protect her child. That is the most ladylike thing a woman can do. However, you are saying that. Listen to me good, RBR. You are saying that
we did listen to you.
Now because women are less ladylike. Now because women are less ladylike, they are getting smortions, which you are saying is okay for them to get a smortion. And who is a man to tell them what to do with their body? That is our job. It is a man's job to tell a bitch what to do with her body. That is what we're supposed to be doing, and that's what we have done since the beginning of time.
I just disagree with it. I think that it has to be a decision by both parents. And when we talk about reproductive rights and responsibility, whether we're talking about parenting or whether we're talking about family planning, why would you take the decision away from the sister?
I'm not saying take the decision away from that. She has the right to influence her husband, who has the final say so on what is being done with her body.
Anyway, I want to get something in here real quick. Well, everybody please stop for a second. I want to get something in here.
He wants to get something in there. Go.
Yeah, I'm trying to go because Game Changer will not shut the hell up anyway. But the Indian women defended. They shot crossbows and all that stuff. They did that stuff too. They protected their young while the men were away. They did it. They did men's stuff.
Listen, I understand that, but that is not being a part of an army attacking another army. You know, self-defense is one thing. Being a fucking combatant, spear wielding bitch is another. It's a completely another thing.
Well, would you say that about Wonder Woman?
Yes, I would. Yes, I would.
Yeah,
you sure?
And what are you talking about? Yes, I would.
Have you talked about Wonder Woman?
Yes, I did. When I
Wonder Woman 84 is terrible. I'll tell you that.
When I talk about the Dahomey bitches, I talk about Wonder Woman as well. Listen, it's all wrong. I repeat, it is all wrong.
I don't think so. I think that I think when we talked about our culture
I
earlier,
think you're wrong. Anyway,
and we talked about how the bottom 1%, the B1s, that was all there was to black culture. And you know that's ridiculous. Is there a bottom 1% black culture that nobody likes? Of course. Is that the totality of black culture? Hell no. Is that the majority of black culture? Hell no. The bottom 1% is not the majority of black culture. So the majority of black people, and that's the point, that's the problem with this space. If the majority of black people in this space are not in this space, then we're not getting an accurate or correct view of who's right and who's wrong. One thing that amazed me is that in Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, in the first 2 rounds, when they poll the audience is 94% correct. Now, why is that? Because the audience is the audience. The audience is everybody that's there. When you go to a space where there's 20 people, there's probably 50 people or 100 people watching, 200 people. Google's lying because they racist as hell. They don't want you to find out the truth. But if you only have such a small segment of the population, then we're not going to be able to get a competent answer. And I don't think we're not doing justice to the discussion by simply letting the manosphere nuts give us the dictate and the mandate and the blueprint for our society. How come? First of all, it's all men.
Yeah.
You can't, it's impossible. All men?
What are you talking about, RBR?
The
Like,
manosphere
it was all men that created modern civilization. You know, yeah, you had a few stray bitches here and there, but generally speaking, it was men that created modern civilization. Each and every single thing that you have come to appreciate was created by men. Let's be clear, that is what we do. And we also lead shit. And you want to know, what the greatest thing that women can do and should do is give birth to men. And the moment they stop doing that, that is when stuff becomes problematic. That is when Rome falls. That is when Carthage falls.
When we look at the Nefertitis, when we look at the queens, when we look at the great warriors, when we look at the Sojourner
Wait, what great warrior?
And the Harriet Tubman.
What great warrior queen? Name her. Name the great warrior queens.
Well, I'm talking about the Nefertitis. And
Nefertiti was not a warrior, and I don't even think she was a queen.
No, she was a queen.
She was. Hold on. Wasn't that. Hold on. Let me see something.
No, but she was Queen Nefertiti.
Look it up.
Yeah, I'm looking it up.
So I think it's just wrong as hell to not look at the totality and the contribution of the sisters. I know that white people have a different, like I said,
I do look at their contributions. I look at their contributions in supporting men and keeping the family strong. So they are the birth givers to the men, and they are the support system of that. You cannot have a strong society without strong, dedicated wife and mothers. Okay, and that is why. That is why the Dahomies are now a shit country full of shitty bitches. That is the end result of it. The more listen and listen you did. The better the more submissive your bitches, the better your country will be. I repeat, the more submissive your bitches, the better your country will be. And that has been true since the beginning of time. You know, since the first man made the first bitch get him a sandwich, that has been the case. Now, look at China. China is on the rise constantly. Why? Because their flag is a picture of a bitch shutting the fuck up and getting a rice sandwich. Okay, that is how you make a great nation, and they have been doing that since Confucius. That is what you do. The more out of line bitches you have in your society, the more fucked up your country becomes.
Well, I disagree with that, but I think that when we talk about the contributions, when we talk about the contributions of women to the greatest nation, to the richest nation, okay, to the most prosperous nation, I think that we lose it when we say, well, shit, we didn't need them women, it was the men. I just think it's stupid. When we look at the richest continent on earth, to say that somehow the continent would have been fine if there were no women, or if the
I
women
didn't say that.
they can cook
Nobody's
the
saying
goddamn
that. I'm saying that it would be better if they
Yeah.
understood their role.
Just let him say what he's going to say.
How would it have been better?
Well, first of all, the fertility rate would be better.
No, the fertility rate's fine. Their fertility,
The fertility rate is not fine when it's below replacement.
No, not
it's
in
not
Africa.
replacing.
No,
listen,
not in Africa.
Listen, this country was built on women like, what's Thomas Jefferson's wife name? Exactly. Exactly. And you want to know why her name is because she was busy supporting her husband. That's why. She wasn't some spear wielding the homie bitch.
No,
now, what was George Washington's what was George Washington's wife's name?
Wait a second. Wait, fuck you. Wait a minute.
Martha?
Thomas Jefferson said, if I'm not mistaken, Thomas Jefferson was quoted as saying all men are created equal in one of his speeches, and yet that motherfucker owned slaves. So what the fuck is that about? Anyway, sorry.
My point is that this country was built by men and women who knew their place. Period.
God, you still on this?
Okay, so in Africa, we got a 2 to 9 person per household. So the women are having 2 to 9 babies. Their fertility rate is fine. There's 1.3 billion of them.
That's good.
Okay, so please don't say that about Africa.
Yeah, but
No. I'm glad that they got. I'm glad that they got it together, and I'm glad that they got rid of the homie bitches. Okay, I'm glad that they are doing better now. But they're
because of the homie sisters. They saved Africa.
They didn't save Africa from shit.
Yes, they did.
No, they were the worst thing ever. No. Let's be clear. They're the worst thing ever.
Well, that's not true.
Bunch of ugly bitches.
That's not true.
Yes, it is true.
I love how RVR is just like, that's not true.
No, that is true. Why in the fuck would they put a pretty woman on a battlefield? No, this was the ugly bitch army. That is what they were full of.
No, they had a role. They weren't supermodels. They weren't Charlie's Angels. Their purpose was their purpose. Now that doesn't mean
no.
The
purpose of beautiful women is to be either wives or sex slaves. They were ill qualified for that. What? That's why they was on the fucking line wielding spears.
All right. I'm getting out of here.
All right.
This guy's fucking crazy.
That's crazy. What do you do with beautiful women? See.
Oh well, he's gone. Hold on, Melody. Are you still awake? Are you here? Okay. Well, guys, I am going. I need to sleep because I am sick. But I'm not gonna just cut you off now. I just want y'all to know I'm gonna probably call for final thoughts in about 5 minutes. So.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I'm slowing down too. But no, it's a shame. But I don't think history will allow Game Changer to negate the contribution of women.
I'm not negating the contribution of women. I think that their contribution is far greater than men. Nevertheless, their greatest contribution is as glue for the family structure. They are to maintain the family structure. That is the greatest thing a woman can do, ever. There is nothing more important. Name something. Name something that's more important than maintaining the family structure for a woman to do.
Well, I think that the survival of the society is way more important than that.
The survival of the society is dependent on women maintaining the family structure.
That's not true.
That is true.
Well, I think that.
How's society going to survive without families?
Well, they are, but you're going to have to redefine what you think a family is. And you're not willing to do that.
Okay, what's your definition of what a family is?
A family is a household. So the family could be the grandmother, the daughter,
It's
and
still the woman maintaining the
baby's
family structure.
baby's daddy, the uncle.
No. Now
Yes.
you're talking about ghetto garbage, okay? Listen,
No, come on.
it is incumbent upon every woman to maintain the family structure in order for society to survive. The bitches of now aren't doing that because they do not care if the family structure or society crumbles, because as long as they get theirs, whether it's their bag or whether it's their penis or whether it's their bag of penises, they don't care as long as they get theirs. You cannot build a proper society with women like this. This country was built on better women who maintain better family structures. Period. And not this, yeah, just exactly, not this dysfunctional family structure that you talk about, where
I
it's a
think
bunch
that
of grandmas and
I think that the men.
and baby daddies who's doing the grandmas or whatever the crap you got going on. No, it is done with proper families. And
No, I
until
think
women
that I think the
understand
men
their
were able to
place,
adapt.
and the most important, the most beautiful thing that they can do is to maintain said structure. Until they understand that, then they are useless. And I don't care if they are astronauts, and I don't care if they cure a single penis syndrome. Okay, I do not care. I do not care what they do. They could win
You're
the
what?
no, huh?
Single penis syndrome? What is that?
I have a desire to have two dicks. Okay, I
Oh,
feel that.
sorry.
Okay, so yeah, that's yeah.
Got
I
it.
don't want to go there.
Okay. Okay. Sorry. I just sorry. Please continue. I just okay. I'm sorry. Hmm.
Even if a woman was out there creating a formula that gives me two dicks, I would still say the best thing that a woman could do is maintain her family structure. Period.
I don't disagree with you. I would say this though, that I think first of all, and I mean I say it sometimes to you as well, but I think that people in general, especially people who are not in or haven't ever been in a functional long-term marriage, don't actually really understand everything that actually goes into and is behind a woman actually playing that role, and doing it efficiently and effectively.
I
You
agree.
know, like I think that, like I agree with you there. It's an incredibly important role. I think that the way that it's spoken about and the very, very limited things that are really referred to within it, and it's kind of like, to me it's almost like it's so over limited that it actually invalidates the truth of what it is to really be a wife that is actually maintaining an entire culture and family structure, and support system for husband and children and a family to function and flourish. And so I think for me that's where some of my issue comes in. It's not so much that I actually disagree with the statement in and of itself. It's more that when you start putting in the details, I think that it lacks true understanding of really what goes into it, and more importantly, is what doesn't, or what doesn't harm or hinder that, right? And that's why, like I brought up, for example, the fact of the way that not just me, but like generally culturally, you know, this microcosm of how functional women are raised and the understandings that we gain, and being raised and trained to understand a concept as far as what is your role, what is your role as a wife and as a mother, what is a man's role in a household, is in a family. um, Me actually having, and children in general being raised under, for like, everything is your problem, everything is your responsibility, the one thing you just don't have is an opinion or a right to anything except for you to do whatever your job is, and your job is whatever someone just told you. You don't get to think it's fair or not, whatever, and you have to become proficient at everything. That in no way, shape, or form takes away from other aspects that you are also being taught simultaneously. So while both boys and girls, for example, are learning to cook and to clean and to cut down God knows what from the trees or this or that or whatever. Everyone is learning that, but at the same time, the little girls and the women are the ones who are serving all of the elderly people and the men at dinners, right? So I mean that it's not taking, just because the little boy learned how to cook like a pro doesn't change the fact that, okay, now it's dinner time, so the boys got to do this and the girls got to do this and whatever, and you still learn those things. And I think that you know, the one thing that the reason why it's actually so important, it's so important actually, I think it's so important that we teach this kind of global proficiency. The reason why I think it's so important is because when kids are being like raised without that and they start acting up and stuff, what their parents do is send them back home, and by back home I mean Jamaica. Right? Just go send them off to some family member in Jamaica to go show them what life is, because you know your life is too easy. You don't have enough responsibility, you don't have enough accountability here. I'm going to go put you somewhere where you have a whole lot of responsibility and accountability with no opinion and no rights, and show you what your place is as a child. And then you're going to come back here, you're going to appreciate whatever freedoms that you're given, and you're not going to be sitting there whining and complaining and all that stuff. Like it changes kids. Sometimes it's only a summer, sometimes it's like a year, and they come back a whole different person. And it sets the course that you're living for the rest of your life. And it doesn't take away from my role as a woman. The things that I can do physically, right, that people call it men's work, doesn't take away from not only my joy, but my role inherently in feeding my husband. Like he would not feed himself unless I was too sick to do it. He will sit on this couch and starve forever before he would get up to make himself food. He just wouldn't, because I feed him, and I feed him very detailed. Okay. It's not like some little crap I throw together. It's always like 5-star shit with like 7,000 pieces, right? Because that's my role, is to feed him, right? That, I mean, amongst other things, right? Or the cleaning, or the this or the that. And the man stuff people say that I do, I'm like, no, that's just part of me fulfilling my role within the household. And if he told me to fall back because he wants to take care of something, then I fall back, because again, right, as my role in the household, I'm showing him love, respect, and deference. The deference means that if he says that something isn't my problem or my responsibility, or he needs to handle it, or I need to fall back, I'm going to listen to that. I'm going to respect that. And if I give him an opinion, he's going to listen to me and hear me. And if it doesn't change his behavior, I'm going to respect that. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I just think that there's so much focus on like this task-driven stuff that changing the task doesn't change, I don't think will change the position that the Western world has gotten itself into, because I think that it's the underlying teachings of fuck all these tasks, fuck all the getting the bag, and someone has to earn this, he's got to do this before I do this, she's got to do this before I do this. Like, no, you're a woman, so this is your role, this is what it is. It doesn't matter what anyone else is doing. This is your job. And, you know, same thing to the men. The men are taught, like, it doesn't matter. This is your job as a man. This is who you are as a man. That's it. Like, there's no negotiation. Someone's got to earn masculinity or manhood from you. There's no negotiation. Someone's got to earn femininity, you know, and submission from. No, this is what it is. Right. And so I think that's why I get frustrated, because I'm like, I feel like we're focusing on the wrong things. And the only way I know how to deliver that is to tell like kind of stories, which I know, you know, that just kind of makes it seem like it's not factual, but I'm like, it's the only way I know how to deliver it. It's like, I think we're focusing on the wrong things to get there. But I agree with the point. I don't think we're getting there. That's all.
I just have one question real quick. Now, can the mother teach the man, the boy, to be a man? And can the mother teach the women, the sister, the little black girl, how to submit to a man, and how to become, you know, slave and shit? Make a sandwich for the nigga. Can these things be taught by a single mother?
Not effectively, and here's why.
No.
Because the boy doesn't see himself in that leadership position. He sees a woman in that leadership position, so subconsciously he's associating leadership with woman. Same with the girl. How is she teaching her daughter to submit when she herself is not submitted?
Right.
I
It's
mean,
modeling.
it's yeah, exactly. So yeah, like for a woman to tell a man, it's almost an oxymoron, RBR, when you think about it. Like, she's telling him, she's ordering him to be a leader, but he has to follow her orders in order to do so. It's very bizarre that way, but no, they can't do it effectively. It's hubris, is that type of hubris that put the Black community into the state that we're in now. No, single mothers are ill effective. These are failed women. Let's see, understand this. Understand this. Most single mothers, I'm not talking about ones who remarry effectively or something like that. I'm talking about, generally speaking, most single mothers are failed women. You have failed at your task of maintaining your initial family. And therefore you're out looking for another one or what have you. But you have one job, and your job is to keep the family together. And if that job is not being done, then the fabric of society crumples under. That's all, RBR. And I know you like, oh, equality and women this and women that. No, there is no better task for a woman than that. And you
No,
want
no.
to know
Well,
why?
I was going to
And
say
you
that
want
they
to know
have to
why?
learn somewhere
You want to know
else.
why? Because it is the thing that they can do that we can't do. And it is the thing that we need them to do more than anything. Everything else we can do, and we don't need them to do it as much. Nevertheless, we need them to do that. That is the most important thing ever.
Well, I think that it puts men in an artificial position of power, and it's silly. You know what I'm saying? I think most men are willing to accommodate the talents and abilities of their spouses, and if they aren't, then that's not a good fit for a relationship. And I think that
I don't care what she does with her talents and ability as long as her primary function is done. This is her primary thing. She can do whatever she wants outside of getting me a sandwich. But understand this, keeping the family together, creating and keeping the family together is her primary thing. Everything else is a hobby. And I don't care if her hobby consists of creating world peace. That is your hobby.
All right, so let's call for final thoughts. So RBR, since you kind of are in the response place, you can go first. Do you have any final thoughts?
Yeah, well, just thank you for having me on. I appreciate Sweet Melody, and the conversation was good. We have to come together. It's most important that we build a strong society. If the women en masse are perceived as not wanting to submit, that's no excuse for us to destroy society and destroy our race and our country. So that's nonsense. But other than that, no, it's a great discussion. You guys keep doing what you're doing. I appreciate you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I came back for a second just because I wanted to show the weirdo game changer. This sandwich that I made.
It's pronounced sandwich.
So this is your final thought then, Cal?
Yes, this is my final thought.
Okay.
I'll leave after this. I made this sandwich myself.
Delicious.
And also, it's a hoagie, by the way. It's got salami. It's got a little bit of ham on it. It's got Parmesan cheese on it. I made this my goddamn self. But also, I had been a cook for 18 years before I started working in a factory. But I'm about to enjoy this sandwich that I made myself. And yes, and I enjoyed this program. And I'm sorry to re-interrupt you guys, but I just want to make sure he knew that. And also, fuck you, Game Changer, because you are crazy.
Y'all see that? Y'all see that? That is a broken man. For an adult man to be proud of making a sandwich really says something. It really says something. He's like, you know something? I am woman-like. I am something like them. I have the ability to make my own sandwich. and therefore everything is okay with society because I can make my own sandwich. What the hell was that? And I want to point out something else. What's his name? I forget. But I want to point out something else. He didn't wash his damn hands, and he's eating that sandwich. I repeat, he didn't wash his damn hands, and he's eating that sandwich. Y'all see that? He made the entire sandwich. And remember earlier when he went to the bathroom and he didn't wash his hands, and then he went out and made a sandwich, and now he's about to eat it. That is that shit. That is what happens when you come from a disjointed and fucked up society. You got dick residue sandwiches just running rampant everywhere. That is what's going on. Now, as far as RBR, once again, maintaining the family structure is a woman's primary job, and it is.
Is this your final thought, GC?
Yes, it
final
is.
Thought. Okay, thank you.
Yes, it is.
Okay, go ahead.
You interrupted my final thought.
I'm sorry. I didn't say it. I'm sorry. I'm new at this. Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, no. no. But what I'm saying, RBR, listen, maintaining a proper family structure is the first, second, and third, fourth most important thing that a woman can do. You're saying that we need to let them do this, and it's enslavement. It is nothing like that. It is an honor and a duty to do these things for her man. Outside of that, society crumbles. You say that, the Black community, we're going to lose the Black community, or we're going to say F the Black community if the women do not do certain things. By not doing those things, they have already said F the community. They have already given up on the community to focus on their hidden desires to be men. And that's what it's all about. This is about a hidden desire to be a man. That is why they are trying to gravitate towards movies where women with no damn hair and no titties are out there wielding spears like some goddamn super ninja Zulu bitches. Okay, that is not. They are living out some L. Gibbet fantasy about having a penis, which they would never get. You want to know why? Because it's mine and they can't have it. The only way they can have it is if they're pretty, and they're not. So understand this. There is a place for everybody in society, and the most important place for a woman is maintaining the family structure. All of her other skill sets become second place. Those are my final thoughts.
All right. And, guys, thank you very much for coming out and supporting me and Melody, finally getting back at it, right? We're going to be consistent from here on out. Don't forget to plan y'all's outfits and stuff for Halloween, because we are having a Halloween party. Best costume will win a prize, and we give good prizes. I'm just saying. But no, y'all, thank you everyone who came up on the panel today. The discussion was amazing. Like, we had a really great discussion today. I feel like, we weren't just repetitive, same old. We were really going in a lot of great places, getting really in depth. And I really appreciated the discussion. Made me really happy to pull myself out of this sickness for y'all. Make sure y'all pray for Melody's hand, because I feel bad. Gotta be real. Dogs freak me out. Otherwise, y'all, I think that's about. I don't know what else Melody said. I can't even remember. But thank you all very much. And I guess we will see you next Tuesday as far as actually the our show. But Melody goes live lots of times. GC, someone was asking earlier about the time of movie night on Thursdays. So can you let everyone know?
Yeah, it'll probably be like around 5 or 6 PST. Hey, how come nobody told me that my avatar isn't showing? Hold on, let me see if I can fix that right now before we go.
Oh, I can see your avatar. I guess I didn't know. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Let me see. I'm gonna try this one.
Okay, 6 PST. Okay, yeah. So that was because Melody, I think Melody said, she was like, I think it's 6 EST. And then the person was like, okay, so that's like 3 California time. She was like, I guess. So we thought we got good clarification here. Thank you for that. So make sure y'all are available. And yeah. Okay, you got that fixed?
Yeah, yes, fixed.
Okay. All right, everybody, have a great night, and we'll see you next week.
All right. Thanks for having me again. RBR
Peace.
Network for Women for the next week. RBR Network for Women. All right.
Oh, right.
Peace.
All right. Okay, cheers, y'all.